Welcome back to the Asia League. Things are heating up and also coming to a close. We're not that far off the end of the best of one stage, and then we can start to really hone in on what teams we expect to potentially be going to the major. It is time for us to welcome in two incredible commentators for this must-watch night of Rainbow Six. Jake Xenox Venditti joins Michael Guzgurry. Guzzler, It's all smiles here, mate.
Oh, you've actually nailed that, Rob. Honestly, that was an incredible intro from you. And, you know, Asia back on the main channel where it belongs. We have two teams already secure for the top six and the others battling it out for their position in playoffs. So we're getting towards the pointy end of the regular season already, which is strange to say. And it's going to be one hell of a night because Scopos is now available for competitive play as well.
Oh, Jake, big talking point there. I was going to throw to you about the pointy, and I know you're all used to that one, but I guess Scopos might be on the menu for more of the talking points.
Yeah, we're going to get to see the V10 Pantheon shells in action tonight. It's honestly, I think an operator I'm expecting to see. I don't know how much, and probably map dependent, team dependent, but I'd be quite surprised if we get through all 4 games tonight, Rob, and we don't see Scopos make its debut at the Pro League level. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping it's going to be fun, exciting, and look, as always, when it comes to this region, must-watch TV. Absolutely. We've got huge games on tonight. We've got a new operator, best in the business. I'm talking about you as host. That was an amazing intro, Rob. That was honestly one of your best. Like, to the point where Guz was flabbergasted. He was shook.
Yeah.
I
actually said a compliment as well. It's not.
He was
not
like,
every day
I've never heard that before. Usually you stumble and fumble, but no, you were clean. 10 out of 10.
Mate,
well done.
You know what they say, king of the online. That's what they say. Let's go ahead and start having a look at how the league is shaping up at the moment. Of course, at the very tippity top, we're used to seeing this. Bleed are in front. And Michael, for me, the talking point is Bleed in front. And look at the round differential as well. That's diff.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't have to wait too much longer for those two to face off. Not tonight, but tomorrow night we'll see that head-to-head between what could potentially, or will most definitely still be first versus second at the conclusion of tonight. As I already said, those two have effectively already secured their position inside of the top 6 mathematically, but I'm sure they'll want the additional seeding benefit of the top 2. So each game still has a level of importance. And as for the other 6 teams, still battling it out to make the cut. Most notably as well towards the bottom of the standings, NoCap securing themselves 3 points so far, putting a bit of pressure on the likes of Rival and Hasib.
Well, you've done a good job of breaking that one down. Apparently, we're not messing around tonight. Let's go ahead and have a look at the matches that we will be seeing throughout the course of the next, I'm going to say 8 hours, just to make sure that we encompass anything that could go wrong. But Jake, what are your thoughts on tonight's matches?
Yeah, we've got a couple of good ones. I think that the first two especially, Bleed, NoCap, I'm looking forward to that game. Can anyone kind of put a dent into the Bleed campaign? NoCap certainly have got a bit of history in being capable of maybe taking down some of the top dogs, and I think also Fury and Rival. Fury have struggled immensely this stage, Rob. We saw the standings before. 5th place at the moment, only the 4 points. You think about that top 2 coveted spot to get a direct spot into the semi-finals. Already spoken it before. If you want to avoid Bleed, it means 5th, 4th, not an option. You must finish 2nd or 3rd, or then at worst, the 6th place team. Right now, Fury actually find themselves in 5th. So if we were to kind of, finalize the bracket right now, it would be a Bleed Fury, very likely semi-final. So, not ideal for Fury whatsoever. And look, second half of the show, we have the Knock and Hasib Warriors extravaganza against Direwolves and Elevate. I actually heard Prod talking a little bit before we went live, and they thought Knock Direwolves could actually be a fascinating game. I don't disagree entirely. I think that Knock have clearly shown that they've got the wood over Hasib. I don't know if they've got the wood over anyone else, though. It feels like to me, Rob, Hasib is always a bit closer to beating the SEA teams, but somehow Knock just keep beating Hasib. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't, mate. I'll be completely honest about that one. It feels unsturdy. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. One thing, obviously, just the Fury storyline to go on. It's obviously really curious because they are sitting only on 4 points, but only a -1 round differential. So, I mean, like, it's really difficult to talk about that. The fact that they've just lost to all the top teams, that's really all that's happened here. They beat Direwolves 7-1 in their first playday, and they've just absolutely tanked it ever since. So, I don't know, guys. Like, obviously we're going to see them bounce back, but it just doesn't give you a lot of hope going into playoffs, does it?
Yeah, I mean, but I think that storyline kind of applies to multiple teams within the standings currently, right? Where we're still a little bit unsure as to where they realistically sit. At least within the top 6, most of the teams that are currently inside of the top 6, with maybe the exception of Knock Knock, we anticipated to land in those particular positions, maybe outside of where we expected, but still to make the cut for playoffs. So, I don't know. Last couple of play days going to continue to be super interesting, and I'm intrigued more so to gauge form. It's always important to peak during playoffs, and teams that can improve over the last couple of play days tend to find good results come playoffs as well.
Certainly do. Jake, you're still on top, mate, and it looks like you won't be losing that slot anytime soon. You've just gone for the favourites tonight, haven't you? You're not having any fun with this.
Yeah, last week I was a little bit burnt. I went with Hasib over Knock Knock. I think actually quite a lot of people did. That was definitely the one that I missed the mark, and yeah, honestly, audience though right behind me as well on 12, and then actually James not too far behind. Nice score for him. So look, honestly, Asia League is proving to be maybe a little bit easier to predict than say like Oceania, for example, but I think that a night like tonight should in theory be one of the easier nights to predict. You know, the last 2 matches, Direwolves, you would imagine should beat Knock Knock barring something crazy, and Guz has obviously has some kind of belief in Knock Knock, and then Elevate. You know, that's a team that realistically you get 1 point. I think I said it last week. You get 1 point now, and you will absolutely finish above Fury. So huge result if they can, you know, get over the line against Hasib.
And I'm the only one that's going for Hasib. Not even production has gone to support Hasib, but that's okay. Guys, obviously with these matches tonight, it like we always do expect coming into the Asia League that we should have. I feel like there's more certainty than what we have with, say, like the OS League. There's a little bit more predictability about it, but even then, like, I'm even going to throw that comment out the window just with what we've seen so far in what, 4 play days?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely phenomenal prediction rate from me, sitting at 56%. Incredible. And so I have to try and play catch up at some point in the stage. So hence my Knock Knock decision. I think Direwolves have not shown the best of form throughout this particular stage. And they are eventually, I think, going to lose one of these, you know, boogie matches at some particular point in time. So again, it is a one-sided matchup. The prediction graphic clearly shows that they are the underdogs in that particular game. But I have to throw my Hail Mary at some point in time, right? So I may as well do it now.
Yeah, look, we all have a moment in time where Hail Marys need to come in. Xenox was probably 3 or 4 years ago when he joined the commentary desk for Rainbow Six. Let's go ahead and start talking about the first matchup, because that's all that we care about here. We've got Rival Esports. Now, for me, I actually have been thoroughly impressed with Rival Esports. I know that they're down the very bottom, but Guz, as we came into this league, we didn't know what to expect. We really don't know any of these players. Jackie Wu obviously being the veteran, but we've had some star moments from these players.
Yeah, Rival has certainly been in the mix. Will they be a potential threat come playoffs? Well, difficult to say, unfortunately for them. They're not actually inside of the top 6, so they need to show a little bit more form towards the tail end of this particular stage. Some of the numbers don't bode particularly well for them. Unfortunately, their attacking win rate at 40%. You could work off that. That's not a terrible foundation. Defensively, though, only at 39%. So really lagging behind some of the top teams in the region, pushing the likes of like 78%, just as an example, 1-to-1 to Bleed. So we need to see defensively certainly an improvement, and that will then make up for that 40% attacking win rate, which again isn't terrible and can give them a foundation to play off.
Jake, do you have a read on this team?
I mean, I was probably a little bit bigger on them to begin the stage. They were competitive against Elevate back in Play Day 1, competitive in that game against Direwolves, which, you know, you kind of have a couple of members from that ex-Direwolves roster that it probably wasn't too much of a surprise. They got pushed by Knock Knock, right? So probably not an ideal matchup. So I would almost probably say as the stage has gone on, Rob, I'm starting to lose more and more faith in this roster. It feels like they went from semi-competitive to now, you know, got absolutely belted by NoCap, you know, almost giving up points to Knock Knock. Like, so ultimately this is a roster that really needs to just try and revitalize somehow. I don't know if that's going to be against a team in Fury who also need to revitalize, but you mentioned it, top of the show, Fury's losses have been all against the top team. So it's kind of this situation where their particular score on the standings should be taken with a grain of salt. You mentioned the -1 round differential. Yep. They destroyed Direwolves 7-1. So that's a big help in that. Fury, this is the perfect bounce back game. In fact, matter of fact, every game from here should be a Fury win. Rival, knock, and then Hasib. Doesn't get easier than that to close the stage out. Build good momentum, build good form going into the playoffs. Arguably, this should be, I guess, maybe the last kind of tougher opponent, but Rival have so far just, started to drop off a little bit in my mind. So this ends up being a really good game.
It certainly does, guys. Obviously, a false negative in terms of, how far down the ladder Fury actually are, but there's still no doubting they just haven't looked their true selves.
Yeah, Fury, unfortunately, over the last couple of play days have struggled. Now, I think we made the point at the time that matchup a couple of play days ago, let me just quickly bring it up because I've lost my train of thought. The one against Bleed, we kind of wrote that off as being maybe a little bit more acceptable because they are the top team in the region, and then if they meet a playoffs, they can make up for that in a BO3 format. Unfortunately, the result against Elevate is certainly more concerning in my eyes, considering in stage 1 it was a 7-0 victory for Fury, so they should have been far more competitive in that particular game. That's a credit to Elevate, they've certainly stepped it up this stage, but for Fury, now the pressure's starting to mount a little bit to prove themselves towards the tail end of this season. Top 2 is not a must-have position to still make the grand final, but I think it would certainly give them the confidence they need to carry that forward into those really tough BO3s.
Yeah, the big thing that stood out for me there, Jake, was just the disparity, or the lack of disparity between their EPS and lost with the other team. Rival are all the way down the bottom. They've really been struggling in some of these matches, and yet it was still only a handful of points away from each other. Now, we go to Consulate. Fury start defense. Jake, what are your thoughts as we head to this for the opening match of Play Day 5?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Rival haven't played it so far this particular stage. Fury, of course, have, but lost it out to NoCap. That was very close. 15 rounds were required in that game. Outside of that, both teams actually like Clubhouse, which is interesting to then see Fury actually ban it out first up. So I guess maybe giving some kind of respect to Rival there and not wanting to go to a map that is pretty familiar for most teams. I think Consulate actually ends up favoring Fury quite heavily. They've played it very recently. Rival haven't. And while they did technically lose to NoCap, NoCap are having a pretty decent stage. It went to 15 rounds. I'm sure Fury would have taken a lot of learnings from that game as well and what they can then implement forward ahead into now this match. I think this is definitely going to be a really good chance for Fury to sort of reignite their stage a little bit, find good momentum on a map like Consulate. I'm honestly sensing like a 7-4 scoreline for Fury.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it any better myself. Reigniting not only the fire, but almost the passion. It just feels like it's been a little bit of a lackluster start for Fury, but they can finish strong. They've got 3 games back-to-back that are 100% winnable, and we kickstart here against Rival Esports as we head to Consulate.
Well, I think it's fair to say this is a game where you've got 2 teams at the crossroads, guys. Both kind of, well, let's say maybe one wanting to go back up and the other one at the moment on the way down. Rival, as we talk, are in the bottom 2 and will be missing playoffs altogether. As for Fury, well, they are on a direct path to meeting Bleed far earlier than a potential grand final. They need to shape up. And they need to ship up that standing very, very quickly. To do that, well, a win against Rival here would certainly go a long way. It would get them to 7 points, would put them up into 4th, and start to get them on a really good momentum path that then puts them in a position where the last 2 games, Knock, Hasib, you would imagine they win both of those. So that's 9 points then from all of their last 3 playdays. There is one man, though, that could look to derail this Fury train completely, and his name is Suzuki.
Very true, very, very true. We've seen how impactful he has been in the past. And heading into this particular player day, I have him listed as having an EPS of 135, 42 and 22 in the kill department. It's the Ying Blitz off the board. 2 incredibly popular attacking bans in this current meta. There's been a lot of discussion around shields at the moment. In particular, the Monty, who will be available this evening. The Monty, interestingly, is sitting at a 52% ban rate here in Asia. The Blitz down at only 6.2. And so indicative that both teams are going to be relatively comfortable playing that particular operator in the Monty. Also has a win rate currently of 48.8%, which is
There it is.
above the benchmark. And the Scopos, available in play tonight. Asia and South Korea leagues, the first two around the world to play the Scopos in competitive, will have it available to them after it was initially quarantined with the release of the new season. For those unaware, Scopos remotely controls her two robots from afar. And as that defensive operator, you are able to toggle and move between the two shells. However, if you die in the active shell, you are dead and down for the remainder of the round, so you don't get 2 lives. But you do have the opportunity to roam around, and then when you sense pressure, when you feel like you may die, switch back to your shell on site, which can also double down as a deployable shield. That is probably the most likely scenario in which Scopos gets utilized. That's what we have theory crafted behind the scenes. But we're not privy to what these teams have cooked up in scrims. So we're very much forging new ground and excited to see what Crit J can bring to this defensive hold.
Firstly, I love the fact how easy it is to see where the inactive shell is in terms of the outlines. So down below, and Crit J goes up above. Should also add to kind of what you were talking about there, guys, as well, but the health pools are separate between the two shells. So if you get taken down to 1 HP up above second floor, transfer down to basement, you're back to full health as well. The added benefit of this kind of roam game that you're able to achieve with Scopos. And yeah, I think it's going to be quite fascinating, as you said, to kind of see how these pros will bring in this operator to Pro League play. And I think right now we're going to see the first instance of it, where you play a basement site that has got essentially 3-layered floors. So first floor, second floor, and you go all the way top floor. You can play contact. And if you get into a bad fight, you end up in a position that maybe you are pinned down, you get stuck, you get stuck in a bathroom, someone's got the cross, you just transfer out. Give up your shell, of course, but you get to then go back to basement. And that's exactly what Crit J is going to do over towards meeting at the moment. There are, of course, other ways you can play it, but Crit J does get the opening kill onto Songla. And it is in this moment here, if he feels the pressure in managers, he could look to just try and transfer back. One thing that could deny it, though, the dog could be Logic Bomb, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are, of course, getting quite a few kills elsewhere, and an early attacking round for Rival has just not gone well. That's Kit.
Oh, 100% win rate for Scopos. Time to get nerfed, maybe? Unfortunately, they're not the best of clears from Rival. Anticipating them to lean into the Monty more, but not the case. They do double down with the roam clear tools of the Jackal Dokkaebi, but unfortunately don't find value. Fury, as mentioned in the past, have proven to be a formidable team on Consulate. I mentioned before, the head-to-head against Elevate, that 7-0 in Stage 1 was on Consulate. A very one-sided map where they took a lot of isolated fights off site and won them out. So critical that Rival regather themselves here, because Fury have shown weakness this stage.
I was also having a quick little look as well for Rival in terms of their, veto history. They don't necessarily ban Consulate early. I guess from their perspective, it's a map that they're more than happy to play if the moment arises. In fact, the only time they banned it out all the way back in Play Day 1, it was their last ban. So in terms of what was remaining were Lair and Clubhouse and Consulate. They banned out Consulate, Elevate banned out Lair, and they went to Club, which is, of course, the most played map for Rival. So you can clearly tell from their perspective of a map veto process, Consulate is fine to get down even to selection, even if they haven't necessarily played at this stage up until this point. But Fury, great start. A totally dominant start. I expect that really from them in this match. It really does need to be that kind of crossroads moment where they start trending upward as the stage slowly comes towards playoffs. Crazy to think we're already into Play Day 5. Tomorrow will be Play Day 6 for Asia League, and then it's just one more for the regular portion of this stage, and then it's playoffs time. So, there's only so much time to find the form, and fortunately for Fury in terms of their scheduling, with Knock and Hasib to follow after this game, they can certainly build that momentum going into playoffs to make them a threat once again.
no Scopos here for the second round, but the Solace in play. Tuber out as well in combination with Kaid to try and aid in wall denial. East Terrace Breach proving to be a little bit frustrating for Rival to initially open up the EMPs, and Selma should be able to confirm that. And then entry point successful. The sort of canister from the Tuberal late, but at least initially stalls out the first push here from Scarlet. They want to appear this time around and apply a lot of pressure in through electrical. We'll see how Fury deal with it. We know how difficult shields can be to take down. They have the Legion as the tools to disrupt, and the Fenrir as well for a bit of crowd control. Scarlet can post up and can play very patient here and give his team a lot of information. Does seem to be electrical heavy though.
Oh, an angle found. Songla, just a gap between the doorway and the Montang. And Lycolis will punish this Montang play. Of course, Scarlet can't really move much more forward here into the site. Somewhat sandwiched between two defenders. 60 seconds. Drop now from Hinjin. Needs someone to play behind this Montang, otherwise it loses a lot of its offensive prowess. Scarlet wanted to get this plant down. Turns around, gets the plant. Good pressure from Hinjin, but BG Man quick to get the headshot. Plant will be successful. That's a small positive for Rival, but only a small one. At least they do follow it up with the kill onto Lycolis at the hands of Scarlet. The Montang proving to be quite fruitful in this round. A running crit J and a second shot found from Azuki. The star player for Rival almost salvaging the round, but a 1v1 against the Montang. I9, what can you feasibly do to beat this ever-present beast? The shield man is just like the boogeyman in your dreams, stuck in the corner and just harassing you. There's nothing that I9 can realistically do here to win a 1v1 in the post plant. The barricade, it's bait. At this point, there really isn't just time, surely. That's a huge round win for Rival.
Oh, close. Very close in the end there. But they just hold on. Smiles all around in the cams as they watch on during that very awkward 1 versus 1. So difficult.
What's
to
Vaughn writing on the notepad?
Ban Monty next game.
Ban Monty.
I'm pretty shocked that I made it through. But it is very much in this matter. It's a case of one or the other. Sometimes we see both, but...
Well, I feel like it was Suzuki, though, the middle portion of this round, guys, that really kind of alleviated the pressure. It's a 4v2 at this point. Here we go. So Crit J, why are you running? Then Yellow Ping Intel onto BG, man. At that point from Azuki, kind of job done. Because at that point remaining in the round, Scarlet is then in a position to clutch it up as the Montang. He just needed a little bit of help. Because there's a big difference between a 1v4 for a Montang and a 2v1 for a Montang, right? So Azuki's the big linchpin as to why Rival win that round, along, of course, with the Montang 1-to-1. But it does... I don't want to almost like take away the round from Rival in some ways, but they won that round because they picked a pretty broken op at the moment, which is the Montang, and they won because of it. Azuki, great double kill. I felt like Fury were the better team in that round, though. Got better shots, they were able to manage the situation and the site quite well. But hey, it's in the game, you have the opportunity to ban it, you don't. Rival actually banned out the Blitz. Fury not opting to ban out the Montang.
Yeah, for context, in terms of win rates on the Shield currently, I was looking into this earlier this afternoon, and I only have the EUL stats on hand, but they'll be somewhat transferable. In Stage 1, Blitz was at 42.9%, Monty was at 40.4%, so low 40s both. Already in EU for Stage 2, Blitz has jumped up to 47.1%, and Monty all the way up to 58%. So there's been about an 18% increase on Monty.
Oh, little contact here. Azuki already in towards Visa, makes contact with I9. Talk about a rising star in this region, though. Azuki has certainly turned heads, made a name for himself in his debut season. I was one that went very early, guys. I think all the way almost back on Playday 1 or Playday 2, and I think everyone now on the talent team is very much behind me, though, in the talk that Azuki is the real deal. He's proven that every single play day, even despite rival as a team not necessarily finding the wins, he has just statistically been amazing to watch.
Yeah, high 70s in terms of cost percentage, so having a consistent impact in a lot of the rounds that he has played so far. Only the 35 rounds compared to others, as high as 43, just due to some substitution matches thus far in the stage. But he's been inside the server. He certainly has been dangerous. Looking over what server stays currently, default cam not being watched by the defense as all 5 players are still alive and no one quits. He may be in a position to lurk forward. Utility being cleared elsewhere with the Roteros on the floors. Rather just buying their time. They don't have a whole lot of it left. 40 seconds on the clock, and Azuki actually does fall, but traded.
Yeah, not a lot of time. And you don't have something like a Montang this time around to help facilitate that entry, play behind it. Everyone has to start now moving around. Still really good positions being held as well for Fury. Long desk. BG Man can actually still play vending. Okay, late incendiary, and he got them both. That is an incredible swing from BG Man to find 2 kills coming out of vending, despite the flames burning in front of him.
Hold on.
Not much that Scarlet surely can do here. As long as Crit J just hides and plays the time game. 2 seconds, the kit does get acquired, but it really wasn't any actual time, guys, to kind of then get back, play site, get plant. Crit J plays that really nicely, but it certainly did get a little bit spicy towards the end of that round.
Yeah, good work from Crit J. Just found refuge over towards the bathroom, I believe, and played into the clock, which was nice. Just a couple of oversights there from Rival. The shotgun up close was able to deny Azuki, and whilst the trade was pretty clean, vending largely went unchecked, despite having the likes of the Flores maybe to flush that position out, or certainly the Incinerary later into the round, but even that util dump wasn't enough to dissuade BG Man from swinging and finding a couple of important kills, all but confirming the round there for Fury. So back to basement we go, and the scope post will reappear, indicating that once again there will be a fall-off roam employed by Fury.
Well, you know what's interesting about it, though, is that the Scopos can do it individually. You don't need the team second floor roam, because you kind of think about... I'm trying to think of like other maps, for example, like where you would maybe, you know, employ this kind of roam. And it's all really kind of dependent on the team, how aggressive you want to get. But regardless, usually you'll send a couple, and I'll say a couple as like maybe two to three max. Like you would probably go more than that, to help keep rotation pathways secured. So one will kind of hold like a main stairs, for example, right? And then that way someone else can go play contact and then rotate back down below. The Scopos doesn't need that. The Scopos doesn't need other people to help it if it gets pinched, or if there's a cross setup and it gets stuck in towards a bathroom or a box office or something. Like, you can literally just transfer out, and that's the power of it that I think we're really going to see get unlocked by these Pro League teams, and how aggressive you can get. You can even, if you get taken down to 10 HP and you don't get a kill, you still just transfer out, and it's like you've reset back to square one. It is incredibly powerful. And you put it on a player like Crit J, perfect. For a team like Fury, Crit J has a license now to just be completely over-aggressive to the point where, he might die every now and then on it, but he is far more likely to have impact. They also have to clear him. They have to respect the Scopos. They have to actually try and push into him, deal with him. Deimos, I think, is a really good, counter to it, in the sense that you can kind of track it down and put the pressure on early, create that 1v1. But at any point, he can also just transfer and give it up without even making any contact, and then you've wasted so much time second floor for one player who's not even there.
Well, Crit J hasn't moved the other shell on site, and Azuki has snuck forward to yellow. If he gets the sound cue on the swap, Crit J is instantly going to die. Shell. So that's certainly something to keep in mind if Azuki's position is unchecked and unpressured by the rest of the defense. And it happened right on cue.
Yeah,
there you go.
That is a really good point you brought up. Yeah, if that shell that is inactive is being watched and is known, That is something you've got to be incredibly careful of. And I think that's also probably a learning lesson. I think that's a complete learning lesson right there. Crit J's probably going to think, maybe I shouldn't be putting the shield like that out in the open, so that if I want to be able to transfer back, I need to know it's safe. I need to know that's not being watched. I understand the shield in a sense. It kind of acts like a really big deployable shield, but as soon as you want to transfer, if someone has eyes on it from like bot yellow, then, well, that's the outcome. That's a big round win, or big moment in the round for Rival. Smart from Azuki, smart from Rival. Pressure the scope boss up above, force him to transfer back, and then kill the other shell.
And Azuki will continue to lurk in this position, but eventually taking down BG Man from long range with that DMR. Nitro to follow up, and Rival again lacking pressure in towards the objective, getting cut down elsewhere as I9 doubles down. Hinjin low on HP, so too Jackie Wu. Back that initial fight.
15 seconds left.
And it will be another round win for Fury. They just have that extra 10% about them tonight, and that was the expectation for this matchup.
It just feels like they're that team in this particular matchup that, as you said, 10, 15% better across the board. They can kind of deal with certain situations very, very well. Even if Rival, I thought, actually, in terms of a calculation standpoint, played the first portion of that round well enough, where it's like, okay, well, Crit J's roaming above, we've got to clear him, let's deal with him, we'll bring the Deimos, and then Azuki's like, I'm bot yellow, I've spotted the other shell, put pressure on him, force him to transfer back, I'll get a free kill. That whole portion of the round is done really nicely from Rival. Like, you can clearly see there's hallmarks of a team here that understand how to play and what they want to do, but the execution is just not quite at the level of a team like Fury, who has international experience, who realistically should be fighting to go to the major at this stage, and there is that 10 to 15% difference between the two teams. If this Rival roster were to stay together and keep practicing and keep scrimming and keep improving and keep playing, you know, Asia League, there's every world in which, you know, a year from now you find success with this roster. The harsh reality is, though, a guy like Azuki probably gets picked up before you even get that chance.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get to see the kill there onto the scope post. Again, just to reiterate, and we touched on it as well. Important going forward that teams are considerate about where that second shell actually is positioned in towards the site. To find balance, you do want it to act as a deployable shield and allow for different playmaking opportunities on the objective, but you've also got to be mindful that if attackers are able to lurk into positions with line of sight, that they do essentially get a free kill on the swap, and it pretty much negates the entire point of the operator in the first place. So it was well played by Azuki in that previous round, and unfortunate probably not to double down and maybe find more from that yellow door position, which was heavily invested into by Rival, and maybe just indicative that their attacking patterns at the moment are a little bit more linear than is required to take down the likes of Fury, who are going to have the ability to rotate and adjust their hold accordingly. The Monty prepped here from Scarlet. Maybe indicative that we are going to see a more direct hit here from Rival. We'll need to be mindful, though, of vertical pressure up above. Double stack from BG Man and I9 on second floor as Dark makes his way up as well. I don't love Rival's chances if they go direct here, but we'll see if it works.
Scarlet picking up the pace through Piano. Hasn't really spotted a whole lot. Now he certainly will, though. Lycolis has got a task ahead of him here. This is where you cannot panic in this situation. Lycolis is actually not panicking, but there's only so much you can do. He basically needs to call for help and needed someone to shoot the Montang in the back while he was getting, well, shielded. 3 versus 3, though, so Fury understanding that, of course, Rival had picked up the pace, tried their best to kind of get back over towards Piano and Expo, but Scarlet on the Montang was able to get in, get the kill, get the plant down, do quite a lot on that op. Songla wins the battle against I9, who really did need to win that 1v1 with BG Man still up above. Now he has to drop. Now he has to play more direct in towards the site. Drops down the hatch. It's looking like Rival should be able to find a second round win. Yellow ping intel, though, over towards bot spiral. It's Jackie Wu standing out on the Lion. BG Man, you don't have time. Why are you holding the corridor? Move, son. There's no time left. Round is over. Even if he had got that kill, there's 10 seconds. He does get it. A quad in the round. Songla, though, peeks out. Fist bumps from Scarlet in the air. He's happy with that round, and as they should be, a well-worked and calculated round from Rival.
Yeah, it was just the last second Lion cancelling the push there. I do wish that was actually visually shown on the HUD, but yeah, did just let that push, but there was really no time anyway. Unfortunately, it crumbled apart on site itself, and the vertical denial I overestimated its impact in that round. I was questioning if a direct hit would actually be able to work. I trusted Fury up above to be able to deny pressure, deny potentially that plant from being executed, but clearly not the case. And Rival again abusing that Monty well.
Yeah, I mean, if it's there, use it, abuse it. There's no time really to worry about what's right, what's wrong, and you know, you kind of look at good old Davey over in Oceania League and Prodigy and how they've basically said they are a shield team, guys. And I wish more teams were a bit more open like that and happy to just be like, you know what, yeah, we use the shields and they're strong right now. We're going to use them. Clearly for Rival, the 2 rounds that they brought the Montang, they've found success. Now, ultimately, you can't use it on every side and it's going to have its gimmicks here or there, but once again, we go top floor and they just don't opt to bring it.
5 seconds to insertion.
They haven't won a round without the Montang. It's something that you might have to just kind of look at and consider and be like, okay, maybe if we don't want to use it on this site, we might just try and find a way to force it anyway.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, we're very likely to see it in the second half. Like, Paulus has the most playtime on Monty here in Asia so far. 24 rounds. That's double shed in second for Elevate. So we know Fury are going to bring it to the table more than likely. As you mentioned, Rival unable to find success without it. Monty not selected here for round 6. Final round of half. And you could probably make a fair argument that 2 rounds is still a very strong performance from Rival, given the discrepancy in skill between these two. And attacking into Consulate can be tough. See if they can maybe push it to a third. The Grim in play, upping flush out admin side. But Free pretty content to progress in these positions. They do have the Mamai available if they're eager to hold down that vending position again, and it is BG Man once more to spot that. With the magnets in play and that direct counterplay onto the Capital, it will force a bit more of a util clear here potentially from Rival, but as I say that, a potential rotation now. Indian still does have secondary hard bridge, and he may be tasked with opening this exterior wall. The impact EMPs from Scarlet don't land.
I think they messed this up. I don't know if they got any more secondaries.
Yeah, Dark likely would have been able to trick the wall, and I9 is holding from down below anyway. So that wall won't get opened.
I mean, it's not completely necessary, I think, but certainly going to be a big factor and not ideal for Rival, who are already playing a pretty kind of default attack into this round. I honestly think they're a better team when they do just kind of play a little bit more that kamikaze approach with the Montang and try and, you know, sort of keep Fury guessing. This is exactly what Fury want. They want you to bring the Grim, the Capital, clear vending, push through, force them back to site. They can play long deaths. They've got lines of sight in towards Visa and Zuki. That's what I mean, admin. Zuki in Visa, now making his way up. They haven't really done a whole lot. Scarlet now has to play top spiral. They haven't really fully cleared out this long death position. I mean, I'm not surprised seeing Fury just light up the kill feed.
Now Smuggler does fight back. Maybe able to get in towards the default plan position. Asuki could cover. I would completely rule him out.
Well, where's Songler going though? That's an interesting spot for Songler to just kind of waltz in. He's very fortunate. So Plant's mid-meeting. This is I don't know what kind of read they've got, but Azuki is able to get the headshot onto Lycolas. Plant does go down. Dark does eventually get the plant. It becomes a 1v1. Dark straight on it. Azuki jiggle peeks the doorway, gets him off. Dark is very low here on the Bandit. Azuki playing this so well, but he loses out that gunfight, and suddenly health margin's very similar, but at this point back in. Azuki, with little time remaining, walks around the corner and Rival steal that round.
Well, they took a risk with the plant position, but they backed in the coverage from Azuki, and that's why I said do not count this man out. If there's anybody inside of the server that can pull that kind of play off with the form that he is in and what he has shown so far, this stage, it's him. And that is a big round in the context of this match. Not only did they
How's no one watching that, Gus?
Without the
Walk into meeting.
Yeah. I think they were happy to forfeit that control a little bit, but it was strange considering they also had presence breach. And then the timing on the swings was also significantly off. Everyone got caught in a bad position, which was unlike Fury. I think they honestly,
I think Dark almost has to push. I think at that point when he tags Azuki down to 25 HP, you know he's on server stairs. I think you almost just have to try and push him at that point. Going back to the diffuser, knowing full well he can basically push in from 2 different angles, it's going to be very difficult to win it. He had one chance, and while he still had a lot of time, I think just pushing him. Go for broke. You kill him, you win the round. You don't kill him, you lose the round. But you go back to the diffuser and you start sticking it, you just always lose the round. 3-3. I tell you what, it's a decent half for Rival, and Fury's season stage absolutely teetering on the point of self-destruction. So I mean, I haven't really done the the calculations of if they lose this, guys, because I think even if they do lose this, they'll still go and beat Knock Knock and Hasib. But if you were to say they do lose this and then win the last 2, they go to 10 points. Is 10 points enough to get them into the top 3 to avoid the bleed side of the bracket? It doesn't get them top 2, and NoCap are already on 8, so you're right, unlikely, which means Fury may have a date with bleed earlier than expected if they cannot claw back this game.
No Monty round 1. I highlighted that Monty has been an incredibly popular pick for Lycolis. He has the highest pick rate in the league heading into this play day on that shield operator. But on the Grim this time around, the Crit J, their star player, the first to hit the ground. So Fury's first attack, not off to the greatest of starts.
It has to be site dependent, guys, in terms of the Montang selection. I guess just not wanting to bring it in towards meeting. Dark admin control. They will get the revive onto Crit J. Triple stack admin now, though, does mean you've kind of forfeited quite a lot of map control elsewhere. 90 seconds as they start to push forward. Still need to clear out a lot of positions as the Rotero for BG ban makes his way in. We'll deal with that Banshee. One in towards vending is Hinjin. Azuki wants to get involved. No, falls back, thinks better of it. Look at the positioning there for Rival. Everyone is in certainly far more aggressive positions than what we saw defensively from Fury in the very last round.
Yeah, they've rotated appropriately to the push. There's absolutely nobody concerned about a CEO or a Yellow Stairs kit. So that may present an opportunity for a lurk here from Fury. But it's a heavy stack on this half of the map at the moment, and they're going to put full stock into clearing out this vending position. And likely going for a default plant. That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Hinjin is kind of just probably panicked a little bit. Thought he could go for the swing. Jack Hewer gets a freebie onto Dark, who thought he could just kind of waltz in towards Long Desk. That's a freebie. Oh, shot from that distance with the SMG-11 and Scarlet. Suddenly puts him in a very commanding position to kickstart the second half. Still double stacking Long, so very difficult for Fury. Azuki. Well, no one is surprised to see Azuki fit and firing in this matchup. Lycolis the solo, NCO, but everyone knows exactly where he is. They are pushing towards him, hunting him down and letting their star man get the final kill. Rival have the lead.
I'm not sure if this is classic Asia positivity on display, but the player cams is certainly exuding confidence and positivity at the moment for sure. Rival again, maybe going into tonight not expecting much in the way of a result, and certainly playing well so far. It is the primary sites though, and both teams seemingly having pretty significant issues attacking that top floor for the most part, so may not be the most impactful of objectives on this map. May come down to basement and then split, or over towards the other tertiary, for instance. So we'll see. First clear over towards vending was actually quite clean, but then a lot of these fights into the likes of split were poor. The site itself was held very aggressively out around the Rival. Seemingly none of those fights going the way of Fury.
The
question, yeah, the Scopus is out. I was going to say, the question beckons, do we see the Scopus defensively, and do we see the Monty on attack? Well, yeah, it default spawns in the same position.
Oh, okay, right.
And so the onus is on the Scopus to eventually move it, but
Where would you put it? Where would you realistically want to put it?
Out to defuse a bomb.
Would you want it to be in a more aggressive position, as in used like a shield, essentially? Or would you more so put it like deep sight anchor position where you can transfer safely?
Some kind of anchor position. Maybe like a pillar and force the swing yellow if they really want to get that kill, maybe. I certainly would not be leaving it in that default position unless you have a full read yellow. Otherwise, Azuki doesn't know if he's safe to switch back or not.
He would know that firsthand, of course, being the one who got the kill in the first half, benefiting from said default position. So just sits in towards admin. I tell you what, if you're a pro league player though, this is the role you want. You want the fun roaming Scopel's top floor where people can hunt you down and you can take fights. You can and you know what, seeing him push out a balcony like that, guys, I think it's a really good way where if you kill someone, you get tagged back a little bit, you're low health, transfer back easy. You can certainly play basically a different game than everyone else in the server. And they have to respect you. That's the caveat as well on top, is they can't just ignore the Scopos above.
Fury focusing their intel gathering efforts currently in through the first floor. Not sure if they have a read on the Scopos. Hyunjin wins the first fight. That's dark on the ground and one of the hard flank watch operators off the board. Interestingly, we do see the gridlock in play, even post-buff. Particularly popular operator Jackie. We're lucky to get away with his life.
It's 11. Oh, what a shot from I9. I don't know if they had any intel on Azuki pushing down Spiral, but I9 was in the right place at the right time and he gets the headshot. Deals with the Scopos. Now that shield does stay there, of course, provided it hasn't already been destroyed by Fury. But the shell is still active. The shell also, in terms of its camera, is still usable. Of course, Azuki can just not operate it. He is dead. 45 seconds remaining in the round 4 versus 4. And Songla is now actually using the shell as a shield.
Yeah, it could come into its own towards the late round, especially in denying a push through breach or yellow. Support pillar. So don't count out the Scopos from still having impact.
Not all the time remaining in this round now. BG Man, though, kill onto Scarlet. Good little drop as well. Angles found. Hyunjin in a 1v2. Jackie Wu down. Good Jay. Sitting right in front of that camera. Oh, and he gets the kill onto Hyunjin to close it out. Oh, fascinating round. It felt like the kind of round in which Rival were cooking. The Scopos up above. They go basement. They, for the most part, looked like they were forcing Fury into that delayed 20-second kind of attack. But well, when Fury did hit sight, they hit sight pretty calculated, measured, and certainly didn't waste any time. Expo and Piano into the 9th round. We are all tied up for what is turning out to be almost like a season-defining match between these two teams. If you're going to have any hope of finishing the season strong in the regular portion, you've got to win this game.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, pro tip at the end of the round there, the Scopos can be meleeed like a BPC to prevent visual feedback for the defense, and I don't know if it was in the end. I think we switched off and maybe it was, but little tidbit. Still gives away the sound cue again like BBC, but it's evident that both teams, I think, are very much finding their feet still with the operator, and with Scopos being put in quarantine, then brought back out. I don't know how much that would have impacted the ability to scrim that operator or the willingness to scrim it, whether or not teams shelved it or continued to scrim with it. Not entirely sure, but I think those that have theory crafted effectively with her will certainly be rewarded over the next couple of weeks as everyone starts to slowly learn just how powerful she is and how she will fit into the current meta. Round 9 we go, and the Monty is finally brought out, but it's not like Hollis. It is Crit J to play the shield. The Clash counter, though. Clash has been a bit of a hot talking point at the moment, as well as a decent counter potentially in slowing down the Monty. And then the rest of the team can look to play around it. We'll see what kind of attack Fury will prepare for, though. Initial signs maybe for a yellow drop. Looking for swift entry on the top floor. The Clash is, though, there to greet them in box. And so we may see this interaction come into fruition. Rival looking to hold on to vertical control.
We're getting down to some very fine margins now. Kind of match that feels like it's going to come down to these sort of moments. Clash. A little bit vulnerable. I9 playing below. Patience, not giving away position, but the Clash moves away and loses maybe any kind of chance to get that early kill for Fury, having now lost BG man. They do eventually get one back, and a second to follow. The Warden dealt with. Big kill for Lycolis. Crit J down in towards that hallway, and I9 doubles down on the advantage now for Fury. A swift flurry of kills for Fury. Sees them now with a 2-player advantage. Having also dealt with the Clash. And Azuki just caught wandering. Fury to retake the lead after an abrupt moment mid-match from Rival where they started to get on a roll. Fury have answered back. Jackie Wu with 1, but 3 more required. And Crit J, Bot Spiral on the Montagne will be certainly the most formidable foe. The flashes already land for White, makes his way in towards Piano. Does almost get the kill onto Lycolis, who does eventually drop, go down, dead, but Dark from behind to finish it off, and Fury do indeed retake the lead.
Yeah, solid work there from Fury. I9 able to attain a good lurk play position in through Piano. I think he walked through a Banshee initially, but that certainly didn't telegraph his position enough to be able to find 2, remain deep, prevent the retake. During that entire time as well, Crit J was providing good pressure on top 4, forcing the defense to retake and having a full read and coming back to the rest of the roster as to where those remaining defenders were coming from. So rather dominant round there from Fury. And linking that back to my earlier point, basement may be rather unimportant in this matchup. The other 2 sides are likely to have more impact here for both teams.
It's been a good game. Certainly has lived up to the billing. We haven't probably got maybe the most amazing play day in terms of all the matches of quality of the opponents versus each other, but this one is one that, because of the way the season has gone so far for both teams, looked good on paper, and it is delivering. NoCap bleed after this as well. Certainly another one that is going to prove to be, I think, a fascinating one to watch. 4 to 5. But how many times do we get into this position and a team like Fury just then take it from here, win out the last couple of rounds and put this one to bed? I did say 7-4. There's every chance they win these last 2 rounds. Grim, Capital, once again to try and clear out these positions up above, such as Vending. Rival, do they have to try and find a way to be maybe somewhat more aggressive in these rounds? Too much on the back foot. No Montagne, no shield this time in the 10th round for Fury to play off of.
So Fury did not find success last time around over towards admin side of the map. This transition towards the objective was poor. They got cut down. It was rather ineffective. So we see a pretty distinct change of attacking pattern here from Fury, focusing their efforts over towards CEO more directly and a lurk up yellow. Crit J being live droned, presumably to get in a position to vert from below. Azuki is roaming around though. He was being held on rappel, I think. There's somebody out there.
Yeah, okay. So Azuki took the 50-50 thinking there's one on the rappel outside admin maybe and to the right side. So he turns left, he's then dead, shot in the back of the head. Jackie Wu does find the kill onto Crit J though. Tell you what, second half Azuki has certainly not been able to have his usual impact, and maybe a reason why Rivals just losing some of these rounds. Others need to stand up. Jackie Wu in this moment gets a big kill. And Scarlet and Songlo and Hinjin also find kills as I9 creeps upwards through yellow stairs. Dark is able to reaffirm the numbers advantage now for Fury with 60 seconds remaining in the round. It's 4 versus 3. They've still got really good positions both inside and outside the building. Drone to go through from I9. They've still got 5 drones. Lots of intel that can be found. Q-Mine's dealt with.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Close. Yellow is being held. So you need to find a way to be able to deal with that. They should have execute utility still on the Capital and the Grim combined. And still one scan available for BG Man on the line.
Big kill, big moment. Jackie Wu with his second in the round. Playing around Spiral. Fury just lulled into this sense of security with a slower pace in this round. But Rival hit the switch. And a good attacking measure, but the frag from BG Man clears out Songler, forcing him into his scope in a 2v2 now with little time. Like Cola still in the exterior. Hops on in though in the flames and he burns alive and the man is dead at default. The Vulcan canister too strong. And even if the flames had have extinguished a little bit earlier, the Nitrocell, you would imagine, would have done the job, guys. 5-5 and a really well worked round for Rival, considering Azuki really wasn't in that round after losing his life outside of yellow.
Yeah, I should correct my prior point. I think I said basement might be the unimportant site. I did mean top floor at the time, and it's just been such a defensive stronghold throughout this particular match. Just the one attacking win round 6. Every other time it's been defensively held strong, and that's even with admin pushes and CEO pushes now. We've seen both variants, and neither has worked from Fury. Back to the drawing board on that site for them, having struggles through the execute portion of both different attacking attempts. It's 30 seconds on the clock here, and Dark got caught off guard. That was a big moment in the round. Left in the 2 versus 3. BG Man did a good job clearing that utility, but unfortunately, yeah, the flame's still up, and the Nitro would have finished the job more than likely, as you mentioned. Tactical timeout to come through. And Fury discussing how they're going to try and get this one across the line. I do still think with top floor locked, a regulation win is very much the expected outcome, but Rival certainly have shown that they also need to be respected in this match as well.
Having a look at some of the statistics as well, most notably for Azuki, guys 1 and 3 on the entry. He is 8 and 8 overall, but the entry conversions have just been lacking from both teams. We've had 10 rounds. Obviously, prior to this, only twice have we seen that round get converted off the back of an opening kill, both times for Fury.
10 seconds left.
Give a shout out to, of course, Manic for providing the stat directly.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Hashtag Manic Stats.
Attackers moving to defuse a bomb.
Hashtag Manic to a major.
I'll
That
tell
has
you
a ring
what,
to it.
need to get that back up. It's been a while, hot minute.
Well, it was Manic to SI, wasn't it? And that worked out. So maybe Manic to a major.
I could be wrong, and I'm sure Rob will let me know later, but I'm pretty sure the original version of it was Manic to the major.
Ah, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
it was. And then he just skipped that part and went straight to SI.
And then it was just like, nah, we're just going straight to SI. Screw the major. So 5-5, break point. Who can get match point? And realistically as well, I love these rounds when it comes to these regular season play days, guys, because you win this, you guarantee 1 point, and you deny the other team the ability to get all 3.
Yeah, and every point could be critical if you're out to dodge bleed in the bracket. So don't discount the importance of these next few rounds. I9 again has found a lurk position west corridor, and he's found success in a similar play before. 1-for-1 trade.
Wow, they traded each other. What a turnaround from Azuki to even really get that kill. So Vigil and Dockerby. Well, no logic bombs from I9, but Azuki dealt with. Feels like maybe even for both of the teams walking away from that particular engagement.
Wait, did they misdrain Jackie Wu? Surely not. I was just about to say any roam threat now dealt with, but Jackie Wu is off site. And that drain from Critch did not spot him, as far as I'm aware. So unless they have another one here for the
Yeah, you're right. I mean, based on this movement, yeah, he's got no idea. Easy kill.
That is a really bad misdrain from Fury. That is really
Easy
bad.
drop down, and now Jackie Wu can play sight with everyone else and still has the Nitrocell. One of the Boogie Auto Breaches was used though before Crit J's death, but And certainly more limited, and BG Man playing towards bot yellow. Banshee dealt with, and as we looked away, he loses his life. I think Hinjin playing off of the noise contact from the Banshee. Certainly feet spotted from Dark, but he wouldn't be surprised to see that, knowing that they're all in basement now. 40 seconds left. Where else would they be? Lycola's still on the exterior, outside garage. They've got to make entry into the site. They need to try and force their way in, hit some critical shots. Otherwise, Fury will be unable to secure all 3 points from this match. As Lycolas eventually shuffles his way in through garage. The flash, but the swing is successful from Songla. And at the same time, the Nitrocell as well explodes to find an easy kill. And Rival will secure 1 point. They will secure a match point. And Fury, their season is in tatters and about to be totally obliterated if they lose this next round.
Well, I predicted Fury to be one of the top teams, if not the top team in the league at the beginning of the stage. I also just predicted Fury to win this game 7-5. I have been wrong on both occasions. That site for Fury was a mess. Lousy, lazy droning up above proved to be so costly. I9 got away with that one there. A 1-for-1 trade was a good outcome. Jackie Wu did nothing special to play that position. He just did not get droned. Easy kill, the rest of the push crumbles, lack of presence up above, forced to feed site.
This
Well
would
played
be
by Rival, landing their shots, but Fury, they're just not playing up to the standard that we have known them to play when it comes to playoffs. Sure, sometimes their regular play days can be a bit iffy, but this is kind of taking that storyline to another level tonight.
Well, the most damning stat, it's the fact that this would now be Fury's 4th loss in a row.
10 seconds left.
Even attempt to go and find the last time that happened, good luck. Either it's never happened or years and years and years ago. Certainly at no point recent. At no point for this team at this level, with what they've been fighting for in terms of majors and SIs and what they've been able to achieve overseas. 4 losses in a row. It would seriously, it would put them 6th at the end of play day 5. Sure, they still play Hasib and Knock Knock after this, but a loss here surely puts them on Bleed's side of the bracket, and that is basically a death sentence more than anything does. And most importantly, yeah, you can win those last 2 games against the South Asia teams, but you've got no form, no momentum really going into playoffs outside of beating 2 teams that you're expected to beat. Huge round here.
Maybe it's for the betterment of the bracket. If they play this quality of Siege in a best-of-3 lead, it will be one of the most one-sided best-of-3 grand finals we've ever had in Asia. They have gone backwards at this stage. I don't know if that's meta-related, internally related, or what's up, but it's been disappointing. And things are going from bad to worse.
It is. It's just completely crumbling now. It's like an empire falling before our eyes apart. Fury for so long have been great. For so long have been one of these top teams in Asia, but now they have crumbled for Stage 2 2024. They will not be one of the top dogs. They will not be able to make top 3. It will be the long way as well. You don't get to directly go to semifinals. You don't get to be on the opposite side of the bleed bracket. You are going to have a very tough and tall task to get to the major after losing this match. It's going to be a real wake-up call for Fury that they need to desperately turn their stage around. I9 with a death mark. Not even activated. Still 60 seconds and wanting to just play off of the Montaigne, trying to just maybe pick up the pace and go for broke. But that's 2 out of 3 members now known in terms of their position to Rival. There is that death mark now onto the Kaid of Songla. And they've done this without Azuki having one of his pop-off games as well. Locked into the pistol. Avoids the Nitrocell. Pistol out for Lycolas now on the Montaigne. Dancing with Scarlet around the pillar. He does get the kill. And shortly off that death mark, I9 gets a crucial kill, but suddenly BG Man in a 1v3. All 3 points on the verge of going to Rival unless BG Man clutches up in a 1v3 scenario. There's the drop though to avoid the shots flinging around the head of Jackie Wu. Huge celebrations and smiles for Rival as Scarlet slams the desk in excitement. He moves his camera, and they cannot believe what they've just done. They have knocked off Fury. They've taken all 3 points. Fury have lost 4 games in a row.
Monumental moment in Asian Siege, and Rival rewarded for playing really well tonight, Rob. I don't think many people expected this scoreline.
I'll be honest, I am mortified at what I've just seen. The attacks from Fury are not convincing. It's not there. That's not the Fury we've known and loved for years and years. And I'm talking years and years. Sometimes we say that and it's a bit of an over-exaggeration. No, this roster we have loved for such a long time. And to see them go 4 games down in a row here for the Asia League after having such a dominant performance throughout even the last 4 stages, this is really concerning. And the alarm bells have well and truly rung. Rival Esports, though, guys, let's just take a moment to applaud what an unbelievable storyline they have for themselves now.
Absolutely. This was there was some really good Siege on offer tonight from them, and also the way in which they showed a clinical nature to close out the game, right? 3 back-to-back defensive rounds, a perfect rotation to close things out, and even despite Fury trying so hard, they tried multiple different attacking strats on these objectives, and they still were not working out. So they were counter-stratting or reacting better than Fury, arguably a top 2 team. Heading into this particular stage. So for them, super exciting. And I tell you who else is going to be absolutely laughing in the background. It is Bleed. If Fury are not competitive, and they are arguably the team closest to Bleed, who can take them down now? Because that gap may well now be widening unless another team can fill in the void that Fury is now creating.
Well, Xenox, we have to look to elevate for that, right? There's not too many conversations outside of what teams could really compete for that second place of Asia now.
Yeah. I mean, elevate for sure is definitely going to be in that conversation. I kind of want to bring it back though. One of the stats that you kind of brought up, Rob, while we were casting was, of course, that opening kill conversion stat. Well, the last 2 rounds, when the game was on the line, exactly what Rival were able to do, both converting. Azuki, Hinjin, both got opening kills. They converted. They got those rounds. Big shout out to Jackie Wu, who was sensational in this game, a player that we've highlighted for years now, I think. Yes. Quite a while. And I think this was a really defining moment for him when, a guy like Azuki, who's been in that spotlight over the last few weeks, still played fine, but he didn't play like Azuki dropping 20 and roaming around doing whatever he wanted, right? So he was a little bit more limited, and Jackie Wu stepped up, and I think the whole team stepped up. We saw some good moments from Scarlet, Songla, and I think that for Rival, what a confidence boost it must be for them as a team to get this win and what it can do for them, I think, moving forward for the remainder of the stage.
Some say Rival Esports, and others go who? But we welcome in Jackie Wu. That's right, for the first time in a long time. Jackie Wu.
Hello.
What an unbelievable performance. You have got to have a smile from ear to ear.
Yes, I've been waiting for this moment so long time. I have transferred so many teams, not so many, but it's been a hard time for me, yeah. And for finally, I met a team like Friendship R6, so it's gonna be so great. And after we won this game, we definitely gonna get more experience and more happy. But you know why Azuki didn't show up last week?
Why?
Because someone overslept the game.
Oh,
nah.
Are you kidding?
But no, I'm not kidding. But it's fine. Because Azuki bring us back today. Okay, he's been Azuki always. So I forgive him. Okay, that's really good. And everyone showed up today. Scarlet, he's not being brand dead, and Injin, he's new to the stage. And I think he's already performing so well, compared to me when I first entered in the Pro League. And yeah, he just needs confidence, and he gets so many entry kill today. I think that's really good things. I don't know, at first I kind of been nervous, because it's kind of be like a long time not playing the pro league right now, but I see my like teammate perform really well, and it brought me back, and yeah, I just kind of like becoming really good right now. Not really good. Yeah.
It seems like obviously the vibes from the team, from what we saw on the cameras, were quite high from that win. It feels like you guys have been building towards it. Was that kind of, I guess, the mindset for this stage coming in? Was this is a learning experience? We're not there to sort of maybe compete against the Bleed just yet, but we can learn a lot this stage, taking then into next year. Was that the mindset for this stage?
Yeah, it like of course it is. Like I always tell them like before the match that, you know, like just forgive it. Don't like mind the game, win or not. Just learn, you know, because like you all from like new to the pro league competitive, like it's really like being lucky and like to like be here, you know, and just learn, and we will see like are we gonna make it into the like next stage or what. Just I think like this mindset will like let us play more happy and more like I don't know, like relax, and you know we can show like how we are like actually. We're not just like keep nervous and you know performing bad like January.
Now, we saw a little bit of Scopos from your team tonight, and we saw it a bit from Fury as well. Are you expecting to see a lot of that operator this stage? How do you see it fitting into the meta?
I think that operator not is not really good. Like I don't know, like bring a teleport up into R6. That's not really realistic. I mean like and like the robot sounds terrible. Like when you hitting
Yes.
like the robot or even like you're sprinting, and the sound is really weird. Like I don't know, I don't like that alps at all.
But you can send Azuki on the roam, and he can get like 3 kills and come back to side.
I
Surely that's
mean,
good for you guys.
like, yeah, it is good. Like, but he just complaining the sound. Like, the sound is not really good for that.
Jackie, like obviously, this is the first time we've seen you in a long time, and I think I speak on behalf of all three of us when I say that we're really happy to have you back on the desk. Happy to see that it's all smiles for the teams. You guys are actually looking quite competitive this stage, and well, we wish you nothing but the best for the remainder. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
You know, I think I really like this team right now. Like the vibes where everyone is like hardworking. You know, like except for Azuki, but yeah. Yeah, but like everyone is like really keeping the good vibes during the competitive. That's what I want like
Yeah.
through a long time ago, but it's really good. Yeah. I hope everyone can support us.
Mate, I mean, after tonight, I think you're going to have a lot more fans. Jackie Wu, thank you very much for joining us. I'd love to keep talking to you, but we're going to let you go. We'll speak
Thanks,
to you
Jackie.
soon.
Thank you. Bye.
I will say this, like
I
straight
missed
off
him.
the bat, there is a lot of similarities between the Australian talent team and Rival. They call it Friendship R6, and there's always one lazy carry on the test. It's just, like, I don't know what else to say. There are a lot of similarities.
No, you are not.
No. You're not Azuki in performance. You're Azuki in the sleep. That's all I'm saying. What a performance from Rival Esports. And guys, I mean, like, that's probably one of the more wholesome interviews I've had in a long time. Jackie Wu seems so happy on that roster.
Yeah, absolutely. The vibes are very much upbeat, and again goes back to just how critically important team dynamic is in Rainbow Six. You can sometimes not be the greatest team strategically or the best team mechanically, but if you're able to be above average in both and then have that extra layer of trust and friendship and a willingness to get along and work together towards a common objective, that can be such a difference maker. And I posed after that game, what's going on for Fury? Is it the matter? Is it something internally? If it's something internally, then that becomes very difficult to fix, and they don't have a lot of time to turn it around. So, yeah, it's going to be super scary for them for the remaining portion of this stage. They should be able to bag points, but that run towards playoffs and a potential spot at Montreal is in the most doubt it has ever been for at least a year or two, for sure.
And Jake, obviously, this completely just shakes up the bottom of the table. Not only do Rival Esports get out of the bottom three, but Fury are really at the at the mercy of a potential knock-knock victory later on today against Direwolves, that would actually see Fury in the bottom 2 in play day 5. What?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I will say this, though. Fury now play knock-knock, and as Seb said it a couple times throughout the broadcast there. So the expectation is that they should win those games. If they don't win those games, it's going to be very, very strange.
It's game over. They lose those. They even lose one of those games, and the team is chalked. Regardless if they make playoffs, they will be no threat in playoffs. I will say that now. They lose both of them. That's an impossibility. That will not happen. And if it does, that team is donezo. They are absolutely done.
So, geez, you're out with all the sayings today.
I love my big calls. This is coming from the guy who was championing Fury at the beginning of the stage. I put them at the top of my power rankings, and I truly did think that Bleed would have more issues than they have, and Fury would be able to capitalize. But it has been the complete opposite of that so far.
Yep, Fury all but dead in the water at the moment, so things are starting to shake up at the top and the bottom of the league. But of course, we were talking about the top of that. Bleed sits atop the mountain, and they're up against NoCap after this.
Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers drop the diffuser. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Defenders have eyes on the attackers.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one's through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Breeder is low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Breeder has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Oh no, no, the team tier list. Oh my god, bro, no.
First is split. You know where that's going. It's in A, S tier.
It's obviously S, the best team in Southeast Asia for the last 2 years in a row.
I'll put them in S because they made like a lot international event.
S, you know. If I put anything below S, I think it's quite bad juju for me.
You know, I'm giving some respect, so put Bleed on the S right now.
Bleed is S tier. I think it has definitely gonna be a really big challenge for us in the Asia League.
Bleed probably S tier and for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna put Bleed on S tier. They're just the top one team in Asia, like, not gonna lie.
Direwolves. Ooh.
I have to put Direwolves in B. They did lose Jogor. I don't think anyone can replace what Jogor was doing for that team last stage.
Direwolves has, I think, had a roster change recently, so I'll put it in A.
And Direwolves, I'll put us at D, which stands for Direwolves.
They do give all the teams a good fight.
Right now, B.
They've had a good run, and I think they're in A tier definitely.
C. I don't feel like they're a big threat when you're fighting against them. They're pretty like predictable for me.
I'm gonna play on D tier. I'm just gonna play on D tier, bro.
Elevate. That is almost as close as Bleed, and they're showing it in games as well. I'll put it in A as well.
Probably top of A. They're a solid third place team and probably contending for like second with Fury.
Elevate is A. I think I'll put them just below Bleed.
So Elevate, I'll give us a D for not qualifying for anything within these 6 months and whatever. Man.
We have to see like they are around like A to S right now.
Really talented roster and amazing players, expecting a good challenge. So definitely A tier.
Elevate, I put them on A. They have a good player like Speak Easy, Ape.
I'm gonna put Elevate on A tier. I think they won the A tier tournament before I made the invitational major. I forgot, but
Fury, as good as Bleed. I'll put it as S. They played international. They have international experience.
So yeah, Fury obviously under Elevate in A as well, but very close. Actually, Fury over Elevate. Sorry, Fury over Elevate for now.
Fury is just right beside Bleed. They're as good as them, I think.
I think for Fury, it'll be same thing as Bleak. Yeah, I would say maybe even one higher.
Fury S. Let's go. No, Fury D tier. I'm kidding. Just put them back to S. Sorry.
Again, one of the better teams in this league. Super talented players. Expecting to just have a really tough time in the play day. So A tier for them.
Fury, I would put them on B. That's my opinion. Please don't clip this and put this on Twitter, Fury. But I think they rely on Grid J too much.
Fury, I'm gonna put Fury on S tier. I think they're like top 2 team in Asia. The reason why is because their playstyle.
Yeah, welcome back. We're underway with the second matchup of the night and arguably the most important match of the night. We get to see how NoCap go up against Bleed. Dev, Dev, welcome to the show. Lovely to have you here on Playday 5. I feel like you've been here for too long in the background. I forgot that we were... Oh, sorry, yes. Welcome. How you feeling, Dev?
Great, yeah, I forgot I was here too. I was, playing some quick match, playing some free-for-all, realizing how terrible I am at this game, and so I may as well just talk about it instead.
Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes we all get lost in the jungle. It's just what happens. Jake, the big matchup now. Oh, I can't even hold it together. It's Bleed and NoCap, and arguably for me, I think that this has been a stage that I was not expecting from NoCap. I felt as though coming into it, I was lacking a little bit in the confidence department, but they've turned up. Is that a more of an indication of where some of the teams are at right now, or do we actually think that this new NoCap I say new, Onigiri on the roster is just looking a little bit more clinical this stage.
I would say it's probably a question better posed for James because he's the biggest NoCap fan out in the world, and he's not shy of that. I don't know how he's even ended up on this broadcast for the NoCap Bleed game because he's so biased. But
that's exactly why I did end up on it. Actually, got myself.
I will
way
say the one result they got last week, which now I think has somehow in retrospect looked even better, is the 7-1 over Rival. After what Rival just went and did to Fury. I know, a week's a long time in Siege, as they say, Rob. But
it is.
I think for I think for NoCap, they've got so much experience. These guys have been around such a long time, and that doesn't just go away so quickly and so easily. And I think maybe when you take into account when they first came back, sure, brush the cobwebs off a little bit, but I think they're back into a position now where they're playing some pretty good Siege fundamentally. Onigiri's back in. He's getting more reps in. He's getting more time inside of the server, which he didn't have for a long period of time. But this, you would imagine, would be the behemoth of a task going up against, a Bleed roster in which they're firing on all cylinders compared to the rest of the competition in Asia League, where everyone's kind of up and down a bit.
That's very true. They are up and down. Xenox, just got to ask you this. Who am I? Beep. Beep.
Hang on, I got this. One more.
Beep.
Goals in 5 years after Esports collapses.
Oh, wow. You are so good. You are. I tell you what, this man, let's remove his name, Xenox. This man is the Oracle. Dev, let's start talking about Bleed, a roster that, for my liking, is well and truly on their way yet again to another international event. And it's just, it's looking clinical at this point. They've really not looked challenged.
It's true to some degree. The match where they were looked the most challenged is ironically the one match that they got a freebie in because they were pushed 3-3 by Hasib Warriors, and they were also on the favoured side of a defensive-sided map as well. In that, it ended up being a forfeit win, so they got the full 7 rounds, and I guess by default, the maximum round difference that you can out of that game. But I want to look at two sides of the coin here, Rob. Obviously, Bleed are doing amazingly. They are undefeated so far. They have got the maximum point out of every game. But let's also have a look at the matches they've played. Their first match was a 7-2 against Knock Knock. Okay, in theory, a bottom 2 team. Second match, they got the forfeit win over Hasib. Then they beat Fury 7-4, and that is by far the biggest victory they've had so far. 7-4 over Fury. However, is that now recontextualized, seeing as Fury is seemingly unable to beat anybody? And now looking at Bleed beating Direwolves last player, it was a 7-0, but it was only against Direwolves. We haven't seen Bleed play Elevate yet. We haven't seen them play NoCap. So for me, today is actually a true tester for Bleed, because if you compare these guys' stage so far to the run that NoCap have had, NoCap have inarguably had a much harder stage so far.
That's a fair point. And Jake, looking like kind of just at the small change that was made, I say small, it's actually quite significant. Peter coming into this roster, one would not have been amiss to kind of look at that and say that he's coming in for the experience, he's coming in for, the knowledge, but he's almost carrying the team even in the kill department. He's just all across the board. Bringing leader in has just made this roster even better.
He's leading from the front. He's leading well. That's, in name is nature for leader. I think he just fits in the team dynamic well, because Bleed as a team, being coached by Julio, actually play a brand of Siege that I think for leader he can actually adapt to and understand, versus if he was to just join a bit more of a randomized Asia lineup, for example. I think that the style of Siege that they play has been able to benefit his inclusion. And if actually anything, the way that leader has been able to play and perform so well this stage is indicative of the fact that Bleed are actually on the right approach in terms of how their Siege functions, and a good reason why they do well internationally and they're competitive internationally, but also a good reason why they're so good locally. Like, they are literally the perfect recipe of what teams in APAC want to be, where they dominate locally but then can go overseas internationally and do well. Everyone else kind of got like half of it, where you can either do well locally but you suck internationally, or somehow maybe do okay internationally but then don't dominate locally. So best of both worlds for Leader and Co.
Yeah, best of both worlds. Just shout out Hannah Montana. Best of both worlds, and we get to see
that is an incredible reference, Rob. You've done well.
Unique,
you're on to. I tell you what, you're on tonight. I've got to give you 5 out of 5 now. after giving you 10 out of 10 before.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty good. Does it get better as it gets lower? That's right. That's how it works, yeah?
I think it does, right?
Yeah,
it's more significant.
Yeah. So, like, you lose a star and you're losing 2 stars if it was 10. Like, that's just how the mad works.
Well, the best things in life are small, Rob.
And free. James Devmarter Stewart.
Well, I'll tell you what, NoCap are not free. They are not free. My boys here, they will not hand out points willy-nilly.
Well, they are. Where's their org?
I mean, they're free from the shackles of an org, yes. But they're not free points.
So they are free then.
Out. Fury found that out. Elevate did get points for free out of these guys. And Rival certainly found out last playday as well. These guys 7-1'd them. Yeah, these guys have looked pretty solid so far. Their opening playday, they beat Fury. It was an overtime, kind of a staple. There's a rivalry between those two teams. And the big 3 points that they got out of Rival last playday is the main thing that we look at when we've seen these guys play so well. Of course, knowing that Rival have now been good enough to take down Fury is nice, but yeah, NoCap really, the question is, can they actually take it to Elevate and Bleed, the top teams in this region, now that Fury has dropped off? And the answer so far has been no. They were pretty much put away in that Elevate game. And yeah, really, we just need to see them have a little bit more time. Onigiri has talked about this a lot in his interviews about how he individually is not where he wants to be. And the team is still learning how to play again, how to get back together and have that chemistry that they worked so hard on for so many years. And I think it will take more time. I don't expect these guys to be going to this major, but I would like to see them show up against Bleed. I just don't want to see, 7-3, 7-4. I think this game could go to overtime, but it really just depends on NoCap. I mean, have they had enough time? It's anyone's guess.
It is. But it does feel as though, I don't really know how I feel about the Elevate loss at the moment. I really think the Elevate are looking just really quite strong and clinical. And I know that the game wasn't the most competitive from NoCap, but there is something to be said that given a little bit more time, obviously, we've still got 2 weeks left of the best of 1 formats and things will start to even out. Now, the big alarming one here for me, Jake, that I thought would be actually quite different is the attack win rate. Only 2% between the two teams, and Bleed have had they've had a pretty good stage so far, so NoCap are keeping up there.
Yeah, I guess you could also take into account the teams in which they've played. NoCap having obviously played against Hasib Warrior, they back on Playday 1, they were able to, take them down pretty comfortably. They demolished Rival, and even if Rival, played well today in that game, 7-1, pretty much a no contest. They've liked their chalet. They played it against Elevate as well in that particular matchup last week too. So, I think the thing with I almost called them Elevate. The thing with NoCap is it's like what James was saying before. Is like they're good, but are they good enough to take down Elevate and Bleed? Have they got that next step in them? And they're not the first team in this Asia League region that have been in this position before, where we've had Direwolves. It used to be Direwolves. Can they beat Fury or Bleed? And then other teams like that. So. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm expecting Bleed to win this and win this comfortably. They got a plus 22 round differential. They've only dropped 6 rounds through the opening 4 playdays. Now, mind you, of course, they did have that weird forfeit with Hasib. I don't want to go too deep into that, but yeah, that's
another 3 rounds they did drop. It's not that
skews. Yeah, that does skew those stats. In theory, they did drop a couple there, but it's not regarded in the stat column. As we go to the kind of head-to-head here, Turd's the one to watch. 0-3 on entry when we got the team cards. It was the first thing that caught my eye. I definitely think for Turd, you have to be talking about his confidence and his mental and the side of that over the last couple of months with everything from the major to EWC, now into this stage, getting dropped, trialing for his spot, all of these things. And it all being very openly spoken about. He's aware of it. Teams, we're all aware of it. And that has to be very tricky to kind of navigate. You have to play well, but you then don't want to overreach and try and play too well. And then that ends up forcing you to, say, lose your entry fights. And then you have poor stats. And then suddenly you have a poor stage. And then you're like, well, I'm going to get dropped again. So I think he's managing the stage quite well mentally as a player. And I think that he's the kind of player that can improve immensely. I'd love to almost just see that mental freedom for a player like Turd, where it's like, hey, you're locked in for the rest of the year. Play your game, because I think there's always that question mark over his head where it's like, am I going to actually be on this team? Do they want me on this team? and that's something that can affect a player mentally. DCH on the other side as well, actually quite apt, very similar score lines, and also struggling on the entry. So 2 to watch in this game.
Certainly.
Yeah, just on the subject of Turd, if I can jump in there. Stat I find is really interesting is 4 out of 5 players from Bleed are in the top 9 players in the league for KOST. 3 of them, Hoven, Leader, and Mentalist, are all in the top 4 alongside Azuki. And then you've got Turdster, who's actually below average in terms of the league itself. He's 22nd, which means he's got a lower KOST than half the players in this league. And that really does come down to losing those entry fights, because if you lose an entry and you're not traded, then immediately that's a round that you're not getting your cust rating for. And yeah, I don't know, I kind of want to agree with you, and usually I would agree, Jake, that I want to see players like locked in for long term so that they have the confidence to really just stick to their guns and work on playing better. But I was kind of won over in that Julio interview we had a little while ago where he said, look, to be honest, we didn't think Turd was putting the work in. We didn't think he was good enough. We told him that. We said we were trialing for his spot. We didn't find anyone better than him, so we told him, all right, you've got it back for now. And I think that in a way that can light a fire underneath players. And I think there's still some time for Turdster to show up. And really these next couple of games are where he will have a chance to do that. I think his last match, he outperformed everyone on that roster playing Rafters. Yeah, he was served it on a silver platter, but he made good on it. And we just need to see more consistent performances like that from Turdster. We'll see his cost rise, we'll see his entry rise. And then there won't be any questions about whether Bleed should make a roster change.
There's definitely 2 ways of going about that conversation as well. You know, like there's the way that we see from Julio where it's a lot more nurtured and kind of calm in that respect. And then there's, you know, telling a player, if you do not perform, you're going to be out. And I feel like the environment that we've seen from Bleed, at least in the interviews, especially from Julio, it feels quite nurturing. You know, they're not putting the pressure on themselves to make the major. They're really here to perform over a long period of time. So I would really like to see what will happen, given we're still well away from playoffs. We're still 3 games away from playoffs. There's still a lot more that can be done. And for the audience at home, if you're wondering why we're still waffling, we're just having a good philosophy time. But we do go into the map bans here. Dev, what map can NoCap take them to and have a chance?
Look, there are not many, I'll be honest. I would have said Chalet, but it's Bleed's insta-ban, so they're going to ban it. Like, it's a BO1. Bleed are going to go to a map that they're extremely confident with. Even though NoCap are really good on Chalet and 7-1 rival on it the other day, Bleed are just simply going to ban it. I do know what map we're going to, so like that's kind of the spoilery bit here. And it's a map that Bleed really, really love. So I think that NoCap actually have their work cut out for them here. Skyscraper is the map of the day, and it's actually Bleed's second favorite map at the moment. And for me, NoCap, their way into this is the fact that they haven't actually played Skyscraper in quite a long time. Last time they played it was Rival in the EWC quals, and I'm not sure if there's even a VOD of that. So they've had a long time to work on this in behind the scenes to try and prep for it. And on the flip side of that, Bleed actually did play this at the EWC against the W7M roster and lost at 7-1. So I've no doubt that Bleed have been working on this since then and know exactly what to fix from that W7M game, but at least NoCap do have a more recent VOD to look at.
All right, well, we've been talking for a little while. We want to give your poor ears a rest at home. So we're going to go to a short break, but you won't want to go anywhere. On the other side, NoCap get a shot at the champs.
Well, thanks for waiting, guys. We're back into the game. Or were we ever really here before? Jake is here.
Well,
Jake.
You can't say back into the game if we never were in the game, James.
I guess we're just all approaching the game.
You can just say the game has started, everyone.
The game has started, everyone.
Well, sorry,
Jake, are
it's
you
starting.
ready for NoCap versus Bleed?
Honestly, I don't think so. I feel like we could maybe just take another like 10, 15 minutes, get some hypothetical kind of conversations with Rob going.
Yeah.
Talk about the universe, why we're here, where we're going.
Yeah. Have you ever wondered why we're here?
I know exactly why we're here, James. We're
Why is
put
that?
on this earth to cast Rainbow Six Siege.
That's what I've been telling myself for the last 8 years, man.
If you think about it, 13.8 billion years ago, we had the singularity explode, the Big Bang, right? Everything from that moment to now has led us to this point. NoCap versus Bleed, you and I.
And it's all predetermined. Like, there was nothing else that could have... There was no other path. This was the golden path. And we've just been locked in, like on the railroad. From the moment we were born, from the moment the concept of us was even conceived, Xenox, this was where we were always going to end up, right here.
I'm feeling like there's something happening here. Is this the beginning of the Jake and James show?
Attackers need to locate and
I don't think guys would be too
J and
happy
J.
about that.
All right.
JJ show, yeah. I think we could make something work.
Let's get into this
I'll get
one.
my people to talk to your people.
Let's get into this one, James, shall we? No need to get people involved outside of NoCap and Bleed. They're the 10 people that matter the most right now. Ends up being a pretty big game after the loss for Fury earlier against Rival. A win for NoCap would mathematically put them ahead of Fury. And it would actually lock out the top 3 mathematically, as I've already kind of said it.
Yeah. Yeah, look, if NoCap win this, then they are a serious shot for contending top 2. And it would certainly change the conversation around them from being a team that's in that formation stages, reformation stages, to seriously having a shot at winning that spot at the major. At the moment, Bleed, though, undefeated, and for good reason. They've looked in tip-top form. And even at their recent international outbursts, they've had some pretty solid performances. The one that really sticks in my mind is beating FaZe at EWC, beating Wolves at EWC, even back in Manchester. They had a pretty solid performance, even though a lot of those matches were against APAC teams. Somewhat domestic in that way. Leader on the defense now. It's up to NoCap to try and clear the map, and it looks like they're going to go for a exhibition officer cross. Onigiri first one in the building. And of course, the dreaded Montaigne has slipped through that ban phase. Bleed got rid of the blitz, but we know how good this Monty is. And Turd's immediately seen that. We've talked so much about Turd and how he needs to have more of an impact on these entries. Too many rounds we see him go down without a fight.
Yeah, maybe it's the license as well. We're not privy to that information. Every chance in which, you know, he gets told you can be a little bit more aggressive on those entries and first contact on defense. Deimos, of course, in the picture, along with the Logic Bomb and the Jackal. I mean, it's a lot of impressive gadget utility towards Bleed from NoCap. Onigiri and the DMR as well. James, he's always got that license. He's always deadly with it. And, you know, coupled with playing behind Scatman on the Montang, it's certainly a deadly looking attack for NoCap, and the Montang on Skyscraper helping facilitate a lot of this map control that they've been able to acquire.
They've got to deal with these choke points. They've done so reasonably well. The Vulcans, eventually the fire will elapse. Here comes Dokkaebi Call, and plenty of info here from Scatman. No breach onto the site yet, but it looks like this is the mini execute to try and take Geisha control. Big from Mr. Punch. What a stage he's had so far. Almost finding another one. There's the head. Turd over peeking. Reveals his position and opens up the gates for NoCap to start erupting onto the site. There's a bit of a fight from Reeks, but against 4 players, nothing he'll find. Mr. Punch gets his 3. Phenomenal opening round from NoCap.
Yeah, I think that's the best way that you could phrase it, James. I don't really need to double down on it. It's pretty plain to see, especially on Skyscraper, an attacking round like that from NoCap. Really good entry towards Geisha, good pinch as well after clearing out the mezzanine. And to be fair, Lead is the kind of player that I don't expect to kind of fall and die like that in that position, especially just someone flanking Geisha like that. And he seemingly quite unaware. We actually highlighted him, of course, in the desk segment where he's been having such a great stage with this roster. Turd, you mentioned the peak. It was also just an insane shot as well. That's a really good way to open up the account for NoCap against Bleed, and we kind of put our serious pants on now and say, well, if they're going to play like that, they're every chance in being able to sort of dethrone Bleed. If we can see more of those rounds, that's going to be the kind of question, though. Can you play that well just about every round? Because even 10, 15, 20% off of that, and there's probably more avenues in which Bleed could probably take that round, even if it's as dominant as it was, especially for Mr. Punch. So, really good start for NoCap. Is it a one and done, though? We don't want to get too overexcited just yet, but good signs. They'll play the Montang again, and I imagine we'll probably see a very similar looking lineup throughout the majority of these sites, the majority of these rounds. The Doc would be the Montang, the Deimos, playing around that shield. And that might be the avenue for NoCap taking down Bleed.
It'll really be on Bleed to make adaptations as this game goes on. The Monty is such a good way to deal with the map like Skyscraper, where there's so many choke points, and it can be really hard to make your way forward. Really liked what we saw last round from NoCap. Solid entry, and here we go. Very early pick. Onigiri going down. Bleed are the best team in the league at finding those opening picks. NoCap the second worst. And Onigiri has unfortunately been a big part of that. He can be very hot and cold on this entry.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably going to be the storyline in this match for NoCap is consistency. Are you going to be consistent in this match? First round was just absolutely incredible. But then you lose Onigiri straight away. No logic bombs, no Dokkaebi. Suddenly you're a little bit more limited. You don't have the DMR. You lose a bit of soft breach potential playing behind the Montang. Already a little bit low on health as well. Half to be exact inside a T. Mentalist will reinforce off makeup, keeping drum control. I like this as well from Turd. Aggressive, play close with the shotgun. If anyone pushes close, you're going to be in a good position. Otherwise, you can play the longer angles as well. Perk up. I don't actually know if his position is known.
Okay,
Reach just finds a freebie on to DCH. Nitrocell over the top of the Montang will do the job. Scatman was already half health, so didn't need to do the full fledging damage, and this round is essentially over and somewhat emulating the opening round, but now in the side of Bleed.
Yeah, no, well played from Bleed. Reaps was unattended. NoCap lacked that entry player to go in since they lost Onigiri at the start. Nice little spray through the wall for Mentalist to close up the round. It didn't really change much compared to the first round, just a loose roam, finding that opening pick so impactful. I really like that Lesion pick as well from Bleed. It was that really whittled away at the health from that Montaigne, and Scatman in the end died to that C4 like you said because he was low on HP. And Reaps not only finding that opening pick earlier, I believe it was onto Onigiri on a window, but also staying hidden inside Drum, meant he found another NoCap. Not quite careful enough. They didn't do their due diligence to clear his position, and they lost 2 players because of it.
I mean, it's great signs for Bleed, though, because it takes confidence to play the way they did in that round. Very easy office exhibition, fall back kind of defense, any kind of contact. You kind of just Rio off, Drum, and then you kind of go back and play sight. But they'll hold that position. They'll deny Mez as long as possible, and they'll take the fights. And that's what we saw from Reaps, who has a very good round there. 3 kills for him. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of why the opening round, as great as it was from NoCap, James, I'm not sitting there like, oh my god, this is the beginning of something very special. I mean, I think as great as Bleed are and as ruthless as they are, 1, NoCap are good. They can certainly win their fair share of rounds. But 2, they can sometimes also be prone to quite some silly rounds that go against the overall picture. And while it is just round 1, Bleed is the kind of team that could drop that 1 round and then win the next 7. And I wouldn't be surprised. They can lock in so well, and they can recover so well.
A large part of that will be how they deal with these shields. We've seen how good shields are this stage. Team Secret in Europe just beat G2 and BDS by unashamedly crutching on those shields. I mean, even
G who?
tweeted about it. Yeah, mate. G2 Esports, you might have heard of them.
Oh, G2 Esports. Okay,
That's
yeah,
it.
sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Usus was very unhappy about it. A lot of salt going around on Twitter. It was quite entertaining. But I like that what we're seeing from Bleed is immediately some kind of a response. If the shields keep coming out, we got chip damage. We got Goyo, Smoke, and Legion, all of which do chip damage. Also got the Frost in case NoCap aren't droning very well. We do, though, actually see no shield this time. I'm a little bit disappointed. I think the Monty is a good pick, and I would have liked to continue seeing it, but perhaps they're just ahead of the curve, knowing that Bleed are going to be ready for it. NoCap need to make sure that they have this map clear so they can, with ample time, take control of these positions where the Vulcan fire will delay them. Like Shrine, like Dragon.
Hoven expecting some kind of entry here, and indeed he will be right. Easy kill onto DCH. I think that was almost a little bit too obvious for NoCap in terms of their entry point. It's Scatman to follow immediately afterwards, hoping to maybe time Hoven on a bit of a rotate off this position. He doesn't. He stays. He might get himself a third. Indeed he will on a Giri. Yeah, some somewhat rookie mistakes from NoCap in that particular round punished, and yeah, Bleed certainly formidable in the 2 rounds after that opening round. This is the Bleed that we expect.
Very much is. And the Hoven that we expect, very much looking like the best player in this league right now. He's technically slightly behind Azuki in terms of his EPS, but he's ahead on cost, he's ahead on entry, and he's just coming to his peak form. Bleed is full of star fraggers, but it's great to see Hoven really finding his moment to be that defining player. Big round from him. For me, what was lacking there from NoCap was exactly what we saw from them in the first round. The push from Exhibition. Everyone just died trying to push from below. I mean, it's nice to have that little ingredient of verticality from below with that Deimos or with the Buck, but that alone with the Geisha push is not going to win you rounds. Not against a team like Bleed. You need to have some form of Exhibition control or some form of lurk if you're not actually going to hard clear. Skyscraper is such a difficult map to attack. You really need to make sure that you've got some crafty ideas up your sleeve. I thought the Monty was that answer, Jake. But NoCap switched off it very quickly. They're going to go immediately back again.
5 seconds left. Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just a case of, I don't want to say site dependent, but more so round dependent on just the vibes and the feeling that they're kind of getting from what Bleed's bringing, and just the thought process of how they want to kind of play the round. Because sometimes you can have the same site, but you want to play it very differently in terms of if you want to get the faster pace or you want to kind of slow it down. How is Bleed playing? When they're playing these angles, they're holding them, they're very, passive, so you want that Montang. If Bleed are running around and they're getting a lot of map control, then maybe the Montang might not be quite as viable. It also might just be, honestly, I hate to say the word, but a crutch. And sometimes when you have that crutch and you feel like you have to have the Montang, you almost don't want to select it because then you feel like it's like a mental thing where it's like, oh man, we can't win without the Monty. It feels bad. So,
I mean, I don't think Secret are thinking that when they just beat 2 of the best teams in the EU.
Well, I'm talking about NoCap right now.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
talking
I
about
mean,
Secret.
it's important to remember about playing the meta.
This is not the EUL. I'm not Pengu.
I'm very aware. But you do have to play the meta. And anyone that is not playing the meta operator just because of their ego, they don't want to be a crutch, then it's just silly. You just got to play what's before you. The best teams in the league will take advantage of the current meta. And especially on a map like Skyscraper, which is incredibly challenging to attack, the shield is perfect here. I'm actually surprised we don't see more picks of Osa, especially on this side. Very powerful as another shield operator. Scatman is looking here for a bit of a plan, but he needs to be careful because Mentalist is just hiding around this corner.
Well, we do sometimes see the Osa, but the shields sometimes are placed up above, getting hallway controlled here in Karaoke, just keeping that vert under lock and key, and then eventually playing down bottom of Black Stairs. DCH, intriguing position in towards Kitchen here. Trying to just play off of that hatch. BPC wasn't being watched, does destroy it. And Scatman on 4 HP, going for a very lively plant. And there's the flank coming in from Pantry for Reaps. Bleed still has so much map control. NoCap go direct, but they do get the plant down, James.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a challenging post plan here for NoCap. Bleed have every chance of making this retake happen. Very big rotation here from Reaps, but he's going to be spotted there. Careful ADSing here, Scatman. It will be taken down, low HP. Big flank from Hoven. Best player on the team, best player in the league, maybe. He's just come up big with a huge flank and won the round for Bleed.
Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Yeah, I think right there, that post-plant retake is exactly why you kind of need to clear out. And the issue with that particular site and Skyscraper as an attacking team is that defense just never falls back to that site. You can't, you can't just get squeezed into the site and then you play around it, you play above it. And NoCap in the end just kind of hit site too direct, too quick, hoping to play off the Montang. And it's like, well, I've got the Montang. He can just go plant in the corner. No one's going to be able to stop him. And yeah, no one stops him. But then what? You haven't got vert. You're getting cleared horizontally. DCH in that position, and it's great replay because it's highlighting the fact that there's pressure above and then there's also still pressure horizontally. He can't cover both angles. Same with Mr. Punch. He knows there's pressure from what we saw, the shots and the rotate from Reaps. Reaps, lovely rotate to even go outside then back in to get into that position, providing a secondary avenue. And again, it's just control that Bleed have all around the map of the area. NoCap can't just be sufficient with getting the plant down.
Yeah, I think it was a really nice idea. Just a couple of points of failure there, and Bleed know exactly how to play that. I'd like to know exactly how the Monty got taken down to about 8 HP so early. I assume it was
it's like 4 or something,
Bleed.
yeah.
Yeah, I assume it was the Bleed player up above in Karaoke or Geisha entryway with Vert looking down onto site. I think maybe the Monty unshielded for a moment as he went to plant and was taken very low. If that had been a full HP Monty, it would have been a very different case because Scatman would have had a lot more options on how he played that position. Also, DCH dying on his flank. I mean, it was such a nice position, but he was in a crossfire and he just got flanked. Losing top floor control was in the end what lost it for them, and even the Osa would have come in handy, as you mentioned. Still a chance for NoCap to come away happy in this half, though. Knowing how defender-sided Skyscraper can be means that realistically gunning for a second round, or ideally a third. I mean, if this ends up a 3-3 half, I would still say NoCap have been extremely happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I agree. Nitrocell, bit of damage. Not a lot, actually. I thought that was going to do a little bit more to DCH.
This is a smart Nitro.
The other thing as well...
Reaps is so ballsy here. Like, he should realistically die. There's no way he should get out alive.
He has been playing this position quite a bit throughout this first half, and yeah, has pushed all the way in towards that Geisha side. Now we'll rotate back. Could reinforce off, and Deep Mentalist will. We have seen Bleed do that a couple of times in this half. To some effect, though, especially in the second round. Which actually, speaking of that, that second round is the only round in which Bleed have got the opening kill, James. So for all intents and purposes, it's 1-3, but NoCap have had chances. 3 out of 4 rounds, they've had the opening kills. They've had the early starts. They just haven't been able to capitalize, and that's probably been their issue, is the late round execution. That's a free... What, Onigiri, you should know this.
Yeah, that is not great. DCH has gone down too. Reap should not be allowed to do everything he's done in this position. Scatman wants to march on forward. Onigiri taken low because, like you said, he was just seemingly completely unaware. Reap should win this fight. The Monty has to get aggressive now.
Where's the help
Reap's doing such a good job of it. Onigiri comes through. Mentalist there. A trade for Scatman. NoCap happy with that trade. Still, even numbers.
Yeah, well, they keep the Montang, right? If they had lost the Monty there, I don't think they would have been happy, even in a 3v3. Leader, I mean, gets a free kill because default's still up in lobby, and Mr. Punch too late to deal with it. Scatman also just got taken very low. I don't know how. Eventually dead. Hover with a double to close it out. Honestly, well worked round from Bleed, but so many question marks, I think, from NoCap in that round. As good as they've kind of been in large parts of this game, James, that was the round in which NoCap just kind of fumbled the bag a little bit. I mean, Onigiri on the other side of the mezzanine just kind of looking ahead in towards Dragon, and it's just like, I don't know what the team comms are like in that situation, but your Montang is literally fighting someone at drum, and it's like you're just seemingly unaware. So that to me is a communication issue, but also just the awareness is off.
Yeah, of course, Onigiri losing a lot of HP there. Big red flag. Other thing I would have liked to see from NoCap is breaching this wall right here. Right there next to where we saw those two players die. Thing is, it was the Bandit who was juggling it. Now, A, you could try and use your EMPs or some other util. in tandem with your ace to try and get that off, and then while the
they brought
bandit
the
is
Kali.
juggling, you go in for a kill. Yeah, you got the Kali. The bandit would continue juggling that, so the only way to be a sure, definitive confirmation that you'd get that wall open is by using Maverick, which we could have seen. But no, I mean, I'm just a little bit disappointed that NoCap.
10 seconds to insertion.
This map is so full of choke points. You have to do what you can to mitigate the number of choke points. Monty is great, but Monty can make eye contact with someone in close range. It doesn't kill that player. It doesn't clear that position, and that's exactly what we saw happen in that round from NoCap. Because they didn't open more avenues and crossfires into Drum, they just had to send it and trade out down to a 3v3. And from that point, you're still in a disadvantage because this map is very defender-sided. Now, if NoCap loses this round, I mean, the difference between a 4-2 and a 5-1 is astronomical. If this is a 5-1, I don't think NoCap can come through on defense. Even if they do have a really solid defense, I just expect Bleed will be able to manage to get 2 on their side. How good they are at the moment. That is unfortunate from Onigiri. A little bit of a tunnel vision. I mean, if a drone came through and spotted that goo mine but didn't spot the frost mat, there is some serious miscommunications or lazy droning happening here.
Deploying Selma.
What's the, is it Poke no Lados? With the
Why don't we have
kill.
both? I mean, in theory, if he had... I'm not sure if you can still do it, but back in the day, you could... If you landed a goo mine after being frostmatted, like at the same time, you actually just outright die because the goo mine will kill you, finish you off. Don't know if they can still do that. Maybe you can. I like this time delay. I mean, it's just such a good setup from Bleed. Like, this Smoke and Goyo is just delaying all time. They know that if this comes down to a 3v3 with 20 seconds left and their players on site, they're going to win. And so that's their entire strat, to enable that.
They've owned this part of the map. Absolutely. Regardless of the site, whether it's Theorem Karaoke, whether it's Office Exhibition, I mean, heck, even if it's like Kitchen Barbecue, but they've absolutely dominated Drum. NoCap have just not been able to overtake this position, and they haven't even been able to just force them back, even without kill. Ooh, little prone position on Akiri. Okay, another opening kill. Not for the first time in this half. It's been somewhat of a strength for NoCap, and at the end of the day, with 60 seconds left, James, a second attacking round win for NoCap would certainly keep this match lively, and a double down from Onigiri. A triple! He's gone and got 3, 4 HP, a 5v2, and NoCap on the verge of a second attacking round.
Going for the plant. They don't need lots of info on these players. Leader doesn't have info on that plant spot. Now the Monty is not present in this round, but you got 3 full HP players, and on fire Onigiri. He's got to pull out a goo mine. Scatman there, right between the eyes onto Hoven, all up to Leader. His C4 missed, and now he's got to make do with the SMG-11. The trade comes through from Mr. Punch. Finally, we see a reply. That game was that half was a Bleed sandwich. NoCap in the first and last rounds of the half, and Bleed to take the 4 in between.
Yeah, absolutely. But out of the 6 rounds, it was NoCap who got 4 opening kill engagements. I mean, that to me says that they were in a lot of those games, a lot of those rounds, I should say, but couldn't probably capitalize the way they would have liked on, especially those more primary sites like Office Exhibition and Tea Room Karaoke. But they started so well and finished so well. And it gives hope now for the second half. The fact that Onigiri, though, from that moment then goes on and just absolutely dominates over towards the mezzanine, I think really highlights what he can do for this roster and what he is capable of. He was 1-4, James, you know, at one point, and now he's 4-4. So it really goes to highlight that, you know, he's also the kind of player that is so experienced that he's not going to just mentally check out because he's had a bad couple of rounds. When his moment arrives, he will stand up. In that case, he was prone, but he will stand up, metaphorically.
Yeah, Onigiri is an extremely hardworking and determined player, and it was great that we got to hear from him after the rival game that they won 7-1 on Chalet, which was the day after they lost Chalet to Elevate 7-4. And Onigiri was pretty honest with us, which is lovely, by the way. He said, look, I took full responsibility for losing that Elevate game. We had a big meeting afterwards. We said, well, the reason we're losing is because we're not getting boots in the building. We're too slow. We're too afraid. And so I said, okay, guys, that's on me. It's up to me to enter this building, to get inside, and to start finding opening kills, to start taking map control. And yeah, every now and then we see him jump into a frost mat, or in that rival game every now and then he did something a little bit silly, jump into a room without droning, and he would be a free death on the opening. NoCap have struggled over the course of the season on opening kills as a result, but in this game, like you pointed out, they're actually winning them against the team that's the best in the league at opening kills. So even though it looked very dismal there for the middle 4 rounds of that half, NoCap are actually in a pretty happy position. Uh-oh.
You certainly don't look to discredit Bleed, though. It's not as if they're impervious to finding attacking rounds. On the gearing towards Geisha, pivotal point. I think also the most pivotal point is going to be this drum play. You know, Bleed was so good at it. NoCap had to find other avenues to success. Eventually they did. You know, I'm curious if Bleed are going to be just as proficient, you know, taking positions like drum in this attacking half, which would open up these sites.
I like this flank watch position from Turd. He's just playing off sound cue. Doesn't need a drone. Oh no, but he's going to move first. Oh, he's a dead man, surely.
Oh, good
Never
check.
mind. Good shot as well. 3 kills for Bleed. And the round is pretty much done now for NoCap. DCH and Mark have to be exceptional here, but it's not likely to work out. Plenty of time for Bleed to just slowly but surely mop up the pieces. It's going to be flawless, unless if DCH can find a few exits. There's one, but not the second. Very convincing attack there for Bleed.
Yeah, the clear there at stairs for Turd doesn't seem too amazing or anything special, but at one moment you're kind of like, oh, is he going to, like, you know, not check this properly? And you can see the way he kind of brings his crosshair down, which is really the right way you want to do it, because then you're going to hit the head. You know, if he clears kind of the bottom of the stairs first, James, and he's then bringing his crosshair up, firstly, you could have someone holding the higher angle, but then secondly, you're not going to hit the headshot unless you flick really high up. So he's cleared that absolutely perfectly. Precise gameplay from Turd, really good understanding the fact that, you know, he's kind of hid there, played off, he's trying to wait for sound info, doesn't really get it, but he still respects the fact could still be someone on that stairwell position. And immediately after NoCap closed out that first half in a really good fashion to find a, you know, rare second attack win, they then immediately give up an attack round win to Bleed. And I think that almost offsets any kind of advantage they had closing out the first half immediately to begin the second. So a really disappointing way for them to kick things off. And, well, we're also seeing, again, this kind of trend that between both teams now, of course, only the 1 round for Bleed, but attack has been very prominent at getting these opening kills.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a funny little trend, isn't it?
5 of 7 rounds.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Bleed already looking very solid. It's funny how quickly things can change, because if you go 4-2 on your defense, that's like, oh, not too bad for the other side. But then as soon as you show, oh, actually, we have pretty solid attacks on this, it completely changes the conversation. This could be anywhere between a 7-2 or an overtime. And that's the nature of having defender-sided matches, having defender-sided maps, and teams like Bleed, who continue to surprise you. On this attack, looks like first step is checking what's going on downstairs. I like that little Zephyr charge there to take down that battery on the VIP wall. And guess who's back? Back again, Hoven on the Monty. Looking to expedite this roam clear a little bit down below. But I see a lot of these NoCap players repositioning as well, looking to extend out this map control. However, it appears to be that Bleed are not looking for a map clear, but something far more direct.
It was a couple of rounds back, James, opening half. You kind of touched on what Bleed were maybe bringing to counter the Montang. Well, what's NoCap got? They don't have much.
Very little.
Maybe some nitro cells, and that's really about it. So clearly not anticipating the Montang for this round, or at least not putting, you know, stock into it. More concerned with keeping, I guess, the reinforcement on office wall with the bandit shockwave batteries, mute jammers, castle barricade. It's a very kind of bunkered down sort of setup that they've got, but I think this is going to get opened up anyway, and then the Montang can just play off of this breach. So there's a lot of pressure right now on the defense of NoCap in this round. Bleed are really working through this checklist nicely.
Yep. The thing that's surprising to me is we could have seen more C4s, but instead they brought a lot of these bulletproof cameras, which have been well spotted out. By the way, Reaps has been unreal today He might not be fragging out like crazy, but he's had so many impact plays in terms of his positioning and the utility he's brought to the table. He was on IQ last round, spotting out a lot of really valuable gadgets. Now he's on this buck. On defense, he was extremely valuable in the tough positions he was playing as well. The Bleed are bleeding time slowly and surely. Hoven's gone and got that diffuser back, and it appears to be the Bleed are going to go for an extremely direct take. And that means there will be very few points of failure.
Well, straight in for Hoven on the Montaigne,
C4
get into the corner.
this.
Yeah, the
Never
C4 is
mind.
going to be the win con, but Mr. Punch
dead.
loses his life, and can anyone get into position? Little ankle spotted there, and Hoven does lose a bit of damage. Onigiri gets him off the plant. Still 20 seconds, though. They've got both cross angles covered for the Montaigne, and so there was no panic from Hoven. Bleed had everything covered. So for NoCap in that situation, their entire focus is on the Montaigne because that's their win con. But then it meant Bleed are just in all these perfect positions for everything else in and around site. They played that perfectly.
I love seeing the ideas that Bleed bring to the table. Everyone goes for map clears. Why? We have Monty. We can just walk into the breach and plant near the hatch. We've got control down below. It means that we're going to have plenty of time because all we have to do is clear downstairs and take out the key utility on site. It would have been a very different conversation if Bleed were running the Goyo or the Smoke, but they weren't. They had one C4. It was on the Bandit. He died first. Now, Onigiri was lucky to even have gotten close to denying that plant by shooting underneath the shield. But a Smoke would have outright won that round there for NoCap. I mean, this was a telling moment. If he actually gets it down there, very different conversation. Unfortunate thing about running that SMG-11, it's hard to do enough damage to the foot of a Montaigne in one magazine before he gets off. So,
I don't know. I might disagree with you, James. Because I think at that point in time, if he does get the down on the Montaigne, Bleed is still set up in positions anyway that then they eventually got those kills. Admittedly, though, Onigiri
the reason
probably
they got those kills is because the plant
well,
was
they got the
surrounded, so that NoCap had to
Onigiri
run
kill,
out.
yes. The rest, I still think they would have been in a position to close. And there was also still 20 seconds on the clock because actually one thing that Bleed did well in that round was the time management. I think at one point you said the time was kind of bleeding out, which I loved that little play on words, but when Hoven actually sent it in towards the bomb chassis, there's still like 20 seconds. A lot of other teams at that point, with that kind of round, go in with 10, 15 seconds. And then, yeah, that completely changes it. So I think they still would have had enough time to salvage it, but it's a kind of moot point. We'll never really know.
The funny thing is how much having Goyo and Smoke in completely changes what that timer means. Because if there's 30 seconds left, or 50 seconds left, you have Goyo and Smoke, that is not much time. If you have 50 seconds left, there's no Goyo, no Smoke, and one C4, that's all the time in the world. And that's the difference between these two teams. Because Bleed would happily only waste 2 minutes on their own, and then fall back to site, and you've got Goyos, you've got Smoke. And they would win a lot of those rounds because of it. NoCap on the flip side, I think that they've struggled to read into the best way to play against Bleed here.
It's a really disappointing scoreline when you consider the positives from this match for NoCap, the opening round and 6th round as well of the first half. They got a couple of really good starts to rounds with the opening kills. They've had good moments, James, but the overall match has been quite one-sided. So, yeah, 2-6 at this point. You're still defense, Skyscraper. Can't forget that. Can you just find a way to get a couple of rounds under your belt, get some momentum? Bleed just looks so in control in and around the map. And again, that attacking open and kill trend has continued. 6 of 8 rounds. So the expectation here again for Bleed is that they will find an opening pick, and then that makes it so difficult for the defense.
That's why I want to see patience here from NoCap. Bleed have done a lot of standing around trying to prompt players into moving into their position. Now Turds is doing that here with Deimos. But if this time keeps bleeding away, there is a chance that NoCap can conjure up the round. Again, no Smoke, no Goyo, so no late round area denial. Very little late round plant denial, just the one C4 again. This is where Bleed need to change their pace. Reaps gets aggressive. Mr. Punch takes him down. But Hoven won't go down without a fight. Bleed somehow come out ahead with the numbers advantage. Mentalist for a double. The bomb site still is downstairs. Bleed have the top floor control. And with information from the Deimos, Onigiri is about to be in a world of hurt. 25 seconds to play.
Yeah, not exactly a lot of time. Mark has to start pushing out here, see if he can get some information, but he doesn't see anything in the hallway. Expects them to maybe be pantry delivery side, goes for the rotate. Again, doesn't spot much, and this is infuriating as the defense when they're just refusing to push in. At that point, NoCap is like, guys, there's 10 seconds left, and I can't find anyone because Bleed is so patient. Incredibly well played from Bleed, and total domination and control of this matchup. 7-2 scoreline, very apt and very deserved. Outside of a couple of moments for NoCap, they were never really in this game. Bleed, controlling Drum and Mezzanine for the first half. Arguably up, 4-1. NoCap then get a very nice end to the first half, but Bleed 3 in a row on the attack. Incredibly dominant, Rob, as Bleed flex their muscles and confirm their spot as the best team once again, as always, number one. No denying that.
No, and now there's absolutely no denying that. With Furious fall off, I mean, the conversation has just completely flipped from a league that is competitive to a league that has a top one and the rest of the league. And I will say there's an asterisk next to Elevate at the moment, because who knows what they'll be able to do. They're looking pretty good, but this Bleed is just... It's clinical, Dev. That's the best word to use for Bleed. The last 2 play days, they have been... Well, actually, let me just double check. I want to make sure I'm not talking about the Hasib Warriors game. Okay. This play day and last play day, they have definitely been, without a doubt, clinical across the board.
Yeah, and honestly, you could say the same for the Fury match as well, which is the game that they played
too.
before. Yeah, so they played this one today, 7-2. They played Direwolves 7-0.
Yep.
And of course, they beat Fury 7-4, and that one was very convincing. I think that Bleed just have so much patience. They know these maps so well. They are very well trained on all of these maps. They clearly have multiple defenses, multiple attacks, and they're extremely adaptable.
Yep.
I really like the way that they interpreted Skyscraper. Like, they know how to play these defenses down to a T. They know how to drain out time. They know how to fall back to site. They know how to play around the architecture to their benefit. And also on attack, they don't mind getting creative and say, look, we don't want to push into whole map clears. We like roam clearing. Yeah, we like entering the building. But we could just go for an attack where we only have 1 or 2 players enter downstairs to clear out utility, and then everyone is outside the building except for a Montaigne. How about that? It worked. And it's because they're just so damn good at their roles. They know how to play their win conditions to perfection.
A little bit diff, that's for sure. At the end of the day, Xenox, I mean, these are the performances that really start to solidify domination in an entire region. This starts to really put into perspective what this team is made of. But also, I kind of feel like the mentality just seems so relaxed, which... Like, there's nothing more scary than a calm psychopath. And that's what I get from Bleed. I get this sense of, like, we will absolutely dominate you in the server, and we will do it under the poise of just pure calm and energy that we just don't get anywhere else.
Yeah, I think what is... the reason why they can do that is because all 5 players can have their night, and all 5 players can have impact, and typically, for the most part, all 5 players do it roughly together. And yeah, sure, one night you might see Hoven go and get double digits, or the other night it might be Reefs, but you look at tonight, everyone goes positive.
Yeah.
Everyone, is able to lend a hand. Like, we highlighted Leader before the game. Great stats, amazing entries. He goes 0-2 on the entry tonight, but guess what? Others stood up. Reeps goes 3-2. Turd goes 1-0, so they go positive there. And that was especially considering in the first half that they kind of struggled in that department. But then there was other ways they were able to win out. The late round situation, they were just clearing away better. Their structure just couldn't be budged and moved at all by NoCap. So really clinical performance, and it's always quite telling when a team is just that dominant without probably being flashy, Rob. And that's what Bleed are like.
Well, that is for damn sure, and they're really starting to cement themselves at the very top. There's no doubt about it. I was just about to welcome in Turd, and he has disappeared on me, unfortunately. It's really a shame, because I had this long-winded intro about how it's the weirdest name that I've heard of since Dick Stacey. Saying Turd on a broadcast it feels like just low-hanging fruit. But Dev, like, kind of touching on Turd until we get him back ready for the interview, he has really kind of turned up the last 2 play days. And look, today you can have a look at the performance of the entire team and go, well, it's kind of hard not to. Maybe it's even the same for the week prior, but there was a lot of talking points about him. There were a lot of comments about, is he at this level? Is he able to keep up? He's shown up when it mattered.
Yeah, he didn't get an opening death today, which is nice. And he was just playing his role really well. We didn't actually get to see a lot from him. It was mostly the Reaps and Hoven show today, but still, he knows how to play his role. And it goes back to that round that I remember him playing on the Deimos on the attack, where he was watching a flank in such a passive position, but still fulfilling exactly what his team needed him to do. And when he did end up aggressing, he was careful on the angle and he landed his one. And that's really all you can ask for from a player like him. I don't want him to be going and running in the building and getting 5 kills every round. I kind of don't really care about whether he's doing that or not. I would rather a player that is consistent and fulfilling their role to be part of the team, rather than a player that is raking up massive numbers on the scoreboard.
Well, it is time to welcome in Turd for the very first time. I actually think this might be the first time that I've spoken to you this stage, definitely this stage, and we might have only spoken once before. Turd, welcome back. How are you feeling? This was a game that was... it was nearly over from the beginning. You guys looked very sharp.
Yeah, pretty anticlimactic. I thought it would go like 7-3, 7-4, maybe even OT, but yeah, made quick work at him, and I'm a little bit bored now, to be honest.
Oh, Turd, ever humble. Look, firstly, congratulations on the win. I thought it was an incredible performance as a team. All 5 players, everyone looked like they understood their roles. Is that kind of like, I guess, for this particular stage, the idea of just everyone kind of solidifying their roles with leader here, understanding what you guys want to be doing moving forward, going into the major, if you qualify, etc. Is it just all about we're going to, improve on what we do individually in our roles for the roster?
Yeah, I think with the addition of leader, it makes everyone like to win their roles and gives everyone like a lot more freedom to do what they want, to change roles when they want to, and just play more free, I guess, which makes everyone more comfortable, and everyone's performance goes up because we're all comfortable. So yeah, it's very nice leader around. Everyone's very flexible at the moment. So yeah.
Look, Ted, I know you love to play the villain, so I don't know if you're going to have a chance to with this question, but try your best. What do you think about shields in their current state, about how your team might be using them, about how you play against them as well?
Mostly like bad players crutch on shields to get wins, like really bad players. But at the same time, like if everyone's crutching on shields to get wins, and you can only ban one shield, then we also have to be spamming shields too, It's just how the game is right now. I think it's quite boring. I don't really like the shield meta, to be honest, but if everyone's using it and it's that strong, then we have to like adopt it into our play as well. So we're like well versed in shields as well.
Just a little bit on you, since we've got you here. Obviously, it's been a bit of a turbulent time over the last few months, as everyone knows, in terms of like your position on the roster, retrialing, etc. What's your focus individually now, I guess, for this stage, then into the major? Have you kind of changed anything internally for yourself moving forward?
I think like from after Manchester to like EWC to now, just about like being more of a team player, expanding my operator pool, and just being like more useful for the team, and giving more like impact, even when I'm not shooting, especially like expanding the operator pool. I think it's a big one for me, like being able to play more ops, be more flexible. So yeah, it's kind of what I'm focusing.
Only Xenox could take that advice. That'd help us all out here on the desk. But look, we'll keep it short. Obviously, Bleeder looking absolutely phenomenal right now. This is, I think, without looking at the stats too deeply, this would be the most dominant stage we've had out of your roster since really I've been watching Asia League. So I'll leave it on that note. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Thanks to the fans. Thanks to my family. Thanks to the haters. Every good team needs haters. Thanks to you guys for the cast, and see you guys tomorrow against Elevate, I think.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you very much, Turb. We'll speak to you soon, mate.
Sweet. Thank you, guys.
Very humble, and very, very, very normal when it's not on the Twitter sticks. It's
I think the honesty is the big thing as well, right? Like I think it's it's very easy to just say no, I'm not going to do the interview or whatever, or get someone else to go and do it, and kind of just stay in the background, especially when there's been a lot of talk and there's a lot of publicity. But come on, have a chat, answer the question honestly. I think his answer as well, especially to my question in terms of the individual aspect of like, here's what I need to do, and I guess that might be like a Julio message where it's like, these are the things that we as the team want you to improve on. And I guess that's a bit of insight into something that he's obviously continuing to work on throughout this stage and moving forward.
Yeah. I'll be honest, when I'll just jump in. I'll be honest, when we saw him and heard him at the start of that interview say, "Oh yeah, I expected a bit of fight. We didn't really get it. You know, a bit disappointed." I was like, "Okay, here comes the villain. He's just going to be playing this character that he's made for himself." But when you asked that question, Xenox, about what are you working on, and he said pretty much exactly what we'd already been talking about, where I would rather have a player on the team that is consistently providing value to the team and not appearing on the scoreboard than one that happens to get a couple of opening kills. And that's exactly what Turdster is mature enough to realize and what he's been working on. And that comes down to being a more versatile player, expanding his operator pool, expanding his roles. He was playing flank watch for the majority of today. That's not a sexy role. Doesn't matter. He's mature enough that he knows someone needs to do it, and it's not an easy role to do, and he did it really well.
I think it goes to just show where this roster's at as a whole, and where they're going as well. Like, it's the entire dynamic has shifted this stage. I feel like I don't see them laughing as much in cams, Xenox. I mean, maybe you're watching the game a little more intently than I am, but I feel like I don't see the kind of the larrikin humor that we got last stage. And it sounds like maybe it's just like a simple addition of like Leader coming in and shape things up a little differently, but it's whatever it's done, it has made them just an absolute different beast.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it all stage, the ruthlessness is there. I don't get it twisted, though. I do still see the wry smiles, especially, I think when Mentalist laughs, it's like almost everyone else gets the green light to kind of have a laugh. I kind of feel like, yeah, Mentalist is like the dad. It's like, if he's serious, be serious. If he's laughing, you can laugh a little bit as well. But I think they've got such a good team dynamic that it's such an easy situation with Turd. And again, I mean, I have no privy information as to, like, you know, Julio's thoughts on it, but I'd be just saying to him, like, we've got such a good team thing going on here. Be with the team, play with the team. If the team needs you to play more ops, we need you to play more ops, and you know, probably reel in some of the antics. But at the same time, it to me doesn't seem like he's shackled. He still is able to say things and be himself, as James said so adequately as well. He's got this little villain character that he plays, but let me tell you straight, like, that's just the character, and honestly, it's a part of sport. It's a part of esports as well, where you have this kind of dynamic nature that you can kind of bring out that other teams are, you know, going to either try and look at as a perceived threat or weakness. And he just kind of plays the part because it's fun. It's fun to, you know, piss people off. It's fun to be annoying, because at the end of the day, it gives him some headlines. And I think he's definitely the kind of guy, though, that would probably say himself he just needed to bring it in 10-15%. That's fine. Slot in with the team, learn some more ops. Hey, everything's golden. So hopefully for his sake, everything does work out. I think he's a good player. I think there's still, in terms of his raw skill, another level he can go to, and it's all about unlocking it.
Certainly is. If you're in the chat right now, I'm proposing a new segment. It's called Cold Hard Facts with Xenox. We'll go to a break and we'll be back right after this.
Oh, oh no, no, the team tier list. Oh my god, bro, no.
First is Split. You know where that's going. It's in A, S tier.
It's obviously S, the best team in Southeast Asia for the last 2 years in a row.
I'll put them in S because they made like a lot international events.
S, you know. If I put anything below S, I think it's quite bad juju for me.
You know, giving some respect, so put Bleed on the S right now.
Bleed is S tier. I think it has definitely gonna be a really big challenge for us in the Asia League.
Bleed probably S tier and for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna put Bleed on S tier. They're just the top one team in Asia, like, not gonna lie.
Direwolves. Ooh.
I have to put Direwolves in B. They did lose Jogor. I don't think anyone can replace what Jogor was doing for that team last stage.
Direwolves has, I think, had a roster change recently, so I'll put it in A.
And Direwolves, I'll put us at D, which stands for Direwolves.
They do give all the teams a good fight.
Right now, B.
They've had a good run, and I think they're in A tier definitely.
C. I don't feel like they're a big threat when you're fighting against them. They're pretty like predictable for me.
I'm gonna play on D tier. I'm just gonna play on D tier, bro.
Elevate. That is almost as close as Bleed, and they're showing it in games as well. I'll put it in A as well.
Probably top of A. They're a solid third place team and probably contending for like second with Fury.
Elevate is A. I think I'll put them just below Bleed.
So Elevate, I'll give us a D for not qualifying for anything within these 6 months and whatever.
We have to see like they are around like A to S right now.
Really, really talented roster and amazing players. Expecting a good challenge, so definitely A tier.
Elevate, I put them on A. They have a good player like Speak Easy, Ape.
I'm gonna put Elevate on A tier. I think they won the A tier tournament before I made the invitational major. I forgot, but
Fury, as good as Bleed. I'll put it as S. They played international. They have international experience.
So yeah, Fury obviously under Elevate in A as well, but very, very close. Actually, Fury over Elevate. Sorry, Fury over Elevate for now.
Fury is just right beside Bleed. They're as good as them, I think.
I think for Fury, it'll be same tier as Bleak. Yeah, I would say maybe even one higher.
Fury S, let's go. No, Fury D tier. I'm kidding, just put them back to S, sorry.
Again, one of the better teams in this league. Super talented players. Expecting to just have a really tough time in the play day. So A tier for them.
Fury, I would put them on B. That's my opinion. Please don't clip this and put this on Twitter, Fury. But I think they rely on Grid J too much.
Fury? I'm gonna put Fury on S tier. I think they're like top 2 team in Asia. The reason why is because their playstyle is pretty unique and they got a star player, Grid J. He's probably a top 1 frag, honestly.
Oh baby, it's RC Warriors. Oh good ass, we know we are the best.
Well, it's even C for now. Don't really have the gunpowder to contest with a lot of the other Southeast Asian teams.
I think if they feeling good today, they can beat like every team in this tier list. So, but I'll put them in C.
Hasib Warriors, I would rank them in B.
I think Direwolves still was a better team, so let's put them on to C first.
We have a long history with them. Just been playing them for years. They have a really promising roster now, and I think they are up in there in B tier.
And I would put them on C.
RC Warrior, I'm gonna play on C tier. I don't think they scrim a lot, and even if they scrim a lot, they don't really scrim good things. And I think the reason why they don't scrim good things is because the ping issue.
No.
Welcome back. It is time for us to get underway with the second half of the night. We all have a mask, guys, as the great ones Jake Xenox and Diddy said. And I've got to ask you guys, what mask do you wear when you get on the broadcast?
I'm pretty sure I dress myself. Am I not?
I don't know. I don't think what you see is what you get here. You smile more. You smile more. You give me a bit more. You know what I mean?
I do have to force the smile. I do have
You
to
do.
force the smile a little bit.
It is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes we can tell. Sometimes there's a benefit to it, though, guys. It's a beautiful smile, one that I wish would come out more. Dev, obviously, we turn to the second half of tonight, and this matchup that we've got coming up, NoCap versus Direwolves. Originally, I would not have said that this had the potential to go the distance, but considering where Direwolves are at right now, NoCap coming off the back of a victory, there is every chance that this does go the distance.
Hey, look at this. Okay, NoCap got their first win, 7-4 over Hasib, and Direwolves, when they played Hasib, it was 8-6. So if you try and use Hasib as a barometer, then NoCap are actually looking like a better team than Direwolves right now. So I wouldn't put it past NoCap to give these guys a real run for their money today. But it does depend on which Direwolves rocks up, because of course the same Direwolves also went and beat Rival, who beat Fury, but Direwolves lost to Fury. So this is the crazy, weird, complicated game of 8-team rock, paper, scissors that we play in this league, or at least with the bottom 6 that aren't part of Bleed or Elevate. So yeah, this game definitely has some merit, and we didn't necessarily think that coming into this stage, because we definitely still look at Direwolves as at least having some semblance of the old great Direwolves that was once the best in this region. NoCap and Hasib have really made a statement recently, and I think people are starting to underestimate these South Asian teams a little bit less than we used to.
Let's start talking about Direwolves. Let's break this down, guys, because obviously coming into this stage, a lot has changed, a lot have left. We've got Harambe coming back after a very long time. It's not looking the same. It doesn't feel as competitive, but these are the kind of matches that they absolutely must be winning.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. Unfortunately, Direwolves are certainly a step behind the top echelon of Asia. They're coming off the back of a 0-7 loss to Bleed, and we backtracked to play day 1. They even lost to Fury by a significant margin, only a single round in that particular game. Across the other matches, though, looking far more competitive. Unfortunately, against Hasib, it was a little bit rocky, and they only got the 2 points with an overtime win, so it wasn't particularly convincing. And that storyline is probably the way I would headline this team. Direwolves just don't look particularly convincing at the moment. I'm sure they'll continue to be competitive through the mid-pack, but anything beyond that is out of reach in the short term.
It's difficult. It is really difficult. And, it's hard to look even long-term when the short-term just doesn't have a lot of positives surrounding it. But we still need to look at this in the light of the future. And, I mean, there are some young gunners on this roster that I think can continue to put up performances. I feel like if Bin starts to maybe come into his own in this league, we might have a little bit of hope. But as of right now, we've got 3 real OGs of the scene, and there isn't the same gusto to it. That's all right. Doesn't always have to be that way. Let's start to turn our attention to NoCap, the roster that have now got a victory on the board. Their win against Hasib Warriors was one that was, I guess, in the context of the league in isolation, Dev, it was a little shocking, but in terms of their history, the match history between those two teams, it goes way back as a NoCap victory.
Yeah, it's a funny little pattern that we see where Hasib tends to perform better against the Southeast Asian teams than NoCap does, at least this stage, and NoCap seems to perform better in the head-to-head. But yeah, it does create this funny situation based on that result last week and based on the results that we've had earlier today. If NoCap beat Direwolves here, then the bottom 2 teams in the league are going to be Hasib Warriors and, get this, Fury.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's right. Fury will not be in a playoffs position if NoCap win tonight. And that is almost as wild of a story as NoCap finding a win over Direwolves.
I mean, could you imagine, guys? Could you, and it's the end of Playday 5, so we're going into Playday 6. How are we at that point? But I'm probably jumping the gun a little bit here. What are your thoughts on NoCap actually winning this game?
I don't think you're jumping the gun at all, Rob, and that is why I have selected NoCap tonight. I also knew that Fury were going to lose, even though I predicted them, so that it set up that storyline of Fury potentially getting knocked down into the bottom 2. NoCap have potentially what it takes on their night, but they need to step up defensively. 33% so far, 6 out of 18 rounds. It has not been good enough from them. In fact, their attacking win rate is actually better at the moment. So we need to see them step up defensively. That can then make up for the shortfall on the attacking side. And you look across the Direwolves' attacking win rate, it actually is quite weak. So if they can find strength there's every world in which NoCap can be quite competitive in this match. It's actually a much closer match on paper than I think people would give it credit for.
Yeah, which, I mean, in days gone, in stages gone, Dev, that would not have even been a discussion. But this is just where we are. This is what happens over the evolution of a team when things start to kind of, I guess, just slip a little. It can happen. And realistically now, with NoCap being in this position, this may well be the best chance we have for them pushing for a playoff spot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's totally achievable now for NoCap to make playoffs, and we've seen it happen before. I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen again. And I think you make a great point, guys. This match is so much closer than I think we give it credit for. Even if you look at the entry stats between these two teams, NoCap is at 40% entries, Direwolves 41, both very poor on the opening kills. We actually are going to... we're going to see that again, but it was Clubhouse.
We're
going to Clubhouse, guys. We're going to Clubhouse, and for Direwolves, that is indeed running it back. This is the map that they have played twice so far this stage. It's Clubhouse, guys.
It's Clubhouse. Oh my god.
Oh, wait again. Surely.
Again.
Surely not.
All right. So if I have a second, Direwolves, they've gone to Clubhouse a few times. This will be the third time. Guess how many rounds they found?
6.
Found one round. One round. Because they got 7-1 by Fury and 7-0'd by Bleed. NoCap got 5 rounds off of Rival on this map. So Direwolves, man, you guys better not be
I
screwing
actually
around.
think I've just made the greatest prediction in the history of Asian esports history tonight. NoCap are going to win this game, and I'm going to look like a genius. Or this could be like a Circular Spheres repeat where they choke and I look really stupid.
You go for the long
guys.
shots.
Look, guys, if you went for a Fury loss earlier today with that Rival game, then I would have given it to you. But I feel like you're just bandwagoning now because you see an opportunity and you're like, I was trying to be edgy, but now there's actually a chance.
Is this a bigger upset though? This or the Fury loss? I don't know.
Fury loss, like that's the biggest upset. And also, this game hasn't even started yet. Like, we can't even call this an upset as of yet. I think we've just set the stage for what... Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that was my reaction to your stat. That's good.
Love that. Guys, replay. Yeah, I mean, game's yet to be played, but I don't know what the hell Direwolves are doing going back to this map. It's extremely ballsy. I really hope they've put some serious work into Clubhouse in the last week.
Oh, yeah. Like, looking at this now, kind of... I mean, I'm almost looking at it retrospectively, and it hasn't even happened. This just feels like an overall, like just a really bad decision. But not only a really bad decision, it just doesn't feel right at the moment for Direwolves. Things just aren't clicking for them. Whereas NoCap on the back of a win, this could potentially propel them into the conversation for a playoff spot yet again. We'll be running it back from stage 1. But it is time for us to get underway on Clubhouse. Hope you enjoy, boys.
Thank you very much, Rob. It's a rematch from not only Stage 1, but also from the EWC qualifiers. Direwolves hold the head-to-head record between these two teams. However, NoCap does have one map win in that BO3 in the EWC quals to their name. Unfortunately for them, it's the map that's no longer in the pool of Oregon. We go to Clubhouse, Guz, and I already know that you're on the copium here for NoCap.
I mean, copium is certainly one way to describe it, James. I just think I've made the calculated decision. Did you not see the attacking win rates heading into this game? The defensive win rates heading into this game? It is close. Direwolves not in the best of form, and they have also sent it to Clubhouse, which only bolsters my prediction. Now, I just hope that I do not get burnt, because they have been in this region for quite some time, South Asia, and I don't think I, or probably anybody, has predicted them with any conviction to win any of their games.
I'm calling it right now. Like, the Direwolves had the final ban. They could have taken us to Consulate. If they go on a Clubhouse, there's a very good reason for it. And if they lose here, that is just, like, abysmal. Like, come on, guys. You don't go to Clubhouse for a third time after finding one round in 2 matches and then lose it again. We're seeing Maverick banned. Okay, so both of the shields are in. That could throw a real spanner in the works. We didn't have the Ying in the Fury game. But it's interesting to me that the Direwolves are changing their attacking ban, getting rid of the Maverick, whereas they got rid of the Thatcher against Bleed and the Grim against Fury. So a little bit of a different kind of Clubhouse pans out without the Maverick in play. And I sure hope Direwolves are ready for it.
You'll see what the final defense ban is. Okay, 2 morale. So that will maybe then complicate hard breach a little bit, but outside of that, with double shield up, and this is probably a bold call, especially being Direwolves and the amount of experience they have, a 4-2 attacking half for me is benchmark. That is what I am aiming for if I'm attacking into Clubhouse. A very well-established map in the meta with both shields up and multiple options to attack every single site, employing at least one of those shields. There are so many opportunities. And even if your hard breach is a little bit compromised, you can make up for that. So we'll see what they bring to the table. Basement up first, so you have the shield option to go a blue Monty or a dirt Monty. Either of those will be effective. We're not seeing either of which initially picked here from Direwolves. And if we don't see shields abused in this match, it is only going to reinforce the discussion point around Direwolves at the moment that they have not taken that next step. You know, Turd said it in the interview, right? Even if you are super comfortable playing shields or you find it quote-unquote boring, tough luck. It is the meta at the moment for a reason because it's so strong and the numbers back it up. You have to be playing it more than you're not.
Yeah, it's just weird to me that we're seeing Striker and Deimos and Flores picked. All of those 3 operators are optionals in my mind. Like, we're going to a basement attack, and there's no Hibana, and you're not even bringing a shield for a lacking Hibana. Striker's likely got the secondary hard breaches, and he does. I just feel like Direwolves somehow have managed to not bring a shield and also bring the bare minimum hard breach for a basement attack.
Well, then, surely they've done proper prep for this map. As you mentioned, they've been smashed on it twice. So if they haven't done proper preparation for this game, then I don't really know what they expect.
If I was Knock and I knew this lineup, like, I'm hard roaming as much as possible. And we're using an exothermic on the top floor. Like, man, I hope some of these hatches are open. Immediately Bin's taken down. Early pick there for Knock. Direwolves off to a very rough start already.
And you lose the best roam clear operator. So how now do you gather this information? It's going to be fully reliant on drones, 4 of which are already in the grave. Direwolves potentially off to the absolute worst possible start on this map. And I don't want to sound too negative, but that is just the objective truth. Pika does find at least one back though, and it is the regen util on the Legion. Default camera up. Okay, taken down. But Knock have the advantage and can look to solidify site.
The most important operator to keep alive here for Direwolves right now is his Bark. He's the one with the 2 hard breach tin can openers. Can we have a look, observers, if the hatches, any of the hatches pre-opened or soft? Alright, so kitchen, yeah, we've got 3 hatches. We've got 1 exothermic left and 2 tin can openers. So that's your 3 hatches. That means you've got nothing for church wall at all. Nothing for dirt.
Yeah, I don't like this.
This is a very L lineup.
Even the best win con from here is straight up kitchen hatch drop, right? I can only imagine. But then you have the Goya to worry about.
Yeah,
Nitros.
You have no dirt, man. How are you doing that with no dirt? You're not breaching blue if that's the case. That's for sure.
Well, Clubhouse is a map that relies on fundamentals, and unfortunately here, round 1, Die was up falling short of the mark. Seal will try with the stealth peek, next to on hat.
No, Seal's got flashes. Seal's got flashes, so the tin can openers must have been on Pika. So that's the last hard breach, just opening this kitchen hatch. They used 2 exothermic charges. Oh, they're so lucky that dirt's soft.
Oh, they still screwed it up.
Yeah, okay.
Wait.
Oh, it's bugged.
What?
It's bugged.
Can we see from his POV, please? I don't know if it was bugged. I think he just screwed it up.
It looked like it. It looked like it rubber banded.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Weird either way.
Right. 20 seconds to play. 3v4. At least they do have their dirt pressure. They need to make good on it. Yazami is going to make this very difficult. However, Souffle takes him down very early. That's the player need to take down. Drop down the hatch. Doesn't seem successful, but Souffle's found his 2.
Time.
And maybe Harambe can look for a plant. On the buzzer. 7 seconds, Souffle has got to cover, and he can't cover both angles at once. Jittery's going to be able to get through the rotate hole. He might be able to deny the plant, but not in time, Souffle! He's bailed Direwolves out of the round. He never should have won it.
They've gotten away with that round, Direwolves. Very fortunate. I think one of the biggest key picks that they got for free was really onto the Azami there. Needed to see more value from that position. With Dirt Barricade up and that position, you know, being signaled to the rest of the defense, the Azami, if able to hold AKs, is just in an absolute terrible position for the attack to try and clear. But unfortunately, immediately died. lot of pressure on those over towards Church. The retake attempt was covered correctly. Here is that kill back onto the Azami. Not sure if Envy was caught off guard or the util was misplaced or a bit of both. And then Jittery Zdox unable to combine. Souffle on 28 HP. Able to find both picks. And Direwolves get away with a scrappy round to open up this match.
I think Knock Knock, they know how to play a lot of these early rounds. They have a lot of talented players. We saw that on that Rome game. Sometimes it just comes down to knowing exactly how to play those late moments of win conditions. Like, how do you lock out your 60-40 advantages? Because I think it was probably more than a 60-40 advantage there for Knock Knock in that 4v3, and yet they somehow lost it. Credit to Souffle for really landing those shots. All on him that round, 100%.
Striker again in play here. Not sure what util belt Bidbid has this time around, but secondary shotgun always useful for hard breach. Also, we saw CC wall open uncontested as well. Compositions are quite intriguing this round. We're also going to see the Tachanka in play, which is certainly a pocket pick. More often than not, teams, if they want to deny area, they will typically bring smoke. Just a little bit more mobile and certainly less vulnerable while placing the ability. The Shimika launcher will leave Jittery exposed when he has that in place. So I was just getting about their groundwork though currently. Use the ball next on the agenda, and I think it was just opening up. You can hear secondary EMP is up above. And it is in fact open. Initial peek and a swing, aggressive from Seal. Looking to try and open bathroom wall, misses the util.
That's a bit awkward.
Has none left. That's a big mistake.
I like the entry though to try and take that fight. It's a shame he didn't get the kill there. Who's that in gym? Vacated, I think now. Yep, there you go.
It was Jittery.
Oh man, these outlines are killing me. Seal goes in. Souffle's coming on from below. Zdox has also gone for a big flank, but Pika's likely to cut him off. Here comes Souffle, and there's going to be the free kill onto Zdox as he tries to flank the main stairs. Now time to enter the site, and the Vulcan canister, the fire, will lock Sandy out of it. It's a 1v3, and Direwolves know how to lock this one out easy as you like. Sandy will start to make his way through Office. Harambe's watching this angle, low HP, and he will find the shots. Beautiful from Direwolves. That's 2 attacks back to back. Second one far more confident than the first.
Okay, now look, it hasn't been the best of starts for my boys at Knock Knock, I will say. Hasn't been great. I was doing a good job to open exterior breach. It's a shame, Ramsdisbuck did get that opening pick. Unfortunately, that lurk up main unlocked so many key positions. Judy was also low on HP on that Tachanka and never really got value in denying area towards breach, which I think was the initial plan there, where he was posted up inside of gym before being forced out. So a lot of the strategy there for Knock Knock not really able to connect. It was disrupted quite well there by Direwolves. But you see a reattempt, different set of utility, however, this time around from the defense. We'll see if Direwolves can break it down once more. The Nook in play, so expecting Souffle to play lurk position down below. 5 kills for him so far. And that's going to make things tricky for Knock Knock if they force off that.
I think Direwolves, I don't know, I wonder if they're going to go for another just pretty much direct take, because I feel like they really should not have lost that round. I'm surprised that they're not looking to try and clear either the map across or really try and utilize that vert at least. Really, I mean, it was the fact that they had that lurk in combination with that explosive execute onto site that made it so dominant for them. Still no Monty or Blitz, by the way.
No, which is, again, I understand that some teams may just not particularly feel the need to play it. Maybe in a matchup like this, especially where you can sort of do the fundamentals and outclass your opponent in that aspect. So I can maybe understand it, but the numbers just don't lie. They're so strong at the moment. There's been such a huge uptick, especially in the Monty win rate. it's pretty inexcusable at this point to not be bringing it at some point, especially with both up. But look, the ultimate number at the top doesn't lie. They have won the first 2 rounds, so too critical. Jacuzzi wall opened up. No hard breach denial from Knock in this particular round. We did mention that as maybe being a bit of a talking point with the 2 round banned out. So too the Mav. Could have been a bit more contest on breach with the Kaid and the Bandit, but not the case in this round.
Bomb located by attackers.
I'm just going to see what Zedox's plan is, because last round he flanked main stairs very late. Oh, what's going on here? Almost timing. Zedox is going to try and hold on to bar a little bit longer this time, instead of loitering all the way down in the basement where he's likely to not be able to come back and get to site. He was cut off very well last time around. It's like no action really going down to his position. I like that Envy's on the Wamai playing that bathroom position, but it's not going to save him. The other thing that you can do is try and play that Bandit, and I'm a little bit surprised that Knock didn't actually bring any wall denial. The Bandit is a nice way to try and hold onto that bathroom wall for a bit longer, but now the site is wide open. Direwolves are very close to going for this.
Envy, though, does get the first, so Habana off the board. Not the largest loss in terms of the utility department, but could disrupt this push. It's another good drone up main, and we saw that break down the defense last time.
Flashbang ready. Drone's ready. This one needs to land. Oh no, it's not going to get him. Easy kill there for Rhymes with Bach. There was a second player on that hatch. Where's the refrag here? Knock are holding their crosses. Oh, Haramba, you got to check this angle, mate. Nope, he won't.
They're back, James.
Rhymes with Bach is...
They're back. They're locked in. They're locked in. Look at this. Dominance. Dominance here on the retake. They double down on the side, James, and they pull it
How
off.
do they lose that? Okay, there we go. He still gets down. All right, guys. Give me your best.
We're back.
Convince me to vote for Knock. You got 30 seconds.
Gee, you really put me on the spot there.
Give me the elevator pitch.
I don't know if I can actually make a coherent argument in 30 seconds, but I will say re-attempting that site and bringing a different composition and dominating the round is rather impactful. Certainly a positive sign. I do want to see a bit more in basement, though. Last time basement, they absolutely should have won that round by almost every metric. So we'll see if it's cleaner this time. And then certainly there are going to be concerns for HDC.
By the way, here. Rhymes with Bach just, yeah. He played that well, but that's kind of on Direwolves. Like, they've been sitting on that hatch for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Don't even know that there's someone directly under you. You're not flashing directly under the hatch. You're only flashing deep.
I mean, sometimes going for a cheese play is a very legitimate tactic that teams will employ if they identify that teams are being lazy with droning or there's a particular position they're not clearing. So don't hate it, and it worked.
If he'd been sitting there for a while, he might have even heard the ping get through from that stun grenade about 10 seconds earlier. Had a read on what the play was. As we go back down to the basement, though, I'm seeing only the striker for hard breach again.
I don't like this composition at all. No shield,
Habana.
no Habana. It's perplexing is one way to describe it.
If Knock had one set of impact grenades on, the Legion, for example, or the Azami, they've opted to bring barbed wire and the BP instead, but if that was one pair of impacts, like, you're just never getting kitchen hatch hit. Do that.
Yeah, if I saw the EXO from that last round and remembered it going into round 4, I'd just be calling someone to bring impacts. I mean, maybe they respect Direwolves too much and expect them to not do that again, but they will be mistaken.
Freebie!
Where was Jittery going there?
No holes for the impacts here, no holes for a C4.
And
awareness of verticality, not a single C4 on the board. Still a roamer at large upstairs. This could bring it back for Knock, never mind. Another player going for a flank up here. This is desperate. Direwolves are in the hot seat here.
I mean, I guess the positive for the Direwolves composition is that it works quite well when they roam heavy with the line in play, and the advantage they have now, hard breach, is not as imperative. Zedox still up above. He's been on the lurk in multiple rounds so far. Midway point of the round, he'll now look to make his way down east stairs. In the meantime, Envy did find a kill. And he will escape as well. So they can look to fortify site. 3 versus 4 basement. Not the absolute worst position for the defense to find themselves in.
Oh, they're going to drop. They're going to go for this pretty much now. Want to see Envy fortify his position at AKs. Want to see him be that player to prevent this plant from going down, prevent the push in from Dirt. Even Moto Hatch is close. You should be playing someone in Moto here to contest main stairs as well. Get that crossfire. This is such a difficult attack. Okay, Moto Hatch finally gets open. That's good. The Vulcan popped as well. Oh, that's an unfortunate keeper barrier on the roof there. That was a missed throw.
Yeah, well, they're not throwing anything away for free here, the defense, which is good. Direwolves maybe wanted to go for that push a little bit earlier for the drop. Just having to wait a little bit longer now. 2 stack Dirt. 2 stack above. 1 may stay above for the post, but still eventually needs to drop for the plant.
Flashes. He wants to push for a kill before going for a plant. He knows how vulnerable he is, but Binbin's there to cover him. Binbin going massive this round, putting Knock Knock in the bin. 4v1. Z-Duck's low HP and he's got no clue. Finally puts down Binbin, but he's cut off from so many different angles and this is an impossible task on the retake. There's anything going for him? It's that Harambe and Pika are both low HP and he does seemingly have a bit of information on this bulletproof, but Harambe will lock him down. Knock Knock, man. They had the advantage in that round as well, but Direwolves looked very clean on those side entries.
Yeah, side entries were really good and good damage off site as well. Gave them the advantage in the late round and the confidence to flood site. Didn't rush the plant. And I think that was ultimately the correct shot call from Direwolves. Knock Knock again, and I feel like I repeat myself every playday, but identifying and converting win conditions, especially as they continue to evolve into the late round for teams from South Asia, continues to be their biggest weakness. They have so many opportunities to win rounds or to be more competitive in rounds, and they tend to get run over. And it's something that they're just going to need to continue to dip away at. We do go over to Cash CC round 5, first appearance in this match, and so too is the Scopos. Now, if there is any site in the game, James, it is this one where you bring Monty for rafters, and I don't think they're going to bring it. So I think I'm going clinically insane.
Yeah.
Maybe Fuchsia.
We have the Clash. We have the Clash and the Smoke, which are good mounting Monty counters, but yeah. You know what I would love to see? I reckon if you put Scopos, Bot Garage, and Harry Potter onto the stairs, I reckon 9 times out of 10 games don't right there.
Ooh. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, see, next to that little shelving unit down there,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
one
yeah.
in prep phase, you chuck it down there.
It'd be hard to see.
Yeah, they are quite dark, the shells while they're deactivated. It'd be hard to see sometimes. Anyway, yeah, I really wonder what Z-Ducks is going to do with it. Oh, he's playing rafters with it, so he's gonna play his life, and then if he thinks he's going to die, he's just going to teleport out. Problem is, he has to be crouching. Like, he can't go prone and then teleport out, so it's... I don't know how much I rate the position.
Quite risky. I mean, it's so useful from the Capital, though, if it's played well. So we'll see. Without a Monty on the board, arguably he does fortify that position. Z-Ducks does forfeit it, though, quite early on into the piece, picking outside Garage. And I think he actually is in Harry Potter now, James.
This is where we want him.
Oh, no.
He's gone down.
He's out of there.
Never mind. Where is it? Why is he retreating? Where's his other shell? If the obs can at some point check the other shell, that would be great. There we go. Top red. So he's just going to roam and then be back on site, top red. And his second shell is now being a deployable shield at top red. Very cheeky. Early pick though, and the Clash somehow dies. The Clash should never be the first one to die. Don't really know how he was exposed. Oh my god, Jittery, that is ballsy and unnecessary. Z-Ducks, he is gone. And his inactive shell will now be nothing more than a deployable shield and a camera. Envy and Sandy looking desperate. I think this round is over.
Yep. Well, if you want an example of Knock Knock struggling for win conditions at this level of siege, that round is a really good example. They forfeit Capital 3. Capital is not needed. Monty is not needed. Clash dies first, and then a repeak into an exposed breach. It just fundamental failures back to back to back, and it just equates to a very one-sided round. Direwolves, to their credit, they identify those particular weaknesses, they execute upon them, so it's not taking away from them, but this is not really what I expected from NoCap. But in some respects I did, because I also mentioned in the pre-match that their defensive win rate has been really poor. And I think, unfortunately, Clubhouse is starting to expose some of those fundamental issues at the moment.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm noticing with NoCap is, like, as soon as they lose one tiny bit, like, imagine...
They panic. They panic.
Yeah, exactly. And they're like, so imagine a round is like both teams start on 100 HP, right? And you lose HP as it looks like you're starting to lose the round. As soon as NoCap lose like 20 HP, everyone decides to take a risk and make a play.
Yeah.
Like, we lost our clash. Okay, I'm going to swing the breach. Oh, you died because Direwolves are ready for that. They know how to do their due diligence and play fundamentals. Oh no, we're now 2 players down. I'm going to overpeak from Oil Pit with Scopos. No, you're dead. So, like, a NoCap round where there's like a 40% chance they're going to win, that immediately just turns into a 5% chance out of nowhere.
Yeah, I actually really like that analogy, and I think it would even convert to the late round where even when they're in advantageous positions where a typical good fundamental team would say have an 80 to 90% chance of winning the round, more often than not feels like a 50-50 or even less for NoCap, because you're right, as soon as maybe a little piece of that puzzle crumbles or they have to quickly switch something up, it just turns into a bit of a panicked mess sometimes, which comes with experience, so hopefully that continues to improve.
Well, to their credit, Jittery has just successfully tricked one of the hard breach exothermics from Harambe on the con wall. Yeah, very clean.
We haven't seen a ton of wall denial in this match, right? The Bandit and Kayed has seen little play. They're both in this round.
Doubling down now. That was unfortunate timing.
Did he cancel that or did it eat it up?
Nope. It ate it up. He did not cancel it.
So both Exos are down?
Yep.
Oh no, Harambe.
Or bust.
Oh no.
Harambe's going to try and do the job, but...
Oh boy. Okay, wait. James. This is where it's a 95% win chance for NoCap, okay? 99% chance now after that. This round is a must win. Please, NoCap, just solidify sight. Do not overpeak, do not panic, do not give anything for free. It's almost unlosable at this point. You have done everything absolutely perfect, and Direwolves have completely thrown.
Not a single piece of hard breach has been successful this round. Tiny little details for Direwolves costing them so much. I mean, you can't blame the Hibana too much. That was always going to be a loss, but that Thermite, Harambe losing both of his exothermics. One just on an audio cue from the Bandit. The second one because his Thatcher came too late and he didn't cancel it. That's another blunder. Now they just have to go for broke. Like, at least for Direwolves now, guys, they have a license to just YOLO. Because they're like, you should lose this round, so just YOLO.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've reached that 4-round benchmark that I stated earlier, so they can throw caution to the wind here.
Why NoCap falling back? Why are you punching that, Harambe? That's not into your favor to detonate.
I love Harambe, but he has absolutely trolled this round, like, to the nth degree. Almost everything he could have done wrong, he has done wrong.
Except getting a kill under Envy.
Oh no, guys, they're going to lose this
and
round,
guess
aren't
what? Direwolves have a numbers advantage, and they got the Finker to try and heal Harambe back up again.
I'm going to cry.
Oh man. Hold back those tears for another moment, Gus. 30 seconds to play. NoCap can still win this. The lock out there. Oh, Steel's going for this plant. Someone needs to go Jim to deny it. Where is the plant denial?
Oh,
there it
Nitro!
is.
It's huge!
Just barely from Jittery. Toss it over. Denies that plant. Now solid positions for the defense. Souffle, a loose nade, gets eaten up by that ADS, but Pika is big. Finds his big pick. Now it's all up to the cover, but Rhymes and Buck is then trying to plant again. And NoCap do find their second by the skin of their teeth, the unlosable round. They just managed to win.
Gee, I don't know who that biased caster was getting excited, but I should get rid of him. 4-2 scoreline, and NoCap able to keep the match competitive. They got dealt the perfect hand, and it still almost crumbled at the very end there with Nitro denial as well, mind you.
Where was that from? I didn't manage to catch during the round. Did he go below, or is it tossed over? Zedux was playing deep on the bomb, and the Kayed Ramza Buck was playing like Jim and top red.
I thought it was lobbed from range, but bottom logically makes a bit more sense.
Maybe we see it in a sec. Who's Bandit?
Yeah, it was from bedroom, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Maybe he was the logi player.
Yeah,
there you
he
go.
just kind of walked past and no one was watching from the window.
Oh, that was him. He was playing.
He was him,
Dash.
yes.
He was him in that moment. There was a brief moment where Jittery was him. To be fair, Jittery with the Bandit did kind of clutch up that round at the very start by tricking the first exothermic, and then Harambe kind of threw with the second exothermic.
Why did Harambe punch that Vulcan canister? That is objectively the worst play I've seen all stage. Not to
Also,
rag
it's
on him,
like,
but that is just
if you punch
why?
it, you're definitely taking damage. Like if you go far away from it and then shoot it, at least you're not going to take any damage. But like punch that, immediately your team
Just run
can't-
through it. No one's destroying it. There's no one in a position to even destroy it from the defense.
If a defender tries to swing that and shoot it to detonate it, you're
More-
going to kill
yeah,
them.
more luck to
You
him.
kill him.
Hey, okay. Respect
A
enough for
shield!
bringing the shield. Okay, we're cooking.
For the very first time, guys!
We have time traveled into 2024. We were stuck in
I don't know what year
2023.
we were in.
but now we're back.
Bomb located by attackers.
Oh man, oh man. Harambe. He's the perfect operator to hold this roam for quite some time. You might not be faulted for thinking that this was a CCTV defense, guys, but this is in fact basement, and yet we still have an Azami Raptors and a heavy roam on the top floor.
Go direct shield, lads. Direct shield. One player on site. Peek up. Arsenal. Everybody else is off site.
Yes.
Yep.
The dirt train. This is it.
Is dirt barricaded? That is the question. If it's not barricaded, okay, it is. Okay, that's right. At least the
So
defense
still,
will know it's coming.
Easy kitchen take. This is easy. Easy
No.
breezy. Never mind. Jittery is dead somehow. Where was that? Was that? I bet you right now, Bin Bin was doing that through Vert.
Yeah, he would have been. Yeah, Jitter is kitchen, so.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
that's why you don't exothermic kitchen hatch, man. There's like 10 reasons why you don't exothermic kitchen hatch, especially when you got Hibana.
Surely if you're looking to flood, you could just not get the hatch full stop, right? It's just another retake
Yeah, well,
round
the
for the
problem
defense.
is now if they... Oh, man. Is that misdrawn? Oh, no. This is piecing out. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It hurts.
Oh, hatch is open. Alright, Blitz. Let's see if you can take this 1v1. Nice from Sandy. 1v3 for the old Blitz. Now, shields are OP, but they're not that OP.
60 seconds on the clock, and you're right. It's going to take one hell of a play for Sandy to be able to bring this round back. Unfortunately, I don't think their composition was really allowed to get to work. The room now vacated. Everybody back on the basement floor. And a blue drop with a set.
IU wins these, mate. Don't you worry about it. Don't worry about that C4. Oh, Jerry's spawned the tactical.
Surely Sandy just sits outside and they extend the attack here for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, honestly, if you're taking a tactical, stop trying to win this round, Sandy. You're not winning it. You're not going to try and complicate KD for a blitz. Just sit back and start talking about this.
Oh, whoa. Hold on.
He's got one kill, he's about to die.
Attackers have recovered their defuse.
There you go.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Why are you still going to try and play the round out instead of just taking... If you want a tactical timeout, you just have a free one right there. 45-second tactical timeout. Oh, well. Now we see Knock Knock get a chance to really talk this one through. Guys, what is the answer?
The answer to what? The question of life or how to win this game? That was... You posed that in a very menacing fashion. What is the answer?
Well, if you ask Douglas Adams, it's 42. But I'm asking Michael Gurry. And all I know is that... Oh yeah, sorry, my bad, man. But what we know for sure is that Knock Knock won't be attacking the basement again. It's locked down now. Direwolves are either going to go to Gym, most likely Gym. Could be CC. And really, Knock Knock need to decide what are they going to do about it. And I'll tell you what I want to see, guys. I want to see that Monty. And if we're going CCTV, that's exactly the operator I want to see. It's going to be Gym Bedroom. So Monty's still very valuable, and it looks like it's teased out.
Yeah, I totally agree. Monty, let me bring up that stat again. I know you liked my tweet, so I appreciate that. I'll go find it again. I had a look at the EUL stats just because they have quite a depth of
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Be careful talking about EU on broadcasts. Meg nearly bit my head off in the previous match for me.
Yeah,
Shield play in EU.
Yeah, I did. I did hear that, but it's also Jake, so he's a bit unhinged.
He just wants to go Reddit viral again.
The Monty ban rate sits at 45% in EUL, and the attacking win rate still stable. In terms of the actual win rate on those operators, it has shot up from 40% to 58 in EU. So it is a very strong, very strong. Bro. I did get skinned.
Did you see that clip? Did you see that clip where Virtue on the Monty and I can't remember who it was on the blitz, like literally a 2v1, 2 shields versus 1 defender on border, and the poor defender is just absolutely cooked out of his game.
Yeah, there's a bit of hate on the oh, not hate, but dismay in the socials about that ripping into Secret for abusing the meta.
They're playing the meta. They're playing the meta.
Yeah.
Did you blame SSG when they played New Mozzie?
The Neil Mazzy combo.
Did you blame Penta when Pengu picked Monty to reverse sweep EG? Oh.
Did you blame anyone when they played Blackbeard and it had 800 HP?
Oh, I did. I actually did.
Okay, that one's valid. That one's valid.
Everyone who played 800 HP Blackbeard just quit the game.
Well, unfortunately, Xenox has lost the opening pick. Shield still stands, and Sandy's in garage. Okay. Double down.
I don't know where these picks are coming from. That's a big one, though, for Envy. Now a player advantage for the attacking side. And the bomb site has barely been approached as of yet. I don't know how NoCap are allowed to find these early picks. Direwolves need to be careful. They got ants in their pants.
Stay close to me. We're protected.
Can NoCap ward off the re-aggress here from Direwolves? It is rather likely from this position.
Try to get through that.
So doing his best to try and fall back from Cash and has made himself known now in Logi. 4 versus 3. These are the positions where NoCap can sometimes look shaky though. They have so much time in this round and so many drones still standing, plus the Monty to play the front line. They have everything going their way at the moment here to win an attack. They just have to be going about it in a clinical fashion.
Oh, Envy's dead. Envy's dead. There you go. Good read from Souffle.
Yeah,
I mean, he played that so well.
Yep.
It was a great position. And this is the difference when NoCap are down, they play hyper-aggressive, whereas Souffle, he made an aggressive play, but he did it in the safest way possible. He had been sitting there for a long time. He was patient. He knew exactly what was going to happen. And he took down the sledge on that upside-down rappel. 3v3 advantage flipped. Rhymes with Buck has to be the difference maker this round.
They have so many drones at the Monty still. They need to just be face-checking this with the Monty and or droning. Please, Seal, check it. Okay, good. I'll Rise with Buck rather check it, not Seal.
Oh,
Is Seal able to lock it out? Yeah, I like that.
Jittery, though, needs to win his one here against Pika. Oh, no, he looks the wrong way. Pika's got him dead to rights. I don't know where Sandy's gone, but he's found another pick as well. This might be very winnable, but Seal comes around, back on it again, and somehow shoots the Monty around his shield. Direwolves. Oh, Rambe, man. Oh, he's always got the moves, he's got the poses. He's made some questionable plays this game, but he's still giving us the goods on the cam. Direwolves now on the cusp of what may end up being a decisive victory over NoCap.
Yeah, potentially my worst prediction in the history of R6 Esports in 5 years. So it's not good for me, and it's not good for NoCap. Unfortunately, disappointing in tonight's performance. And disappointing in the sense that they keep finding themselves in traditionally winnable positions and not converting. I mean, another good example there in the late round, it's a 2v1, one of those being a shield onto Seal, and he has still not been comped properly, and the pre-aim, pre-fire crosshair positioning to kill him to turn it into a winnable, much more winnable 2 versus 1, still fell short. This here was also a bit of a turning point, but a bit more forgivable. Souffle was just in a rat position. But this play right here, Sandy, where are you looking? You saw the player rotate Logi. He is being chased by the Monty. You know he's coming back through that door. You're not looking the right way. It's just these little minutiae that is proving to be costly. And that is Rainbow Six in a nutshell. If you make a small mistake against a competent team, you're made to look a little bit silly at times. And unfortunately, there's been too much of that from them tonight.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, NoCap, when there are those pressure situations, they get the wrong read. I can only assume that what Sandy was looking at there was the player that had killed his teammate on top main. And we saw that player then vaulted over to try and contest bar, assuming there was another player there. For some reason, Sandy just tunnel visioned that, forgetting that there was the player who was literally fighting half a second to go. 4 rounds now required in a row from NoCap. Direwolves got 4 on their opening attack half, and now they've looked pretty much impenetrable on their defensive side. NoCap need to get on their bike right now. That's not terrible there from NoCap. Already a little breach on. However, they don't manage to kill Pika on the retreat. Pika does deny one Selma, but that's no worries for NoCap.
Keep a barrier to plug that hole back up. Selma line of sight now for Sandy to play. Catch something here, flash to cover.
Bomb located by
Scopos as well available for Bin Bin to aggress in this round as well.
Oh.
Was that line of sight? Souffle.
Yeah, Souffle. He got shot in the arm and then I think he moved off. Oh well. Numbers advantage does for your boys. NoCap in the 5v4, still that clash is up. And I really would love to see something cheeky out of this Scopos from Bin Bin. I didn't manage to catch where his shell was. Is it top red?
Yeah, I didn't see.
I think I
either.
can see the I can see the outline. Yeah. For some reason, the observer HUD, even when the Scopos is not using his shell, it will still outline. At least it did a second ago. Is it top? Is it top red?
It's like a game of Where's Wally?
No, it's not top red. Basement?
Nobody knows.
Alright.
It would be nice if the HUD showed the position of both shells.
True.
Where it says 1F.
Oh, there it is. We're staring at it. We're literally staring at it right now.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Our observer literally just come to us. I think it's been destroyed. No, it's just a cat.
Oh, no.
There you go. Thank you, observer. We found it. And guess what? Bin Bin's found a pick as well. Big. The numbers are even again. NoCap have to get desperate. Big from the Scopos. Bin Bin doing the Lord's work. Eventually traded on back. And that shell now unusable. There's also a clash staring at these players. Good work from the fire. Takes down Souffle. The diffuser's down though. And Seal might be able to seal in the win for Direwolves. Jittery, oh, he finds his one. That was unnecessary, Harambe. Went for the 180. Now the 1v1 for the game comes down to Jittery, but he better not jitter now. He goes for the swing. All he needs is a bit of damage. Seal's got a clutch, and he does! Oh, Direwolves, you made it look scary. You made us sweat. But at the end, you've knocked out NoCap from the server. Big win for Direwolves, and a big laugh. Happy days for Harambe and the boys.
Yeah, happy days indeed. Dai was able to get a comprehensive win across the line. NoCap falls short of my expectations, and genuinely, I think even the stats on paper, they couldn't quite connect the dots tonight. The late round continued to be a struggle, and some of those key players from Dai was performing quite decently this evening, just enough to get a confident win across the line for sure.
Yeah, big win, Robert Monday.
Hello.
Look, I hope that you can
Use
jump
my
in
full
here.
government.
Yeah, I also.
You did the same to me, mate.
Yeah. I think we need to replace the things at the bottom with our government names. Just
Honestly,
to
I
make
agree.
everyone
And you
feel
know what?
included.
Social security number, basically just
We don't
bank
have those in
details.
Australia, thankfully. How about
Thank
this?
God we
How about
don't.
this, Manic? Can you start calling me Mr. Stewart? I'll start calling you Mr. Monday, and we can just ignore Guts because he got his
That
prediction
sounds
wrong
great.
anyway.
Yeah, he's that guy, unfortunately. He just doesn't matter what he predicts. It's
not
just
my
the,
year.
It's not your year. Both stages have been poor from you, which I'm glad to see that not both games from Direwolves have been. They have, I guess, kicked up on the trend. And this was, like, if you came into this stage and you hadn't watched any games previously, you would have been like, why are these casters saying that Direwolves suck, essentially? Why are we even talking about, NoCap being a potential win? Well, if you look back, you'll see why. Direwolves show up there. They show up when it matters. My question to you, and this might be a little bit pointed, but is this South Asia diff or is this Direwolves just kind of getting back on a trend?
I don't know. I'm not convinced. But the one thing
Sure.
I will say is having played 15 rounds of Clubhouse before today across 2 matches and only won one of them, I'm glad that they finally got a win on this map. And even though it is against a quote-unquote easier opponent, a win is a win is a win. And I want to see more out of Direwolves. We know that they are capable of so much more. Today's game was not perfect. Let's be real. But a win over NoCap, who are probably at their highest form after having a really close game on this map to rival, and then beating Hasib, I think that's nothing to scoff at.
No, it's not. And we welcome in Harambe, one of our favourites here in the Asia League. And he's given me his dance.
What's up, guys?
Harambe,
What's up, guys? How you doing? How you doing?
Mate, why are you asking me how we're doing? Well, I mean, we're doing fantastic. How you doing? I mean, look, it's been an up and down stage so far, but you get a very, very serious result when it matters. What's it like inside the server today?
I'm just happy that I got like positive KD. That's it.
Harambe, I want to talk about the operators a little bit more specifically in this matchup. Both the Blitz and the Montang were available in this game, and you guys didn't play it at all in your first half. Was that a conscious decision? Is there a reason why?
Yeah, we didn't want to bring out shield operators because we're not play like structured siege, not like the shield meta. We're not gonna play that. Yeah, because we figured out if we got 5 guns, and we can just like hold them, and they'll just peek into us.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about this map, Harambe. You went to Clubhouse for the 3rd time this stage. Now, the first time you played it was against Fury, and yeah, you guys got 1 round. And then you played it against Bleed, and I don't need to remind you how that one went. What gave you the idea to go back to Clubhouse a 3rd time, and what did you change to actually win a couple of rounds and in fact win the game?
We're really trying to figure out how to win on club against like better teams like Fury and Bleed, and yeah, it's just some stress that I've been working and Juicy with me have been working on, and we're just like testing out in the matches, in the official matches. That's it.
I actually feel like that's a question that I don't think we've asked yet, which is Juicy on the roster. I think we've really only brought it up maybe once or twice, but obviously Juicy now going into the coaching role here for Direwolves. How's the transition been? Because obviously you're coming back from a long time off. He's coming back from a long time on. Coach, what's the dynamic like?
He's been doing a fantastic job. Like, not gonna lie. Because when I have to do coaching and playing, it's just overwhelming. It's just too much. I couldn't do it. Yeah, so yeah, I'm so glad Juicy is on our roster.
Mate, I'm not gonna lie. When that move happened, I think it stunned all of us. I was expecting to get picked up by an Australian team, but no, jumps across the Direwolves. Harambe, look, it feels like there's a positive sentiment in the team right now, which I think is very crucial. Especially as we start to head toward playoffs, and it does look like it's going to be a bit of a dogfight down the bottom. It's not going to be an easy way out. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
No. Enjoy the game. Enjoy your night. See you guys.
So sweet and simple. Thanks,
so
Rob.
Clean. So clean with it, Rob. Honestly, I
don't throw like that, bro.
I don't know what was cleaner, that throw or Harambe's melee on the Vulcan canister. I couldn't tell you which was cleaner. Honestly, we should have asked him about that just to give him a bit of stick, because I'm sure he would have laughed it off. But that was probably his biggest blemish of the night. But that's okay. They won the match in a comprehensive fashion, and I think as well in relation to like my shield question, for instance, I think the way he was phrasing it was they didn't want to play shield meta tonight because they knew they could outskill and outgun their opponents. But it's important to note that that's probably not going to work against stronger teams.
No, I don't think it will. But Dev, again, I kind of said it there in the interview, and it will just back it up. Critical 3 points here for Direwolves, and probably more a critical performance that we've somewhat been missing. Like I felt like it was a little more together tonight.
Yeah. Look, it's always easier to see a team play against easier opponents and say, "Wow, they just looked so much better this week. What was different?" They were playing against Knock Knock. That's what was different compared to playing against Bleed last week. But yeah, Knock Knock are a solid team. I think me and guys really, not to toot our own horn, but I think we hit the nail on the head describing Knock Knock and how they tend to really force risks when they don't need to. And I think that what Harambe said about we didn't play shields because we know we just need to gun up, it was really a part of that. I mean, Direwolves have a really solid read onto Knock Knock, knowing that particularly like there was a round, I can't remember which one it was, but it was the one where we really started banging on about Knock Knock because they just like lost 3 players in about 5 seconds over peaking. And Direwolves just know all they have to do is sit there, hold their angles, hold their positions, and even the tiniest little inkling of an advantage over Knock Knock will snowball into so much more of an advantage and become a bit of an avalanche in their favor, and that is how so many of these rounds went.
Positive Bin. We love to see that. That's a performance that I think is much needed since joining the league. It's been obviously a very tough journey so far, guys. We probably look, I guess for the conversation, we really look to the rest of Direwolves games. You know, they play NoCap and then they play Elevate. Wow, that is not an easy ride home. But do you reckon this somewhat secures them? Are they safe now?
Yeah, I think that I would like to think Direwolves are pretty safe. It's difficult to envision them, unfortunately, getting points in those last 2 play days, I think. So they could be a threat. I don't want to make it a blanket statement that they are 100% safe, but in order to get knocked out, not only did Knock Knock and Hasib have to have insane runs to close off this stage, but even Fury, as insane as this is to stay, also need to improve their performances as well. So a lot has to go wrong for Direwolves to not make the top 6.
It's very true, actually. I kind of forget about the whole conversation of Fury and where they're at right now.
Yeah.
I think it's shocking for pretty much the entire region. Anyone who's watched any Asia over the last 2 years, maybe even 3 or 4 years, you'd just be shocked to see where they're at the moment. But a team that is on the rise is Elevate. They go up against the Sib Warriors after this. Final game of the night. Crucially, Dev is still here. Hang on a second.
You never said I was going,
there?
so you
I
don't
know,
have to
but it
be
doesn't-
like.
No, I do. I do. Do you want to explain to the audience what's happened here?
Oh, I was actually only meant to do 2 games tonight.
2 games. Can you believe that?
but
Two.
now I'm doing
so
3 games
excited,
tonight.
Rob. So excited.
I heard that
Hasib
SC Warriors were playing, and I was like, I'm not missing this one.
Pengu tried to get himself on the broadcast, but we just
Yeah.
couldn't do it last second as
No.
much as he loves Hasib.
Yep, unfortunately, it's just not to be the case. But we've got the 2 biggest Hasib fans here as they take on little old Elevate for the final game of the night. If you haven't been here throughout the night, Rival with a very big victory over Fury, which leaves Fury at the bottom of the barrel. Not quite literally in 8th place in the league, but damn near close to it. Bleed then, of course, 7-2 NoCap, and it was really a no contest, if you ask me. Direwolves, obviously, just before the break. That was a pretty dominant performance. It might have even been cleaner than that, but we'll leave it at a 7-2. Now we go on to a game that also has the capacity, Xenox, to go 7-2.
I think it actually has the capacity to go 7-1. I think Elevate have that kind of firepower. Look, I think for Elevate's sake right now, they've got the number 2 mantle. I don't think anyone can dispute that at all. I think that the result between Bleed and NoCap earlier this evening really solidified the gap between those 2 teams respectively. We know for Fury that they're just completely not even up to scratch right now. Mind you, playoff time, things can change. They can find improvement. But as of right now, as we come towards the end of Playday 5, these guys need to just dominate their opponents, get the job done, take out Hasib. And honestly, the EPS speaks for itself when you kind of look at like some of these numbers. And Hycal, 70% cost, 133 EPS, almost has 50 kills already, 9 and 4 on entry. Some absolutely disgusting stats. Arpe is technically, Rob, the worst rated player on the team, but even still, he's almost even on KD. He's almost even on entry. He's still at least 65% cost, which is the same as Shed. So even for someone who's rated the lowest, he's still performing, and he's the kind of player that can certainly continue to improve the stage. Can these guys beat Bleed later on in playoffs? Maybe. I don't know. But all we need to see is them continue to improve this stage, take that second spot, and almost book themselves a spot in the grand final.
Well, I mean, they could still technically beat Bleed in a best of 1. They still play them next week. And, just to kind of harp on about the storyline for Elevate and how important it is for them to finish strong, if you look back to stage 1, every team in which were, let's just say on the lower end of the table, bottom 3 teams, 7-1, 7-1, 7-0. Now, for me, that is the sign of a team that takes this seriously, that knows what's on the line, and will do what it takes to ensure that they are dominable inside of every single game. And no more so than when they're up against Hasib Warriors, who have had... look, it's not been the greatest stage, Dev. I mean, do you want to come in and save me here? Do you want to try and save some face with me?
Yeah, mate, they've got a point.
They have?
They got one point.
That's a good point.
It is a very good point.
That's a great point. And hey, they got 3 rounds off of Bleed. And then got those rounds revoked because they had to forfeit because they couldn't get a substitute.
Yeah.
And they lose to Knock Knock, I guess. But I know there's an asterisk in those kind of like national rivalry games or like sub-regional rivalry games that we see like that one. But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of good things to say, except that we were impressed with these guys at the start of the stage. They had an okay run against NoCap, a solid run against Direwolves, and of course, looked really great for the first 6 rounds that we got to see of them against Bleed. And we hyped them up going into that Knock Knock game. They were the favorites in Allies in that game, but they fell. Now this is another chance to prove themselves. If it's the Hasib that would toe-to-toe with Bleed that come up today and play against Elevate, then hey, maybe this is actually a possibility for a close game. But Elevate are undefeated. They are unbesmirched. They have not dropped a single point so far. And that means that this is the best looking Elevate we've actually ever seen. Last stage, they lost dominantly to Fury. This stage, they're looking in much better form. Last stage, they also lost to Direwolves, so they're yet to play, but I expect they'll take down Direwolves as well. There's a very solid chance that Elevate could actually go flawless in the best of 1 phase, as they already beat Bleed in stage 1 as well. So Hasib Warriors really have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and we go to the ban phase for the maps, and I really, again, I know we always talk about this being no contest really on any map. I still, unfortunately for Hasib, I just don't have a lot of hope for them. Elevate are just on another level right now. And we are headed to Consulate. Yeah, I'll be honest, Dev. Sorry to cut you out of the conversation here, Jake, for a little bit. But Dev, I'll be honest. I'm not a fan of the Consulate picks I've seen so far for both Asia and OS. I don't know. It just doesn't... It feels like teams still don't have a firm idea on how to attack this map.
Yeah, and look, this is not Hasib's favorite map. In fact, this is their least favorite map. They've banned it in 17 out of the 19 vetoes that they have been part of, that I've got stats for in the last 6 months. And as for Elevate, they've only banned it twice in the last 6 months, so it's actually their second favorite map behind Cafe. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a very one-sided match, especially because it was already looking to be a very one-sided match. Last time these teams met in the server in Stage 1, it was a 7-0 in favor of Elevate. But yeah, I really just, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how to spin this other than I think Elevate are pretty solid on this map. Like, they've beaten Fury, they've lost to Fury on this one before. Like, it's a decent-ish map for them, for Hasib, historically. Like, they've got one really nice win in the qualifiers against Deadeye Esports, but that's against Deadeye Esports, not against Elevate. So I think that this should be a pretty cut-and-dried affair.
Xenox, the storyline doesn't look great, but Hasib have shown against tough opponents they can turn up their heat. Is it possible, like just theory crafting here, is it possible a defense side for Consulate, maybe they get off to a bit of a run here, maybe they start to make Elevate sweat?
Yeah, I always love to play DA. I was going to actually hop in before then you went and played back over to James, but I was sitting there cooking up way to play Devil's Advocate, which is what DA means.
Oh, is that? Oh, I thought it was District Attorney. Sorry,
I
mate.
thought it was District Attorney as well, actually. Yeah.
Apologies. Sorry. It just, yeah.
Obviously, the loss to Knock Knock, disappointing, right? And we all know that. And disappointing because they've actually been showing that they've got the capabilities and the quality to take it to some of these other teams in Southeast Asia. You go back before, a week ago, Direwolves 8-6, they go to OT. That's where they got their point. Let's go back even further than that. Another week, Rob. 3-3 at the half into forfeit against 2 Bleed. And they were looking great. They were looking really, really good. There was a lot of question marks at that point in time. A lot of people were saying, man, I can't believe we didn't get to see the ending of that game. Week 1, 7-3 loss, no cap. Okay, bit unfortunate, but still got a couple of rounds, right? So, like, this is a team that doesn't just get blown out of the water. No. But for some reason, they just can't get the job done against Knock Knock. If they go beat Knock Knock, they're at 4 points. We're having a whole different conversation for this game. At the end of the day, Elevate should win. But I am hoping and I'm somewhat expecting this to still be a contest because of Hasib Warriors' ability to play up to their opponent.
Well, hopefully a competitive match here on Playday 5 for Hasib Warriors. They've obviously shown that they're here to compete. Now we need to see whether they can take points off of the big dogs. They go against Elevate. We head to Consulate.
Thank you very much. And guess what? It's Hasib starting on defense first as well. So if there is any Devil's Advocate to be played here, Jake, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a key element to it. Hasib start on the favored side. They start on the comfortable side. Elevate are the ones who have got to get their heads in the game and their boots in the building.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're wearing boots, of course. They might not be wearing boots. Maybe
they could be wearing sneakers. They could sneak into the building.
Oh, that is an amazing way to play off of the segue. Look, I think that for this particular game, right, the pressure's off for Hasib in some ways, but the pressure's off only because of their inability to close out against Knock Knock or just beat Knock Knock in general, right? I mean, they got beaten as well pretty comprehensively. And it just seems to be this extended trend that they can't beat their South Asia brothers. And while they can certainly be more of a contest against teams above them, and I can't honestly explain to you why, James, but they definitely do perform better against these teams in Southeast Asia. So I think Elevate, I don't want to go as far to say trap game, but they've been clean. They've been flawless. They haven't dropped a single point. 4 games, 4 wins, 12 points, plus 13 around differential. This is where you just got to keep that going. If you win 7-3, 7-4, that's fine by me.
What's Shed been yapping about in the all chat? Bit of bants going back and forth? Yeah, alright. I don't know how much... Yeah, I mean, something about, I think it was good luck, have fun, you'll need it, that kind of vibe. Good times. Friendly bants. I'm actually quite excited to see how Elevate attack here, because Consulate is a very hard map to attack. And Elevate are a very strong team right now. Haven't seen them play Consulate recently. I personally didn't watch the EWC qualifiers where they played this map against Fury. Last time they played it. But in the stage, and it's not been in one of their vetoes as of yet. And especially with a couple of changes coming out recently, not only the Scopos on the defense, but we've talked so much about shields. We talked about the striker and the sentry becoming a little, particularly the striker, becoming a little bit more mainstream. We've seen changes to Nook. I thought we were going to see her teased out for a brief moment, but I'm going to be appeased anyway because we got the Glaz, and I love seeing picks like this Glaz.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, confidence is key though for Hasib, isn't it, right? Sometimes you kind of look at things like spawn peeking as an almost overconfident play, but I think it's certainly kind of mindset you need to have in these sort of matchups where you just go and throw caution to the wind and you see if you can get some early picks, catch them off guard. Consulate's good for that. Did see the Scopos actually, James, earlier this evening on this very map. Do you think we'll see it again? It wasn't amazing.
Yeah,
right,
but
nothing special.
I don't know. People are still figuring out how to use Scopos. With time, people will get better at figuring out the best ways to use a gadget. Interesting. Deep smokes very early to enable the Glaz to swing on in. Oh, it's a bait. He's not actually peeking it. He just wants them to hide. I don't really get the point of that. Are they trying to bait them into thinking, oh, it's a rush, guys? But it hasn't forced any of these roamers back. And Din is the one on the defensive side, the warden. He can just stare through that smoke.
Don't know if we ended up mentioning, by the way, but Elevate play Bleed tomorrow, James. So, you know, you want to have a good, almost warm down tonight, get a good game. Make it as quick as possible so you're not up too late. And then you're set up for a big day tomorrow. 3 kills halfway through this round. You know, Hasib. I mean, just, I don't know. I said like one sentence and they just lost the round.
Yeah. Yeah, blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Particularly killing Mira. And, well, Din's now off on a roam. He was a very pivotal player on site, but round is quite simply done and dusted. Elevate, I really like the way they found those picks, but then they didn't over-aggress. They just used the Dokkaebi call. They slowed things right on down. They looked very solid to lock out that advantage, something that we've seen some of these greener teams really struggle to do when they're in the advantage. They're very dangerous positions to be in your 2v4s, 2v5s. Very winnable for the defense if the attack puts a step wrong. But I'm, like I said, really excited to see Elevate on this attack. 4-0 so far in the stage, and attack is just such a big challenge. So that's where one of those picks was, just long angle. I don't know how he got caught out there. And losing that mirror as well was just devastating. I'm just really keen to see what Elevate's ideas are, because we're seeing Glaz, we're seeing Sens.
Oh man, it's Bliss 2023. Somewhere Guz is rolling over in his grave. He's not dead, but terminology. Yeah, this is not a play that he likes. I think I remember the statistic was something like a 25% win rate when, and this was of course Team Bliss for playing this particular lineup. It's almost like overcooking in some ways when it comes to the strategy, right? Because you're putting so much emphasis on just the Glaz Sens combo, depending if you play it off that particular way. That if one piece of the puzzle falls, then the whole pie can just certainly fall apart.
I think the thing about Glaz Sens, you're dedicating 2 operators that don't bring a lot of other utility to whatever your idea is. By the way, hell of a lot of nades on this lineup. Haven't seen a lot of these. Haven't seen this many nades in the lineup since nades were actually good. And the Glaz is part of that, so he can bring his nades to the case. And when you got the Sens, it's not such a big deal if you don't have anyone bringing smokes, because Sens has got 3 of those light walls. But the key here with playing operators like Glaz and Sens, you do it because the push calls for it, not because you're trying to force an operator. Sens is so good with Glaz. So much better than looking through smokes, because as the Glaz player, you can actually move as much as you want, and you'll still be able to see perfectly clearly through those Sens gates. Whereas with the smokes, you have to be standing still or moving very, very slowly. Not sure what they're trying to cook with it, though.
Yeah, I mean, your guess. I'm not even going to bother. Guys will probably just find a way to laugh at me. I got no idea, James, honestly.
We'll keep an eye on the
Guess
late
is
round.
as good as
where the
mine.
execute comes down.
It's just two play-by-plays, just looking at what Elevate's trying to do against the Sib Warriors. Like, let's not, like, divulge too much into this. I need to see a bit more presence, though, from Hasib. That's the only thing I will say. They're very stagnant on the defense, not opting to kind of push out, be aggressive. And it's just allowing Elevate to kind of just slowly poke and prod and keep pushing towards the site. Now I call in towards managers so they can start to clear up hallway. I mean, I guess if you want to look at Shed, he's in towards admin. The ROU can block off a lot of the sight line from Baz, but I feel like that's just... Wouldn't you just be better off bringing, like, a Capitao?
Yes, if the sole purpose is to kill Baz, yeah. He's actually going to fall back. Interesting. Oh, opening pick for Hasib. Nice long angle. This is actually very winnable for Hasib because we got these smokes as well. On the smoke. The gas babes can make this really tight in the late round. Here come the Sen's light walls. Don't know where this Glaz is if he's able to peek onto it. Here goes N-High Cal. One of the best players in the region right now, and MC straight ahead of him. Looking for a planned position. Well, Arpe's gone
dead.
down.
No
Doesn't
Glaz.
matter about that Glaz. He was on the side of the map and not instrumental to this push. Now 3v3 and the cover has to be good. Well done from Shed. This light wall is really nasty. MC's also activated on site up to Din. And yeah, I reckon this round is over. Bit of a confusing one for Elevate.
I will do my best here, James, but I think the way actually he did use the ROU was great in the sense it wasn't just for the hallway that it extended towards long desk, blocking that sight line in towards meeting men. It really did kind of keep them stuck towards top spiral without being able to look into sight, allowing the play with the diffuser to then just get in towards default, get the plant down uncontested. They didn't even use or need the Glaz because Alpe just dies to the nitro cell anyway. It's also then really hard to like how do you run around the ROU, right? Like you can't, you're really cut off in that position. You can't just run down the hallway and run through it. Like it actually kind of worked to a degree.
Yeah, I mean the thing we were talking about where Sens and Glaz goes wrong is when you try and crutch your push on making that utility work. Elevate did the opposite of that. Funnily enough, I think whatever they planned to cook up with the Glaz was not actually what they ended up going for. Because you would typically expect a Glaz to be peeking through the Sens. There's literally no reason why you pick Glaz over some other nade operator if you're not going to be peeking through the Sens. So at the end of it, they were like, oh, well, we need someone on CEO window for a flank. That's just going to be Arpe just because he happens to be the free person. The Sens in the end wasn't actually used to enable the peeking of the Glaz. It was to cut off that line of sight, as you were saying, from vending and from front desk, and also to create that gnarly one-way angle that enabled that push into sight.
I think that's actually probably a really good thing that Elevate didn't put all of their eggs in the one basket, which I think typically is seen with that kind of combo. It's kind of like, hey, we're going to play the Sands, we're going to use the ROU maybe this way, as whether it's plan A, whether it's plan B, but whether or not the Glaz plays off it or not, irrelevant. If he does, cool, great, you know, because it combos really well. If it doesn't, then we've got other ways we're going to play off it. So, yeah, always interesting discussion point because we don't see the Sands all that often. And typically when we do see it, as you kind of alluded to before, usually you've got some kind of plan specifically for it. But that just kind of looked like a normal attack formulated off the back of hallway control, clear out long desk with the light walls, and an easy plant. I still want to see, again, a bit more aggression from Hasib Warriors, probably in the middle portion of the round. Not so much right now, like 2 minutes don't really need to do anything too overzealous, but you know, around that 90-second mark when Elevated just outside side, they're prepping, they're prodding, they're getting their util game going. Can anyone get into a flanking position? Can you get aggressive? Can you get information, intel? Good little angle on the balcony with the Ostertalon shield.
I wonder if it's pretty much the same intention from Elevate, just with a slightly different util setup. Likely we've got a little bit more of an aggressive hold from Hasib. It doesn't look like you're going to try and hold on to that vending position hard. Baz is just playing long desk.
Well, they're playing on site more.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to see some Plantinal come late round. If Elevate are going to keep taking this long.
So I think right now what Fatah needs to do is stay in this position and block the doorways. Gas Babes, he's got 2 more. You've got Shotgun. You need to basically go down with the ship.
Yeah, but he needs to do that, delaying as much time as possible.
Oh, absolutely.
And not if he dies here with 3 gas babes.
Well, he needs to say, you can't come through this doorway. You need to go clear vending, then take long desk and speak easy. He just gets bored from playing balcony. He's like, guys, I'm just sitting behind a shield. I'm bored. I'm gonna go in, and he gets 2 kills. They all then push off of that information as well. And you just kind of wonder, like, how does this keep happening collectively? How does not one play from Hasib in that moment get a trade?
Oh, well, it's all up to Taha. He was meant to be denying the plan
this is
from
winnable.
down below.
James, this is very winnable.
It's a 1v1 now. 2 players are on the ground. All up the shed. Taha doesn't really know it. He thinks it's still
everywhere.
a 1v3. They're just slugging along for information. I'm even going to try and be res. Okay, so he knows one's down, and he's about to realize the second player is down. He's got no clue, man. He's got no clue. He realizes 2 players are down. This is so winnable. He's now finally figured out that it's a 1v1. And he's got both of those kills. He's got to stick this. Shed baits him out, and he doesn't get the kill. Shed's going to win this now. There's no second chances. Taha, you don't have time anymore. And there you go. Round 1 by Elevate. Taha is kicking himself.
Oh, no.
Oh, bro, look at the reactions on their faces. That's devastating.
I feel so bad. I feel bad, James, because he's done a lot right. And it's not, you know, he's got clearly not a lot of information there at the end in terms of the players that are downed. And I don't know if that's then miscomm from his teammates, but he clearly, for the start of that sequence, you know, didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle until he started to push in, clear out, etc. And he noticed, okay, 2 are down. Then he knows he's just playing a 1v1 at a post plan, and he almost gets the kill. That's the crazy thing. He almost kills Shed. So I'm sure we'll get to see it here in the POV. It was a 1v3 for all intents and purposes. 2 were already down. So he gets the 2, creates the 1v1. This is the first attempt. Gets him down to 28 HP. At that point, Shed's played this really well as well, and Taha's got no time. So, yeah, I mean, if he could obviously play that round again, maybe he's a little speedier in the earlier portion of that post plant, but I feel bad because he's done a lot right there. And in the end, that was almost a winnable round for Hasib. Ultimately, though, 3-0 down. Elevate will take it.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Spawn peek from Hasib, 0-3 down on Consulate defense. That takes some real guts. I respect the grind. And this really could be a 2-1. That was very clutchable. Really didn't look like it for a serious moment there, but... Well, Hasib is just going to keep on mixing things up and hopefully find something that sticks. Now we're going to the split bomb site. But again, I said this twice now already, but I'm just really excited to see Elevate tested on some attacks. It's nice to get to see how a really good team goes for these attacks. And they look up at a setup and start to interpret it. Wow, Hasib almost killed from the bloody roof. That is a gnarly angle. It's the fear of God into him. Speak easy.
Loading new mag. Deploying heartbeat sensor. RED active. If it runs on batteries, I'll see it.
Alright, Q-Fan, high Kel to see if he can spot out Taha
Freebie
on the cardiac sensor. Freebie. And High Kel does get the trade. Immediate trade. And Hasib, once P is still very low on that mirror, so right now you're probably back in the position that Elevate find themselves in. Still double hard breach as well. You do lose a lot of that soft breach, so yeah, the vert certainly not going to be quite as prominent for Elevate. Mirror just very quickly dealt with.
MC is a madman for running suppressor on the Type 89. I don't think I've ever seen someone unironically run that before. Absolute madman. Elevate shaping up a decent position. Speakeasy still has a Selma. He can breach this wall where the destroyed mirror is. Oh, there's a big pick from the hatch. Din thought he had the play, but he was taken out. Now 4v3 with Hasib extremely low HP and Elevate doing the smart thing and pushing the downstairs site so they're not vulnerable going to that top floor site. C4s from below. However, Speakeasy goes down, but this is a pivotal 1v1 now won by Cal, and he's got a way into the site. MC with the backstab. That suppressor doing him wonders. Nice final kill there for Cal. Elevate are absolutely steamrolling.
Oh, that is the exact word that was in my head, James. I'm actually a little bit spooked. You've stolen it right out of my brain. My thoughts were
I actually know what you're thinking right now.
Yeah,
Think of a number between 1 and 10. I know what it is. You ready?
Right. Yep. Go.
4.
I was gonna say I had 5. So you're close.
No, you had 4. You had 4.
Oh, I had 4. Sorry. Yeah, no, my bad. 4-0. I see where you're going with it. Look, I think I spoke about the aggression I wanted to see out of Hasib, and certainly playing the Pulse and Taha, going for that kind of play. Understandable, but ultimately if you do play the site there, you probably get a lot more information. You can get a bit more of a read on the way that Elevate are playing. You're losing a lot of intel for that one kill, so you're kind of like, yeah, you get the kill, but then the rest of the round now is a little bit more volatile without that pulse information. And then everyone else is kind of just stranded on site. They have to hold angles. It's kind of this waiting game. They're going to push. They're going to hit us. We just got to try and cover angles, and everyone lost their ones. NICAL, an absolute beast, swinging everything, hitting all these shots. And yeah, I mean, there's, again, another round in which there's no flank potential. There's no one that's like towards, yellow stairs pushing in towards dungeon, maybe going to provide a bit of an offset angle that Elevate's not going to be prepared for. There's nothing that Hasib is doing in this match that Elevate have to be wary of. They're able to just hit site knowing full well they're all just sitting there waiting for us. And that is information. That's game sense that Elevate are playing off of. It's all too easy right now. And I didn't hype Hasib Warriors up, but I did try to play devil's advocate that at times they play well to their opposition. In this case tonight, not so much.
I mean, I do think Hasib have some really solid moments, and again, it's an absolute crime that we didn't get to see the end of their bleed versus their bleed match where they were up 3-3 at the half on attack. They may still have lost that game, but that would have really changed the conversation and given us a proper insight into where this team's at. But I think this game here isn't, Hasib are terrible. It's just that Elevate are pretty bloody good right now. Honestly, I reckon this stage, Bleed have gotten better, Elevate have gotten way better, and Fury have gotten worse. NoCap's also gotten better. The rest of the teams, I don't know. But that's my take. Elevate have probably improved more between this stage and last stage than Bleed have. But Bleed obviously already had quite a big head start. And that is why I am so pumped for their match tomorrow to settle this rivalry and give us a real indication of who's looking at being the best team in the region right now.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Talk about timing as well. I think really as this stage has kind of gone on, the storylines that have developed along with the schedule, it's perfect. Like if we had Elevate Bleed, play day 1, we might not have looked at it in the same light that we do now going into play day 6.
Or even if it just happened before Fury lost to Rival. Yeah. But the timing is perfect. Fury lose to Rival today, and then immediately tomorrow we get to see the big game. Baz does fire up, takes down the hottest player on Elevate. Good start, but all it does is equalize the numbers.
Yeah, same thing as the last round as well, isn't it? Again, I think Hasib are probably wanting to get that aggression in the earlier portion of the round. Easy swing for Ape. Baz just caught a little bit unaware towards vending, gets away with his life intact, but low on health, doing a good job clearing these defaults really quickly on the entries. But Speakeasy does lose his life, and suddenly for Hasib, halfway through this round, they find themselves in a very winnable round. This is probably the most winnable it's been.
Nice.
Ape a little bit slow on the reaction from Dinwon's piece, and yeah, woo indeed, and certainly a little clap from Taha. That was a well-worked round from Hasib.
Very nice. Finally seeing them back into the game. And look, it's nice to see Hasib have got a lot of fans. If you looked at Din's camera for a second, he's got a fan right there in the background cheering him on as he plays. That'll be funny once you see the camera. I don't know if production can do that for us. Can we see Din's camera?
I don't need to see the camera.
That's hilarious.
No, that's just not funny.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
good. Look what you've done. Look what you've done, James.
Camera. Now we're gonna see his camera. Did I just do
not
that?
What we need.
Is that on me, Jake? Is that on me?
That is definitely on you. This should have been a kill, by the way.
Last round I was like, this is going to be a 7-0, by the way. Like, we're going to have an early night. And then, yeah.
It is actually still an early night for Asia standards. It's what 7:5, 7:2, 7:2. It's only 1 o'clock. We usually go to about 3, James.
Yeah.
Local time, of course, here in Australia.
Yeah.
Rehost was called out in the chat. Unfortunately, a disconnect, and we'll start the timer. Get it up. 10 minutes.
Start that timer. Not again, man.
It
Not
wouldn't be
again.
the first time for Hasib, unfortunately, this stage. For those who are
No.
a bit unfamiliar, we go all the way back to Playdate 2, where it was 3-3, far more competitive, fun-looking game against Bleed, of which, to add further context, it was 3-3 at Skyscraper, and Hasib were about to be the team to go on defense. So they were in a very strong position, James, and then, of course, disconnect, power outage, 10 minutes, player couldn't get back in, job was done. And there was a little bit of kerfuffle about like substitutes, etc. And like to make it clear, you can't substitute mid-game. That's never been a thing. So, of course,
Except in Japan League. But of course, we'll continue this game in a brief moment. First, we're going to a quick break. All right, guys. There's no more time left on that timer. It's time to get right back into this one, Jake. Elevate versus Hasib Warriors.
Defenders,
Yeah.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Not too much in terms of, competitiveness right now to talk about, but you could bring it back if you Hasib, get this next round, close out the half, close it on a good fashion, start well in the next one, and ultimately then you've brought it back to 4-3. So the next 2 rounds I think are the most important, otherwise that scoreboard's going to really balloon out, and Elevate I don't think are the kind of team that's going to allow some kind of magical comeback. They are a very well-drilled team, almost like Bleed Light. Would you agree, James?
Elevator Bleed Light? I don't know. I feel like Elevator Elevate. I know that sounds a bit oversimplistic, but I just see these teams as...
See, you know what the issue is? When you say that, James, you are not wrong. Yes, Elevate are Elevate. Well done. Everyone can see that. But my discussion point is that I'm using Bleed's like structuredness and role, style and the way that they play the team. They employ a lot of that same thinking and strategy to the point where it's like, again, they're not playing Asia as if it's like Asia. They play a style of Siege that will hopefully hold up internationally.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think,
but probably not as good as Bleed, though.
Yeah, I think Bleed historically have actually been more of an aggressive team. I think Bleed with Leader is starting to look a lot more like what Elevate have looked like. And I think Elevate have been trying this more methodical play style with hints of aggression where necessary for a while now. But I think it's finally starting to come together. Whereas I think Bleed were a lot more just go, hyper aggro. And now they've started to settle into something a little bit more methodical now that they've got Leader on the squad. But yeah, I mean, again, comes back to that game tomorrow. We won't really know whether Elevate or Bleed Light, or maybe Bleed or Elevate Light, once that game settles in tomorrow. The difference is how proven they are, and of course, Elevate is not as proven as Bleed, but I'm seeing so many good things.
Scanning for electronic devices.
Yeah, I think on face value, tomorrow's matchup is going to be very intriguing. Bleed will go in as favorites, but Elevate probably might thrive on that underdog status. At the same time, there's every world in which those two will meet in the grand final in a best of 3 in a couple of weeks' time, and well, we always talk about the saving strats. Elevate may look at that kind of matchup and think, geez, there's every chance we do indeed see them in the grand final. Let's save whatever we've got maybe up our sleeve for that particular series. Right now, though, a minute to go in this final round of the half after the rehost opening kill for Hasib. Fartar over towards Dungeon, and he just goes prone right now, and this could be a second round looming for Hasib in a row.
There's a big play to lose as well, and Hycal has been the best in the league recently. Oh, big C4 as well. Shed going down. That's your Ying. That's your X Factor. That's your execute utility. What was shaping up to be a pretty solid first and second segment of the round is now looking very grim, but that headshot may indeed redeem it. Ape getting around it. Still, we have that clash up. Baz is on the ground, but not finished off yet. But this clash could make things very difficult. Ooh. That's why Din needs to not peek here. Imperative that he just stays back. Now, there are EMPs here to counter the clash, and as Din and Hasib are the last ones left, I mean, it's over. The EMPs are all that Elevate needed, and just marching on forward, holding right click. Easy lockout in the 3v5.
I can do so much right for such a long period of time, Hasib, but then at the end of the day, Elevate just find a way to walk you to site and get a couple of kills, and that's probably the hallmark of that opening half. You go back to arguably some of those earlier rounds, and that really just ends up being the difference maker. 3 rounds, Hasib got the opening kill. So 3 rounds they had what you would consider an advantage. 3 rounds that they then squandered despite said advantage. So, it's quite disappointing in some ways. The final portions of these rounds for Hasib Warriors have really let them down. They've had some okay moments in the earlier portions. Even in that one there with Fartar getting the opening kill, keeping control of Dungeon, denying an entry position. All these things are nice little things. And then Elevator able to just kind of waltz on in. 5-1. Can't imagine that this game is going to be overly extended. Hasib now onto the attack. Could go for a swift entry on the Amaru, but
10 seconds left.
typically doesn't always play out that way.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I'd love to know what Hasib have
Attackers objective
in mind for this Amaro. Wouldn't be surprised if it's CEO, maybe pushing elsewhere and then Amaroing CEO for a kind of backstab. Maybe he wants a CEO. I mean, I like to call it con window because it's where the old connector window was. But now it's really just like the meeting window, I guess. Connector has moved quite a lot. We've seen teams Amaro in and plant there. You do have a hard piece of cover you can hide behind. But it's very easy to C4. Well enough, we have no C4s on the Elevate roster. Lots of ways to get tonight, regardless though. Goyo, smoke, or an easy swing. I see Claymores go down, air jabs go down, the drones are out. They're looking, try and cook up a little bit of an execute play here.
Yeah, I feel like you go back a couple of years ago and in APAC you'd see that Amaro and you just think they're just going to go straight in immediately. But nowadays these teams understand you got to do your due diligence, clear out a lot of utility. You can't just make a swift entry with the grappling hook, and just because you play the Amaro doesn't mean you have to enter the building inside of 30 seconds. Like, you've got some time. You can use it as a late round entry tool. Into what's lounge for Hasib wants piece.
Yeah,
Needs to keep moving around though, and he's going to get one. Yeah, freebie.
That's a good
nice.
read. Yeah. It's a really good read though from Hasib. Like they're clearly they want the Amaro. I believe they got the hatch eventually, but they're not really tunnel visioning on the execute. For now, they've just got the buck in below. They've got the Nomad covering with air jabs and a passive flank watch. And that means that while the floor's being torn up, Elevate think, oh, we need to send a guy for a flank. Well, that's being watched, and then up is a free kill. And now Elevate really just contesting this vert, try and find something. I believe that kill was one player dropping yellow. So Hasib are teetering on the edge of going for an execute here as the Bees went out for a brief moment.
Oh, Baz. The only issue is that, yes, you put the pressure on, but you haven't cleared anyone, and now you eventually lose Baz. So the site itself is still really difficult to actually enter, and Taha went for it on the Amaru. Pushed off it by the gas babe of Speakeasy. I mean, Baz has done his best, and I think the idea is sound and it's there, James, but the execution has unfortunately just left him in a position where that idea now needs to be scrapped, and that's why you're seeing Hasib wants piece, yellow stairs, pushing in, making noise, and it's just going to be a dry peek. He doesn't survive this.
Honestly, it's a great strat here. But it doesn't work out for the main simple reason of you need more than one avenue of pressure. Having a buck go below and vert is awesome, but you need lateral pressure as well. You need crossfires. Someone playing vertically against a good team, you know what they will do? They see that buck, they see the floor being open, and they just shoot back. And then it's a 50-50. And Elevate, well, they are better in their 50-50s. So Hasib needed some other element to add to that to guarantee that the buck would get the kills there. And the other factor that really made that so winnable for Elevate is not only did they have the Vulcan canister, the Goyo, on that window that burnt out 20 seconds, but they had 3 smokes from the gas babe. So eventually, when amidst the chaos, Hasib did get in the building and start going for a plant, they immediately have to stop it for 10 seconds, jump back out outside again. So you're not taking Elevate by surprise. And if you try and go for broke and go for kills where you're peeking onto safe positions where you've got N-High-Cal on a keeper barrier, he's not losing that. So nice ideas there for Hasib, and I tell you what, that probably would have worked against half the teams in this league, not against Elevate.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality as well is this is not like the first rodeo. If we were to go back a couple of stages ago, we'd be sitting here saying, you know, good learning lessons for Hasib, good learning lessons for South Asia, but clearly that gap is just still so prominent. You can clearly see there's good ideas there, and I understand the game well, and I think that they can play better than this. We saw that against Bleed. But the fundamentals are just on a different level, and also for Elevate's sake, they're also on a different level right now. They're playing the best siege that we've seen from this roster, from this iteration, and well, they've set themselves up for tomorrow. Elevate will be 5 from 5. Bleed will be 5 from 5. Both teams on 15 points, James. It doesn't get any better than that. The winner of that game will essentially win group stage. It's no no ifs and buts, right? Like, it's as simple as that. You win that game, you will finish first. It also means it's pretty much set us up as well that Bleed and Elevate are pretty much going to be locked in for 1 and 2, meaning they will both go to the semi-final, which does mean for everyone else in the group stage and in this league, you do have a bit more of an understanding of your pathway. You finish 3rd or 6th, you're going to play potentially Elevate if they do lose to Bleed, and vice versa. 5th, 4th would then go play the Bleed side of the bracket.
Bang.
Yeah.
There's not much left in the tank here for Hasib. On a big roam like this, on a map as large as Consulate, it's never going to be easy. We see the Scopos join the action as well. Shed finds a pick. Taha is down. It's all up to Din. Oh, he's about to find Shed here. I don't know whether that was the shell that he got the previous kill on, whether he's teleported back up to it.
It can't be teleported. What? It has to be like transfer? I think it's transfer, right?
Yeah. There you go. The game is over.
Yeah.
And the rounds were very quickly transferred. Teleported. It felt like we teleported to the end of that game, how quickly it went down.
Wow, that was a big down.
A 7-1 for Elevate. Completely untouchable by Hasib.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed. I expected more out of that game. I said that when we kind of went into it, that Hasib could certainly play up to their opponents, but unfortunately in this case they played down. We'll get Rob back in and get his thoughts on the game. It was a bit of a quick one, Rob. You wouldn't have been able to go too far. I haven't even got out of slouch mode. I'm just chilling. I'm having a great time. Hey, I mean, like, talk about Asia tonight though. 7-5, which honestly ended up being game of the night. Fury and Rival. That was a really good game. But then 7-2, 7-2, 7-1. Absolutely, one-sided affair tonight leads us to a bit of a speed run. It's only 1:30 local. I'm pumped. I've got the whole night ahead of me.
Don't sound too disappointed.
Yeah, I think, what was it, first 2 play days, one of them nearly finished at 4 a.m. So
it
this
did.
definitely feels like a speed run. And to be honest, I mean, it has been, I say it feels like it has been a quicker night, unfortunately. We are, as I don't know which one of you said it, but the clear gap, discrepancy, whatever you want to say, it's very obvious now. South Asia, unfortunately, cannot hit it with the big dogs at the moment in the Southeast Asia department, but I think you've got to be impressed just by Elevate and their continued performance against teams lower than them, Dev. They've, from stage 1 now into stage 2, they show that when it matters, like when they're up against teams that are at that lower category, they are well and truly, without a doubt, the better team in the server.
Yeah, I think the only exception there is when they lost to Direwolves in stage 1, but I think that this new Elevate, like I was saying to Jake during the cast, like, Bleed look better than in stage 1. They've improved this much. Fury look worse. They've probably got this much worse. Elevate have probably got that much better this stage. And I expect that to continue. I really hope it does, because I really want a
We're working on different margins, James. You're like this, and I'm just like, nah, Fury are that much worse.
But I just got a soft spot for all the Thai teams, and I always have. Same with NoCap. It's just something about them. But there is another thing that I just wanted to point out there, Rob, about Elevate, is they actually lost a lot of the opening engagements. It was pretty much 50-50 in this game, which team was winning the opening engagements. And yet the rounds were certainly not 50-50. No. And I think it really speaks to Elevate knowing how to play win conditions, knowing how to play their advantages, and also knowing how to fish when they need to look for a pick in the disadvantage. And that's something that me and Guz talked about in the Knock game that South Asian team really struggled with. And it's something that Hasib are really struggling with too. And Jake, it looks like you're struggling. It looks like you might have caught a big one, have you?
I did. His name is Anhai Carl. Rob, let's get him in.
Let's not waste any time about it. We're going to get this one done and dusted.
Hello.
My friend, congratulations on a big win. Obviously, it's not a big win in terms of the team that you're versing, but from stage 1 to stage 2, we've seen a very clear trend from you and the roster, which is these games where you're versing, let's just call them lesser opponents for now. They're just not up to scrap. You never give them a look in. Is that something that you guys talk about before these matches? Is it about trying to shut this game down as quick as possible? What's going into the preparation for this kind of match?
I mean, the prep has been good lah, but it's just when I hop into the lobby, I just play my game. I'm sure what I can do.
I love it.
Congratulations on the win tonight, and hi, Cal. Great performance from the team. Certainly, I think Hasib Warriors have shown this stage. You think about their game against Bleed, that they can have a good night, and you guys made sure that they really couldn't get comfortable in the server, so well done. Big game tomorrow, though, against Bleed. Goes without saying, both teams undefeated. do you kind of look at that game any more importantly than the others, or is it just another play day?
I mean, it's like all of the game in the play day is just as important as the others. So, like, even though Bleed is a very good team, I just feel like we still have what it takes to beat them. It's like,
Yeah,
like
I
that.
wanted to ask something similar to the Bleed question, but we were talking here on the desk, theory crafting, how we reckon the teams in the Asia League are looking compared to Stage 1. Bleed are looking potentially better. Fury are definitely looking worse. We think Elevate's looking better. How do you guys feel like you are compared to Stage 1? Do you feel better in your matches?
We are definitely improving. Like, you can see, like, Stage 1, we were just getting comfortable. EWC qualifier, still getting comfortable. And now I feel like there's still a bit more to improve on, but I feel like we can take on much more now.
I mean, that's where you want to be. You want to be at a point where
Yeah.
obviously you're looking competitive, but there's still more to come, which is
Yeah.
kind of terrifying to think. And Heikel, anything you'd like to say before we let you go tonight, mate?
I just want to say thank you to all the fans and my family for supporting me. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you very much, mate. We'll speak
Thanks,
to you
mate.
then.
All right.
Okay there, Robert. Give me a second. Do I need to get over there and do the Heimlich on you?
You could lick me in the
Sorry, what?
in the highway any day you
Sorry,
want. James.
what?
You can
Say that one again for the camera.
You can lick me any day you want, mate. It's I was choking on some air there.
I think I'm a bit short of breath as well now, Rob.
Oh, well, that's the effect I have on people. That's what my hosting does. It just leaves people breathless. A performance from Elevate, obviously, I'd love to say it keeps us breathless, but unfortunately, Xenox, you looked all too comfortable at the end of that game. A very calm, cool, collected match from Elevate.
Yeah, I think the picture says 1,000 words, and the coolness and the calmness was there at no point did I feel like that was a threatening game. You can see the total kills, one better than double. It's a total beatdown from Elevate onto Hasib Warriors. They'll be disappointed with that matchup for Hasib Warriors. Again, I think they've done well so far this stage in terms of being able to compete at times with these Southeast Asian teams. Last week was very disappointing when they lost to Knock Knock. This follow-up, also incredibly disappointing, and now their stage is very dismal, and now arguably they're going to finish bottom 2. There's no two ways about it. When you kind of look at their last 2 matches, they play Rival and then they play Fury.
You watch them win both of those games, Jay.
Well, as I've said, like Rival looked good tonight. Rival looked good tonight, so I don't see them beating Rival. And look, let's be honest, they're not going to beat Fury either. So unfortunately for Hasib Warriors, it looks like it's going to be a winless stage. But for Elevate, looking at the positives for them, just to be able to do it so cleanly and have that ruthlessness. Again, Bleed Light, very, very similar nature to the team that they're going to play tomorrow for what's certainly going to be one of the more exciting matches for the stage.
Hasib fans, clip it and ship it. Keep that in the back pocket. Xenox saying you're not going to win either game. Watch them go 6 points ahead. Dev, I think now we've got a very clear understanding as to how this league is playing out, right? Like, the first couple of days, we're always trying to find our feet. We're trying to figure out what the storylines are for individual teams, because a lot changes throughout the stage. Even though EWC was really only a month before we started, actually probably less than that. But as we start to turn our attention to playoffs, do you feel like things are cemented?
No, I don't think things are cemented yet. I think we still have unanswered questions, and I know we keep saying this, but the biggest question is what's going to happen tomorrow, Elevate and Bleed. And look, even Fury, they do have the cruise on out from here. They're playing Knock Knock and Hasib. If they win both those games, like the chances of them going to playoffs are pretty much confirmed. And I think we'll have more questions answered when it comes to those playoffs as well. Round robin phase is awesome. Like, it tells us a lot, and these games do matter, but they don't matter half as much as the games that happen in the playoffs.
All right, let's have a look back on how things have panned out for this afternoon. Of course, we're going to start wrapping up here. It's been an afternoon. That's all I'm going to say. 7-5 win that kick-started the night and well and truly put, I don't want to say put Fury out of their misery, but it's kind of sent them into even more misery. It's not great. That has really left a bad taste in everyone's mouth, Xenox.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've only had so far throughout this entire stage, and we're heading into Playday 6 tomorrow, 2 overtime games.
Yep.
So, I mean, I think when you kind of look at this scoreboard, you think about that fact. Asia has definitely always kind of been this sort of top 4 v bottom 4 situation. The most intriguing aspect for this stage, though, is that in the bottom 4 is Fury, and how abysmal that they have looked. They've only had 1 win throughout the first 5 play days that have now concluded. They find themselves 6th place. So, yeah, they're not going to go bottom 2 just through the formalities of, unfortunately, South Asia having, again, Knock and Hasib kind of feature in those positions and get eliminated and not feature in playoffs. But, you know, Fury is essentially then at the bottom of the heap when it comes to Southeast Asia, for example, on 4 points, stranded there. You know, a whole 4 points behind the likes of Direwolves and NoCap. 6th right now, actually. The irony of it would be probably good for them because it would put them on the other side of the bracket from Bleed. So, I mean, I keep mentioning that because Bleed right now, you look at that round differential, Rob, they are just so dominant. You don't... And I understand full well that you're going to have to play them at some point.
They got 3 rounds in the forfeit, by the way. Like that round if is a little misleading because they were 3.
I mean, it's been said multiple times. We know, James, but like I think that the idea though is still the way in which they have been playing, and you look at their game again today against NoCap, just incredibly dominant. So yeah, sure you could take a couple of rounds off, but it would still be something like 20, 23, 24.
Yeah, and just to further comment on like the cementing of this league, they're locked in. That's it. They're pretty much at the top here. There's really no turning back from here on out. There's only 6 points left on the card for any of these teams, so none of them are making it top 2. It's cemented for those 2 teams. They're looking big. They're looking strong. They're looking like the 2 best teams we have in Asia, which typically in stage 1, we were really questioning, okay, yeah, Bleed looks very good, but then who's that second place? Things are really, really starting to iron out. I'm really excited for tomorrow. I'll be completely honest with you. Dev, final thoughts before we close this one up?
Just want to see Bleed versus Elevate. That's all I'm going to say.
That's what we all want to see. That is what we all want to see. Jake, I know usually you've got something.
Just very quick. I know we're hyping up Bleed Elevate, but the first game too, I think is going to be huge. NoCap and Direwolves, both teams at the moment on 8 points, 3rd and 4th respectively. You win that game, suddenly 3rd could be yours, and would put you obviously on the opposite side of the bracket from 1st. So it's just as good as almost finishing 2nd anyway. You just got to play 1 extra game. So that ends up being a big game. I think, honestly, tomorrow gets us closer to that cement position and locking in the positions.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to say is you're missing out on the biggest game of all here. Knock could leap over Fury and push them into the bottom 2 if they win in the 3rd matchup of tomorrow, of course. We're waffling here. It is time for us to close up shop. Thank you very much for watching Playday 5. You do not want to miss tomorrow. We'll see you then.